Former General is an Undead Knight. Volume 2. Chapter 1. Barra City, the city with the greatest number of adventurers and adventurer guilds in Rijo's kingdom. The main reason for that was the Great Forest in its vicinity, otherwise known as the Lost Folks' Great Forest. In this famous forest, there were various kinds of rare fruits, medicinal herbs, and monsters. Even more so, however, the main reason many adventurers wanted to venture deep into the forest was the mementos of the adventurers who died inside of it. In addition, Barra City had various facilities geared toward adventurers. Taxes imposed on adventurer guilds were also far less than in other cities. In some parts, adventurers received preferential treatment. As more and more guilds made their bases in the city, the population of adventurers grew as well. This cycle repeated, and before anyone knew it, Barra City became the city of adventurers in Rijo's kingdom. Lost Folks' Great Forest got its name because of the repetitive scenery within. There were no identifying landmarks. Each tree looked the same as the last. In addition, due to being a powerful chaotic magical hotspot, any kind of magical device would go haywire. This resulted in many entering the forest but never leaving. That was why it was called the Lost Folks' Great Forest. Although there were always curious folks who tried to cross the forest every year, none of them managed to return. Moreover, the numerous fallen adventurers who, after falling into dire straits, turned to banditry ended up killed by demonic beasts. Without exception, as their wailing souls gathered together, they turned into forest wights, forest's wandering corpse. Lambert was currently wandering in the Lost Folks' Great Forest by himself. As an undead, Lambert had lost his need for food and rest. That was why crossing through the forest posed little to no problem for him. Even if he lost his way in the middle, all he needed to do was walk straight ahead, and he would eventually emerge from the other side. Thus, he walked straight ahead with that kind of conviction in his mind. The reason for his journey was because it was the fastest way from Ainsi's city to Barra City. The organization uttered by Earl Orbach, Devil's Piper, Lambert considered them the most dangerous organization to the Rijo's kingdom. After all, it was powerful enough to make the head of the Earl's family support them. Lambert concluded that Devil's Piper was really planning to overthrow Rijo's kingdom, and Earl Orbach, who believed they were more powerful than Rijo's, made a bet on the side he believed would win. Even if the era had changed, Lambert, one of the 4 demon generals of Rijo's kingdom, would never let that happen as long as he still existed. Barra City was one of the most important cities in the Rijo's kingdom. If Rijo's kingdom was ever invaded by a foreign enemy, the adventurers in Barra City would be the first ones to face them. In addition, money circulated easily in this city, which meant that the commercial side of the city was extremely developed. After Rijo's kingdom strengthened their vigilance tower or Devil's Piper, Lambert concluded that Barra City would be their first target if they really wanted to overthrow Rijo's kingdom. In addition, there was a rumor that suspicious figures were often seen in the city as of late. Even if his visit turned out to be a fool's errand, he could at least gather intel about Devil's Piper, making full use of the vast information network in the city. For these reasons, Lambert headed toward Barra City. Upon walking into the forest, dead foliage rose from the earth and formed into a humanoid monster, standing in Lambert's way. Its green eyes peeked out from its decayed skin. It was the walking corpse of adventurers, Forest Wight. It had a repulsive voice, disgusting odor, and most of all, an appearance that made one feel pure disgust. Even the most veteran adventurers would feel some psychological disgust upon seeing the appearance of a Forest Wight. But they were no different from small free monsters in front of Lambert. A single slash from his great sword was enough to decapitate the Forest Wight. The Forest Wight's body crumbled down, leaving bone splinters and pieces of rotten meat. Lambert was accustomed to seeing this kind of walking corpse. The number of cruel swordsmen or mad magicians during the 8 countries unification war was as numerous as there were stars in the skies. There was people who gathered hundreds of thousands of bugs to torture their enemies, people who humiliated the enemy general to drop the morale of his troops, people who lost their 4 limbs and remained alive with the aid of white magic, people whose bodies were pierced by a pole and then displayed in the middle of the battlefield. The likes of a rotten corpse was cute for Lambert, who had seen far worse. The undead have come out, Huh. Well, it's been 1 week since I entered this forest without resting. I guess I must be close to the city. When he stabbed his great sword into another forest wight, who appeared close to the previous one, he suddenly sensed the presence of a living human coming closer. So he caught the head of the forest wight and pulled out its skull from its rotten meat. Lambert threw the skull as he turned around. The forest wight's skull struck the trunk of a certain tree, which was located rather far from Lambert. A high-pitched scream rang out. It seemed that the skull was quite a surprise for the owner of the voice. Upon closer inspection, it was a woman. She fell on her rear and raised her hands. Despite the thick mantle draped on her body, the woman's figure was on the thin side. Her reddish-brown hair peeked out from the green scarf that was coiled around her head. She wore a pair of baggy gloves and similarly baggy boots. There was a harp rolling at her feet. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but... My apologies. I mean, this is the first time I heard such a beautiful sword swing. That's why, I assumed you're a renowned swordsman. I mean, may I ask a question? As she asked, the woman whose eyes were closed then opened wide. The color of her eyes was dull and faded. You're blind, huh? How did you get here alone? My ears are better than an ordinary person. Anyhow, I've been living my entire life with this condition. And by the way, my name is Alvana, the traveling bard. Alvana lowered her hand and pointed at the harp at her feet. If you really are a minstrel, why did you deliberately enter this kind of place? Naturally, it's to get inspiration from this eerie forest. Moreover, don't you think that it's even better if I sing the heroic tale of a brave swordsman who doesn't flinch against monsters? I mean, we, the traveling bards, are a source of information, and we're definitely more than delighted to meet a splendid adventurer like you. Alvana spoke with a light tone. She put her hand on the skull that was thrown by Lambert, and then grimacing as she rubbed that skull on the nearby trunk. Are you just when I thought what kind of thing you threw at me, it turned out to be contrary to appearance, she's got guts. Please listen to this, Alvana, O swordsman with amazing swordcraft. Will you allow this humble one to accompany you on your journey? There's a city close by. She's rather suspicious, but it's better to have a guide. Alvana raised a cheerful cry as she received Lambert's permission. Thank you very much. Someday, this Alvana will surely sing a heroic story modeled after you, O great swordsman. Alvana raised her hands and clenched them into fists. Heroic story, my bad, those words aren't suited for someone like me. No, that's absolutely incorrect. My ability to judge someone's character is perfect. And it's thanks to these sharp ears of mine. There's no doubt about it, O great swordsman, sooner or later, you'll become the eye of the storm. Chapter 2. Lambert was walking in the forest alongside Alvana, the blind minstrel. Contrary to Lambert, who was walking cautiously as he observed his surroundings for sudden attacks from monsters, Alvana was walking in a nonchalant manner. Laughing merrily, she spoke to Lambert every now and then to the point of being a little bit annoying. Seeing her acting like that, it was as if she had no worries about monsters appearing out of nowhere at all. Alvana was playing her harp, stopping every several steps and then starting to walk again as she hummed some sort of tune. For some reason, her harp was echoing clearly in the surroundings, as if it blended with nature itself. She's a woman who dares to enter a dangerous forest, despite being blind. She's let her guard down way too much. Has her mind become careless since she knows that I'm with her? Lambert was slightly perplexed upon seeing how relaxed Alvana was. Knight's armor, did you come to this forest because of the rumor about that great horse of nightmare too? Tilting her head, Alvana asked such a question as she looked at Lambert, even though her hearing had informed her of Lambert's position. The way she turned around to look at Lambert made it seem as if she could truly see him. What the heck is that? You've got no idea about that rumor, right? Well, it's the most fearsome being in this lost folk's great forest, an undead's great horse. Though no one knows who made such a powerful undead, it appeared out of nowhere just recently. It's said to be an extremely violent undead. Adventurers who try to subjugate it never return. The city lord is also sending his soldiers to subjugate it, but none of them made it back. I see now. If adventurers are coming here, Then the city must be nearby. I've no idea what you mean by that, Knight-sama. I mean, it's natural to stop by the city to make preparations before you go into this forest. By chance, have you never been to Bara City before? Yeah, I came from Ainsaz City, located right on the other side of this forest. I've nothing to do with this forest. My business is with Bara City itself. Ha ha ha. It's funny how you said that joke in such a serious tone. Your sense of humor is truly amusing, Knight-sama. I mean, danger aside, Ainsaz City is really far from Bara City. Although Lambert was telling the truth, Alvana simply dismissed it as a joke. It couldn't be helped since there was more than a 200-year age gap between them. But of course, Lambert didn't care whether she believed him or not. It was easier this way, especially since she didn't bother to think further into his words. But then, why did you venture so deep into this forest, Alvana? I've said it before. You know, I came to feel the great horse of nightmares force with my own body, because that kind of sensation is akin to good fortune for a minstrel and poet like myself. Although Lambert almost retorted with you just upon hearing her speak like that, he changed his mind upon seeing Alvana's face. She was serious about what she said. Alvana was quite reckless herself. Lambert felt that she was extremely reckless, but he decided to keep quiet about his evaluation of her. He walked forward and replied with a simple "I see." In addition, I happened to hear a rumor in a bar. The horse bears a great resemblance to a horse that was killed 15 years ago. The thing is, I have no idea whether that rumor is true or not. Lambert walked quietly as Alvana recited the rumor that she heard about the ghost of that horse. As befitting a minstrel, her tone was eloquent and prosy. Even though he never asked for it, she was definitely a chatterbox. According to the rumor, it used to be a horse of a famous adventurer. The adventurer who came to the Lost Folks' Great Forest for hunting was taking a rest due to his wounds. However, a thin white horse attacked him. The injured adventurer was already on the verge of death back then, but he was trampled to death after being thrown off the back of the nimble horse. The adventurer was trampled to death with stark hoof marks all over his body, broken limbs, and a disfigured head to the point of being unrecognizable. However, that horse was the favorite war horse of the heir of a noble family. The adventurers who were afraid of the horse's wrath then cut it into pieces as soon as they saw it. They apologized to that heir, slaughtered the horse, and beheaded it. When they arrived at the end of the story, Alvana's intonation loosened and she was back to her usual frivolous tone. It's matching the situation, right? That horse should have a deep grudge against humans. In the end, it became the target for necromancy due to its deep resentment. Resentment is the strongest emotion of any living being, after all, and not all rumors are empty talk. Yaya, did my story move your heart? How unexpected. According to my observations, yours seems to be hard and solid. No. It's not that I'm deeply moved by your story. There was little to no fluctuation in Lambert's voice. Even though Lambert denied it, he felt an emotion akin to sympathy toward the horse who died to protect its master. In that moment, Dan. The sound of a horse's hooves hitting the ground put their conversation to a halt. That sound was heading toward Lambert and company in a straight line. It came. Alvana shouted in high spirits upon hearing the sound of her target closing into their location, but contrary to her cheerful voice, her hips gave away first. The sound is deep. It seems the Great Horse moniker isn't just for show. Lambert unsheathed his great sword. The one who leapt through the trees, heading toward them in a straight line, was a huge black horse. Its burly frame was filled with toned muscle. Its forelimbs were stout and extremely muscular. And yet, Lambert could see that its leg muscles were extremely flexible. The great horse's body radiated a pale light that illuminated the dark forest. Its flesh was only a temporary reproduction from necromancy, and finally, the head that should have been on its neck was gone. A mysterious black-colored blood was continuously dripping down from its neck, where the head should have been. The black blood oozed and fell to the ground, withering the grass around it. I see. It's a great horse. Knight-sama. This is the very same dangerous horse from the rumors. I thought I would be able to get away somehow, but I was too naive. Now that I'm standing in front of it, I know that I won't be able to escape from it no matter how much life I have. The headless great horse rushed toward Lambert. Lambert received his dash head-on with his great sword, but he was pushed back, unable to withstand the power behind the headless great horse's rush. He was pushed back, leaving deep marks in the ground where his feet scraped by. As if excited, the great horse raised both of its forelimbs. The eerie neigh of a horse suddenly resounded in the forest. Chapter 3. The headless great horse lowered both of its raised hooves toward Lambert, aiming to stomp him to death. Lambert dodged and then parried the ramming charge that came next with the body of his great sword. Although the great horse ran into Lambert's side with such great momentum, it turned around immediately by striking the ground with its hooves and rushing toward Lambert for the second time. Maybe because it remembered how easily Lambert parried its rush before, the great horse suddenly stopped right in front of Lambert. It raised both of its forelimbs to crush him to death. Lambert dodged the stomp and readied his sword for another rush. Don't do that, knight's armor," Alvana warned Lambert, as if she knew that Lambert was no longer trying to dodge. Confronting the human, the headless great horse had a giant frame. That's why she thought that Lambert's attack was nothing more than suicide. Lambert's great sword clashed against the great horse's hooves. Alvana couldn't believe what she just heard. It was the sound of a tug-of-war between a horse and a man, who put his entire body weight into stopping its attack. Such a thing is. Even Alvana, who guessed the situation from outside the combat ground, ended up approaching Lambert with slight hesitation. Marvelous. It must have been a really fine horse when it was still alive. Lambert then readied his body and pushed back the horse's giant frame as he raised a war cry. In that moment, the great horse's abdomen was exposed to Lambert. One swing from Lambert's great sword would be enough to end the battle. Nay. Alvana strained her ears, desperate to not miss the moment when Lambert finished off the great horse of nightmare. But Lambert didn't do anything. Alvana muttered in shock. The horse also maintained its distance from Lambert, as if to guess the man's intention. "You were also killed by your lord, right? It's fate to meet you in this kind of place." The great horse tilted its headless neck as it listened to Lambert. In the next moment, it leaned forward and sprung at him. Lambert raised his great sword overhead and swung it down at once. Lambert's miasma leaked out when he put more power into his swing! Alvana stopped moving at once. Her faded eyes opened wide, and she lowered her hips as she became alert. Lambert's downward slash smashed the ground, sending a spray of soil and sand flying. His sword wasn't aiming at the horse. The place he was aiming for was a spot right next to the horse. Maybe due to fear, the great horse then sat on all fours. Lambert readied his great sword again, but then he resheathed it. Alvana's stiffened body then loosened. Closing her eyes, she smiled and touched her lips. "Wow, what a surprise. Geez, you have such a terrifying spirit. And yet, ahahaha. Could it be that you were moved by my story and decided to spare it?" "Nope, I just think that it's not a bad horse. It's troubling that it takes such a long time to move in the forest. On the other hand, a normal horse wouldn't be able to endure the weight of my armor. All of them would be smashed to death. In addition, I couldn't find a horse as good as this one in the previous city." Pardon? Alvana frowned, completely out of tune with Lambert. During the 8 countries unification war, Regio's kingdom desperately tried to crossbreed and raise the best war horses that could withstand the heavy full-plate armor. They chose the horses with the best physiques, then bred them with equally powerful horses. This resulted in tough and powerful horses, and this process was repeated again from the beginning. As for Lambert and the other 4 demon generals, who wore full-plate organ armor, the best of the best war horses were given to them. For Lambert, who used to look at those great war horses, the horses he saw in Ains's city looked malnourished. He could only regard them as useless horses, even the best of the lot. In contrast, this headless great horse was a fine horse, which resembled a warhorse of Regio's kingdom during the 8 countries unification war. Although it still had many shortcomings, Lambert regarded those shortcomings as trivial matters. In the first place, Lambert was an undead. It was only fitting for him to get an undead warhorse as his mount. Most of all, even though the headless warhorse was several levels below Lambert's former beloved warhorse, its fur, atmosphere, and something else had touched Lambert's heartstrings. From the very beginning, ever since he heard the sound of its hooves, Lambert had already decided that he would make this fine warhorse his mount. No, no. This script is wrong. I've never heard of someone being emotionally attached to an undead. They're just rampaging berserkers who cling on to their former lives. Do you realize that you just said something really outrageous, Swordsman-sama? Lambert felt slight indignation when Alvana said the sentence that literally rejected him. A real undead. He ignored Alvana's warning and brushed the great horse's back with his armor-covered hands. The horse shivered slightly, but then its body stopped trembling and it became obedient. Look, it understands my intention to make it my mount. How's that? Handling animals has always been one of my prided skills since a long time ago. It's just scared of you, right? From Alvana's perspective, that horse was submitting to a stronger animal. It was something that happened a lot in nature. Nevertheless, starting from the fact that it hardly felt fear or joy, a situation in which the great horse and undead who should have been rampaging in rage submitted in front of Lambert was nothing but unbelievable. The deciding factor was because Lambert was also an undead himself, but there was no way Alvana knew about that. Swordsman-sama is quite a straight-laced person, huh? I'm a little bit wrong, huh? In a good way. After she said her honest impression, Alvana added a follow-up line without pondering too deeply over that mystery. Even though Lambert tilted his head in confusion upon hearing Alvana's remark, he kept brushing the headless horse's back, who seemed to have grown attached to him. But of course, the headless horse was still trembling in fear. Going along with Swordsman-sama is never boring. But I'm afraid that everyone will call me a liar if I tell them about what really happened right now. Alvana spoke while exhaling a deep sigh. Chapter 4. In a place a short distance away from Lambert and Company's location, 10 adventurers from Dancing Sword, a first-rate guild in Barra City, were riding their horses through Lost Folk's great forest. Dancing Sword was a proper guild, which had gained deep trust and respect from the citizens and Earl Mondos, the current lord of Barra City. The reason they came into this forest was to investigate certain rumors, but not those of the headless undead great horse of nightmare. Recently, there was a rumor about a beautiful white horse with a horn on its forehead, a unicorn. Unicorn horn was a priceless material used in the creation of a powerful miracle drug, useful for dispelling curses and cleansing impurities. However, unicorns were extremely rare animals. On top of that, they were extremely vigilant creatures. The unicorn itself was extremely ferocious by nature, which made their horns even more precious and rare. There was a constant demand for their horns since there were no stocks kept anywhere. Due to that rumor, a noble lady who was a distant relative of Earl Mondo's, came from far away to Barra City, bowing to him to search for that unicorn to cure her illness. Properly speaking, the noble lady should have used a messenger for that, but she came personally due to the urgency of that material. Since Barra City was the city of adventurers, most of the commission was left to the adventurers. Earl Mondo himself was focusing on the development of the Adventurer Guild, so he had a small private army. For that reason, even though he put a large reward for the search of Unicorn Horn, it got less attention since it came after the strife surrounding the Great Horse of Nightmare, which became the current focus of the adventurers in Barra City. Even in the Dancing Sword Guild, only the upper-ranking members were dispatched to search for the unicorn after they made plenty or preparations. Sense anything, leg atop the largest horse, a man with cropped red hair and a trace sword wound on his cheek shouted. His name was Fando. He was appointed as the leader by the guildmaster for this unicorn subjugation commission. There's no sign of a strong monster, Fando-san. Maybe they're hiding from that great horse of nightmare. I can't feel the presence of other adventurers. Just now, I felt the presence of a medium-sized monster around 500 high, around 500 meters, from our position. Further, it seems they're hiding their presence. Though I might be wrong. Please be careful, just in case. The one who replied was a short youth running diagonally behind Fando. His long forelock almost covered his eyes. Although he shut his eyes, cane in one hand while the other hand controlled the reins of his horse, he still replied when Fando asked him about the situation around them. Leg had turned out to be an extremely gifted sorcerer with detection-type spells. For someone who was just 20 years old, he was the most prominent detection-type sorcerer in Barra City, the capital of adventurers. Thanks to his talent, he was forced by his father to join dangerous hunts ever since the tender age of 8, gaining more experience as he grew up. The reason Dancing Sword allowed Leg to participate in this dangerous unicorn hunt was mainly due to his ability. They hoped that they could use Leg's magic to avoid an encounter with the Great Horse of Nightmare and find the unicorn. In addition, Leg had also mastered direction magic, a magic that allowed them to know the cardinal directions in case they became lost in Lost Folk's Great Forest. If our target was such a courageous fella, its horn should have been harvested a long time ago. You're just too nervous, the female adventurer Talmia told him. She had long, golden hair and a slender body. In addition, even though her hatred toward protective gear that would only slow her down made her seem unqualified at a glance, she was in fact one of Dancing Sword's 4 strongest. Her mastery in using custom-made double-edged knives made her a top-tier adventurer. Although there were traces of cuts around her legs, chest, and arms due to her preference in wearing cloth with a high degree of exposure, it gave her a wild charm instead. The Dancing Sword members, who kept looking for the unicorn by following Leg's direction, had finally found the one they were looking for. Although the unicorn was in the middle of drinking water, it raised its head from the water's surface as soon as it saw the incoming party from the corner of its eyes. The length of the horn that grew from its forehead was even longer than the length of its head. Its horn was considered large, even amongst other unicorns. "See, quite a big one we got there. We're literally screwed if we get stabbed by that." "Ready the arrows." "Leg, get back." "Talmia, Milk, you two come with me to attack from close range." Fando gave a precise order. They were going to encircle the unicorn by dispersing their fighting power and slowly closing the distance. The arrows were nothing more than a distraction, since they couldn't penetrate too deeply into the unicorn's tough hide. Soon enough, one arrow fell upon the unicorn. The unicorn was enraged, lowering its head and pointing its horn toward the weakest part of the formation in an attempt to escape the encirclement. In that moment, Talmia kicked her horse as she rode on, jumping toward the unicorn and slashing it at the base of its neck as she flipped in midair. "Yes, here you go." Her following 3 slashes were aimed at the unicorn's head. The unicorn glared angrily at Talmia, kicking the ground with its hind legs. Fando entered the fray at that moment, attacking with his great axe toward the unicorn's head. The great axe pierced the unicorn's head. It wasn't enough to completely cut through the unicorn's tough hide, but her slash had broken the unicorn's neck bone. The unicorn fell to the ground. "It was weaker than I expected. I mean, hunting it with our current manpower was basically overkill, right?" "Just in case, but I've lost my turn to shine." "Ha!" Torque smiled wryly as he lowered his sword. "Ha ha ha, it seems I was too powerful for it." "Well, it was just a medium-sized monster after all. The reason we brought so many people was to raise our vigilance on the way back. We've relied too much on his ability, meaning that we'd be screwed if something happened to him, right? Leg's name has yet to become as famous as us after all." Fando said those words with a teasing tone, brushing Leg's head who just descended from his horse. The normal Leg would try to shake away from Fando's hand, but he did nothing today. "Is something the matter, Leg?" "Some sort of noise that was not here before. Fast approaching in our direction." "What?" Upon hearing that, Fando quickly realized what Leg was trying to say. Fando raised his vigilance, trying to catch the incoming sound. In short, that something hid its presence. Leg, who realized that first, must likely picked up the traces with his detection magic. An eerie pillar of light appeared inside the forest with a flash. "Everyone, get down!" Fando pushed his axe forward as he warned the other party members. A sharp needle crashed against Fando's axe. The other party members reacted immediately to Fando's warning and managed to dodge the incoming needle too. Oi. Nice reaction speed you got there. Even though I expected that attack to take care of half of you, a man appeared from the darkness of the forest. He wore a thick layer of white makeup on his face with a red pattern. His clothing was adorned with vertical purple and white stripes, making him even more shady. Although the makeup made his eyes look big and cheerful, it wasn't enough to hide the sadistic delight hidden within his eyes. "You're the vice master of Slaughter a Circus Troupe, Clown." Fando glared at Clown, clearly displeased by the latter's previous action. Slaughter a Circus Troupe was one of many underground guilds. They didn't have a base as their members wandered from place to place accepting commissions. Although the majority of their members were hoodlums or from fallen guilds, their upper echelons couldn't be underestimated since each of them were trained in their own unique battle art. Worst of all, Slaughter a Circus Troupe had numerous members. The majority of them were hoodlums who couldn't find a job or banished adventurers. That was why it was natural for them to have a large influence in the city. Since they were originally just hoodlums, when one member died, they would eventually be replaced with another 3. This trend continued until their numbers surpassed 100. The Slaughter a Circus Troupe had 3 vice masters due to the sheer size of their organization. Each one of them moved semi-independently. The man named Clown was well known due to his bad reputation and the fact that he appeared more often than the other 2 vice masters. But no one ever knew Clown's true identity since he often removed his peculiar makeup and slipped into the crowd. Every single one of Slaughter a Circus Troupe's upper echelon were hiding their identities behind their unique makeup. "I see. You were following us to avoid their great horse of nightmare and arrive safely at the unicorn's location. It seems he's as petty as the rumor claimed. Now what will he do after his ambush failed? Will he leave?" Clown bent his long legs in an unnatural direction, pressing his hand on his ear as if to hear Fando and Talmia's conversation. What? How dare you say that? First, we're not petty. And shouldn't you guys worry about saving your own asses? Clown's loud voice and claps resounded in the vicinity. "Guys, come out now. Time to finish our job. As usual, kill the men, rape the women before we kill them. Do as you like to the brat, but leave him alive since we still got some use for him." Clown raised a deafening scream with his falsetto voice. A group of men wearing hoods, with crudely drawn faces on them appeared from within the forest. The unpleasant air that drifted off from those men disturbed their horses, even affecting Fando and company. There was no sense of unity in their weapons as every single one of them was gripping a different weapon. Who the hell are they? Fando was surprised by their weapons. Clown had 40 subordinates, which was 4 times the number of the Dancing Sword members in this place. Even a major guild wouldn't dare to use so many people. However, that was of little concern to Slaughter a Circus Troupe. Fando surveyed the surroundings in a panic. They were surrounded with no place to run. "Surprised? These guys followed behind as I chased after you. We surrounded you guys while you were distracted by that unicorn. Now let's start today." Slaughter a Circus Troupe's acrobatics show program to the audience. The reverse hanging experience corner. Clown shouted, pushing out his tongue. That action became the signal for the masked army to make their move. Chapter 5. The battle between Dancing Sword and Slaughter a Circus Troupe had begun. Despite being overwhelmingly outnumbered, the 10 members of Dancing Sword easily gained the upper hand in the battle. Leading the charge was the captain of Dancing Sword's subjugation team, Fando, who swung his great axe with amazing momentum. Ora 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 ora. His powerful swings kept the masked men of Slaughter a Circus Troupe in check, causing them to hesitate in spite of their overwhelming numbers. Even though 5 of them were coming at once toward Fando, none of them could step inside the range of Fando's great axe. It was obvious that they wanted to avoid a direct battle against Fando, the strongest of their prey, but they couldn't go against the orders of the sub-guild master, Clown. It was obvious that every single one of Slaughter a Circus Troupe's members wanted to avoid a fatal wound. Thus, they held back, remaining just outside of Fando's range. Dancing Sword was one of the top 10 most powerful guilds in Barra City, the capital of adventurers. Slaughter a Circus Troupe could overwhelm their opponent in numbers, but they were nothing more than thugs with weapons, far outclassed by their opponent's quality. "What are you doing? Surround them and kill them all." Upon hearing Clown's furious voice, the masked men who stood behind Fando approached him. Talmia, the female swordsman who had apparently been waiting for that, leapt down from her horse. She kicked off the masked man, slashing his throat in one fluid motion and landing gracefully on the ground. "Good job, Talmir." "Almost no different from the rumors." "Does that mean these people are just weak thugs?" "How dare you!" One masked man fired a dart with his blowgun at Fando. Leaning slightly from atop his horse, Fando swung his great axe, then used it to shield his back from the oncoming dart. He retreated to threaten the masked man. Startled by Fando's actions, the masked man fell from the back of his horse, dying after getting stabbed by his own dart. "So they're using projectiles since they realized that they couldn't beat us in close combat. They have no sense of camaraderie at all. And worst of all, that guy just now died from his own stupid mistake." Fando heaved a sigh and then commanded his comrades, "Be careful. These people won't hesitate to use their own comrades to slip behind us." Rather than to inform his own comrades, Fando's main reason for shouting this was to instill distrust amongst their enemies, further lowering their morale. Hearing that, the masked men were more obvious in avoiding frontal confrontation. Dancing Sword's movements suddenly changed. They formed a circle around Leg, the sorcerer with perception magic, and turned the tide of the battle against Slaughter, a circus troupe, who had superior numbers. Despite the overwhelming difference in numbers, it was a battle between a disordered crowd and a group of first-class adventurers. The latter had an overwhelming advantage in this battle. Everyone from Dancing Sword was barely wounded while Slaughter, a circus troupe, had already lost 8 of its people. It wasn't about the difference in their respective powers. It was more about the difference between the two sides' mental states and teamwork. "Stop playing around, you useless pieces of shit." Clown chewed his blood-colored lips in frustration. It was clear from Clown's attitude that his subordinates were nothing more than disposable pawns. The difference between the calibers of the two sides' leaders decided the victory, and this fight shoved that bitter reality right into Clown's face. "Are you only going to look from over there?" Dancing Sword's eye-patch swordsman, Talk, pointed his sword at Clown as he drove his horse in that direction. "Are you looking down on me, you fucking brat?" Clown frowned upon hearing Talk's remark. Talk pushed his sword forward. Clown's figure suddenly vanished right before Talk's sword stabbed him. Where did he go? The moment he said this, he heard the sound of someone landing softly behind him. Upon turning around, he saw that Clown was right there, standing on top of Talk's horse. "You think that shitty swordcraft of yours can reach me, shitty brat?" "Naive, too naive. You're facing the Joker, you know." Clown deftly spun his knife with his left hand. Even after Talk jumped down from the horse in panic, Clown's knife still stabbed into his thigh and feet. "Ugh!" Talk rolled on the ground, dropping his weapon as his legs were pinned. "Caught by an old trick." "Are you an idiot?" Turning around his knife with his left hand to attract his enemy's attention, and then striking his opponent by using his opposite hand. It was Clown's signature move. "But, I guess it's already too late to make a comeback now. I was too naive in thinking that we could steal the horn with just me alone. The plan might have succeeded if I was working together with the other Vice Guild Master. Master will definitely be pissed if they learn of this failure." Clown smacked his lips in frustration as he jumped on Talk's horse and escaped from the scene. Seeing that, the other masked men started to lose their composure and turned around to follow their Vice Guild Master. Clown's armor. After seeing the fallen Talk, Talmir glared at Clown like a feline beast eyeing its prey. "Stop right there." Talmir readied her double-edged sword and closed in on Clown at once. "Take this, shitty jester." One of the members of Dancing Sword pulled his bow and fired an arrow at Clown. Clown turned around and struck down the arrow with his knife. Talmir used the opening when Clown turned around to strike the horse's leg with her double-edged knife. Clown leapt off the horse before it collapsed. "You fucking pieces of shit. Your leader is going to run here. Use your fucking lives to buy me time." Talmir rushed her horse to charge toward Clown. And just like what he did to Talk, he leapt up and tried to land on Talmir's horse, right behind her. His gaze met Talmir's midair. Talmir had also leapt from her horse around the time Clown leapt up. And just like that, Talmir attacked Clown with her double-edged knife. Clown stopped Talmir's knife with his own that was hidden in his sleeve. A loud, metallic sound resounded as their knives clashed. Talmir's hand moved quickly, slashing at Clown's throat with the other edge of her knife. Clown narrowly dodged her attacks, yet she persistently pursued him, skillfully turning her wrist to make one sharp attack after another. She made full use of her double-edged knife's blade. Although Clown parried her sharp and deadly strikes, he was already inside of Talmia's perfect attack range. Finally, a swift slash left a shallow wound on Clown's cheek. Clown looked at Talmia with bloodshot eyes. As he parried her double-edged knife, he destroyed her stance and used that chance to leap back, regaining his footing. "You've done it now." Even though that slash wound was the result of his carelessness, there was no denying that Clown's abilities far outclassed those of Talmia. He was confident that he could easily crush Talmia as long as she was in his attack range. However, another member of Dancing Sword caught up with them and stabbed their spear toward Clown. It was the spear user Buttum. Clown could avoid that attack too. However, he knew that he was at an extreme disadvantage facing so many opponents at once. "You useless pieces of shit small fries. What in the fucking hell are you do?" Clown raised his face, and just when he was about to swear at his underlings, he was completely at a loss. The battlefield was littered with the corpses of those masked men. There were only 8 of them left. The rest either died or escaped. As for the 8 who were still alive, it wasn't out of loyalty toward Clown, it was merely because they were surrounded by the members of Dancing Sword. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to. 2 of those 8 had already raised their hands in surrender, begging for their lives. "You little pie. Give up." Buttum turned his horse, stabbing his spear toward Clown again. Suddenly, an arrow came flying from far behind Clown, aiming straight at Buttum. Reinforcements. When Buttum dodged that arrow, another arrow had already been fired at him. That arrow pierced Buttum's head from the side. It seemed that the second arrow was fired under the assumption that Buttum would dodge the first one. But no matter how you looked at it, it was an impossible feat, because the firing speed of the arrow was simply too fast for a normal human. In addition, one simply needed an inhuman level of skill to predict Buttum's fast movements. Aiming at him from on top of a fast-moving horse and firing the arrows, all of that must be done within a split second. Buttum's spear dropped from his hands as he fell from his horse, a shocked look plastered on his face. It was an instant death. The sudden death of their comrade when they were on the verge of victory gave a large blow to the other members of Dancing Sword. An unpleasant silence instantly enveloped the members of Dancing Sword. Although some were still confused and whispered his name, their voices vanished along with the wind. "Hell yeah, Bullseye." The one who appeared from the direction where the arrow came from was a beautiful young man armed with a bar in his hand. He had curly, ginger hair and was donned in green noble attire. He was riding atop a beautiful, near-transparent horse. His figure was just like that of a king from a storybook. Who the hell are you?" Even Clown, who was protected by that man, didn't know his identity. "I'm just the ally of the weak. What I enjoy the most is turning the tide of battle instead of backing the winning horse. The thrill of turning the table against the winner is something that I can never get enough of." He grinned ear to ear as he spoke those joke-like lines. No way, the war god, Robin Hood, is back in Barra City." Fando looked at the man with a shocked look on his face. Robin Hood, the adventurer born in Barra City. He was an infamous man, who was often sent to jail due to his extremely self-centered personality in spite of his supreme battle prowess. Even though he was sentenced to death, he successfully ensnared his jailer with his eloquence and escaped from the prison. He loved to battle and would go as far as to fan the flame. He even poked his nose in the affairs of others just to satisfy his warmonger nature. Fundamentally, he would choose the weak side, and if both sides were equal in might, he would decide his side with a coin toss. He didn't care for reason, he just wanted a battle. That was why, even if he saved the others on a whim, it was unrelated to something like kindness. And yet, that didn't change the fact that his skill could easily place him in the top 5 strongest of Barra City. Robin Hood was hailed as a monster born in Barra City, the capital of adventurers. "The clown over there, let this Robin Hood help you. Command me in exchange for the weak subordinates that abandoned you. Run or fight. Let the world know the howl of your heart. and enjoy the supreme taste of victory alongside me. Chapter 6. Although Talmia had readied her double-edged knife to launch another barrage of attacks on Clown, she had no choice but to back down upon learning that Robin Hood was assisting Clown from afar. Such a judgment would mark her as a failure in a normal situation. Talmia was known as the fastest member of Dancing Sword. Typically, she could avoid arrows that came from the front. However, she instinctively felt that doing the same against Robin Hood was tempting fate. All he did was set his bow, and yet, Talmia felt that the area within Robin Hood's range had been transformed into a death zone. Robin Hood took his eyes off Talmia and guided his horse towards Clown, who stood with a dumbfounded look on his face. You go circling around them. Hold back their leader. You and you. Split their group in two while keeping a watch on their non-combatant. Kill the weakest amongst them. I'll cover you guys with my arrows. Is that clear? Make sure you're not holding back after coming this far, and put your life on the line. The dampened morale of the masked men of Slaughterer Circus Troupe, whose numbers had dwindled to 8 from the original 40, regained their momentum upon hearing Robin Hood's order. They swung their swords at Dancing Sword with renewed vigor. It was such a precise order. The only way to destroy Dancing Sword was to isolate Fando from the other members and use that chance to destroy the others, as long as they could isolate Fando from the rest of the party. The next thing to do was to lure him by aiming for Leg, the perception-type magician and non-combatant member. Dancing Sword had the choice to abandon Leg, but doing so would only cause suspicion and disturb their formation. That was why crushing the other members was easy as long as they could achieve those two objectives. The movements of the masked men changed tremendously with a clear, precise order. Such changes weren't limited to their own individual movement. Again, such an order was meaningless unless it was precise and everyone was willing to follow it to a T. And the man who appeared out of nowhere understood Clown's situation at a glance. A masked man threw his axe at the back of the swordsman who was guarding Leg, the non-combatant magician. The axe sunk into the swordsman's back, breaking his spine. Two masked men flanked another person, who was shaken by this scene. Like cornered prey, he fell to his knees with a sword sticking out from his abdomen. He was decapitated a moment later. Splendid. Truly well done. Now there's only 6 left, 5 if you exclude their non-combatant. Victory is ours. Don't let your guard down. Don't get impatient. You over there, stand back a bit. Though it's just temporary, you're still under me. I won't forgive any unnecessary sacrifices. Robin Hood shouted his order. The masked men regained their morale and ran toward Dancing Sword. Although Dancing Sword put up a good fight against 40 opponents in the beginning, the addition of Robin Hood to their opponents' lineup instantly turned the tables against them. Robin Hood raised his voice, giving his orders while pulling his bowstring. After killing Bottom, he had yet to kill anyone else. Who the hell are you? Clown asked Robin Hood. How in the hell could he easily turn the tide of battle facing an opponent who could win against greater numbers? Moreover, it was the order from a man who just happened to pass by. Robin Hood smiled ear to ear upon hearing Clown's question. Even Clown, a man, was captivated by that brilliant smile. Clown came to his senses and shook his head. I just raised their morale. Anyhow, how about you do your job properly? Their leader won't fall that easily. Clown had already taken the posture of someone who was trying to run. Clown had no intention of obeying the mysterious man who came out of nowhere, nor did he want to leave. Thus, he just stood idly there. Upon hearing Robin Hood's words, he hesitated a moment and then swallowed. At this rate, achieving his goal wasn't a pipe dream, even though it had yet to be realized. The tide of the battle had already clearly turned in their favor. Thus, Clown readied his knife and made a beeline toward Dancing Sword. In that moment, a giant man clad in full plate armor entered the battlefield from the opposite side of where Robin Hood appeared. What in the world is this commotion? Those clothes. A bandit attack? Robin Hood squinted his eyes, glaring at the man in armor. The former instantly recognized that the latter was by no means an ordinary person due to his voice. The word strong was basically etched on every single part of the latter's body. A third party. You over there. Stop targeting those people and focus on that armored man. Kill him first. Clown, Use your prided speed to strike him from behind. Half of the 8 total men moved in accordance with Robin Hood's order to surround the man in armor. Clown used his agile and nimble body to leap into the tree branches, circling around behind the armored man. The 4 masked men stood outside the range of the armored man, stabbing their weapons to restrict his movement. In the next moment, 2 spurts of blood sprayed into the sky. They were confused. They should have been outside of the armored man's attack range. But of course, taking a simple large stride, the armored man reaped the lives of the 2 masked men in front of him. The reason why his weapon seemed to become longer was because his movement was simply too fast, so much so that it gave the illusion of a longer sword. The remaining masked men who chose to surround the armored man trembled in fear. They fell on their ears and gripped their weapons, unable to understand what just happened to their comrades. Though your appearance, attire, and skill seem to be different from theirs, are you their boss? The man in armor, Lambert, glared at Robin Hood, who gave his command from afar. Lambert ignored the masked men who had fallen on their ears, as if they were not even worth being killed by him. Chapter 7. As the battle between Dancing Sword and Slaughter Circus Troupe had only just begun, Lambert was in the midst of training the headless horse. Alongside the minstrel Alvana, they headed toward the city. However, as soon as Lambert sensed a battle nearby, he left Alvana and the headless horse behind. He aimed to confront the 2 sides of the heated battle. Lambert brandished his greatsword with ease, readying his stance after he slashed the 2 masked men. Do not falter. Create a gap for me to snipe him. Lambert's return greeting was to massacre 2 of the oncoming foes, causing the other 2 to falter. After the 2 masked men surrounded Lambert, Clown, the boss of the masked men, readied his weapon in both hands. They knew that Robin Hood's arrows could easily pierce through the joint of the full plate armor. Even if he missed, the impact would at least cause a bruise on the flesh beneath the armor. While it was true that it was hard to beat someone in full plate armor, it didn't mean it was a futile effort. We have the higher ground. Don't get discouraged. Clown kicked the ground, springing into the air. As he reached the peak of his jump, he threw needles at the visor of Lambert's helmet. Almost at that exact moment, the masked men flanking him sprung toward Lambert. Lambert leapt up, letting the toughness of his armor repel the needles as he intended to ram Clown in midair. Clown never expected that Lambert could jump so high with such heavy armor. Thus, the collision as Lambert planned. Lambert's shoulder struck Clown's abdomen, and the latter's body folded into a U-shape. In his heavy, enchanted armor made of organ, Lambert was like a heavy metal bullet fired at high speed as he moved around the battlefield. Clown's body smashed into a tree. Clown raised a bestial roar as he let out all the air in his lungs. The sound of the impact alone was enough to verify he had broken many bones, thus effectively incapacitated. He vomited blood as his consciousness dimmed from the pain. The masked men were dumbfounded by Lambert's speed. As if he vanished from where he stood, Lambert looked down on the masked men from his vantage point above, readying his greatsword to kill his next target. Meanwhile, Robin Hood's eyes tracked Lambert's every single action. The zealous expression from before had long since vanished from his face, replaced with the face of a hunter eyeing his prey. Honestly speaking, Robin Hood had no intention of participating in this dispute more than he already had done. He would stop aiding as soon as he was convinced that his side had already seized victory. After all, despite his current status as a wanted criminal, he was originally one of the strongest adventurers amongst the countless adventurers in this capital of adventurers. That was why he put a restriction on himself and only went as far as giving commands and backing up his side with arrows. He fooled around all this time for the sake of his own entertainment. But then, a monster in the form of a man clad in full plate armor appeared in the midst of a heated battle. Robin Hood could see through Lambert's monstrosity with a single glance. The moment he fired his first arrow, his fingers moved dexterously to fire the second. Those movements repeated again to fire the third arrow. Those 3 arrows were both fast and terrifyingly accurate. Truly godlike archery skill. The 3 arrows that would make anyone think they were fired simultaneously pierced the air and headed toward Lambert, who was still in midair right before gravity pulled him down. Amazing. There's no way he can dodge this. Upon witnessing that scene, One of the masked men separated from the group and muttered in awe as he saw Robin Hood's archery skill. However, Robin Hood didn't stop there. He took another 3 arrows, hoisting one on the bowstring, ready to be fired, and held the other 2 in the gap between his fingers. His instincts warned him that the previous 3 arrows were far from enough to kill his opponent. And just as he predicted, Lambert swung his great sword with ease, repelling the 3 arrows at once. As Lambert displayed his monstrous reaction speed and strength, even Robin Hood with his outstanding kinetic vision couldn't see the last swing that cut through his 3rd arrow. The moment Lambert landed on the ground, the masked man who tried to attack him had already been bisected right in half. The corpse of the man fell on the ground, staining the ground with blood, gray matter, and internal organs. The other masked man, who stood on the opposite side of his dead comrade, turned around to flee while screaming in despair. However, an arrow whizzed by and pierced his skull out of nowhere. The arrowhead that was thrown with Lambert's Herculean strength could easily pierce through the masked man's skull. I see. He snatched the arrowhead of the last arrow he struck down. Robin Hood failed to see that movement because it was simply too fast. Even though Robin Hood hadn't seen it, he roughly guessed that Lambert didn't strike down the 3rd arrow. All he did was shield himself with his great sword and caught the 3rd arrow right before it fell, making it look like the arrow vanished in midair. Robin Hood ceased his plan to fire the next 3 batches of arrows and returned his arrows to their quiver in silence. His expression reverted to normal from the previously savage, hunter-like expression. He took another bow, the one he carried on his back. His new bow was bigger than a normal bow. Its bowstring was thicker too. Both ends of the bow had gaudy metal ornaments. It was called the Dragon King bow. It was a national treasure class bow. Its bowstring was made from the whisker of the legendary phantom beast known as a dragon. Due to its heavy recoil and the stiffness of the bowstring, a normal person wouldn't be able to use that bow. Instead, the power of the arrow fired by the Dragon King bow was so terrifyingly strong that it could pierce through a rampart. Robin Hood took a specially made arrow, crafted from mithril, from his quiver. Normal arrows couldn't withstand the Dragon King bow's destructive power. Thus, a special arrow was made as its bearer. Even someone as skillful as Robin Hood couldn't utilize this bow's true power. There was a rope string tied on the end of the arrow, and that rope was tied to Robin Hood's arm. He readied the arrow and pulled the bowstring. There was a gimmick in the thin rope which allowed it to disconnect on its own from the arrow once the arrow was fired. A half-baked defense wouldn't work against the special arrow fired from the Dragon King bow. Even full plate armor was no different from a piece of paper. The rope that was tied to Robin Hood's arm bit into his skin and tore his muscle. Now come. This arrow will pierce that guy's helmet. You people do everything to distract him, even if I tease just for a moment. Robin Hood raised his voice. At this very moment, the masked men looked at how easily their opponent dispatched their comrades along with Clown, their boss. They were at a loss. However, even if it was only for an extremely short moment, those masked men had grown fond of Robin Hood's skills and abilities. As a result, all 4 remaining masked men went to surround Lambert. Over my dead body, Talmia blocked the path of one of those masked men, attacking him with her double-edged knife. Out of my way. However, that masked man just let the knife sink into his shoulder, forcefully tackling Talmia's body and pushing her backward. The morale of the masked men couldn't be compared to the first half of the battle, in which they were easily dispatched by the enemy whose numbers were far inferior to their own. The other masked men also sidestepped the disturbance from Dancing Sword and went straight toward Lambert. Robin Hood's aim tracked Lambert's every movement, waiting for an opening to strike him down. Even though the arrow was a unique type, Robin Hood didn't seem to be uncomfortable when using it. The arrow that was fired from the Dragon King bow was faster than the one fired from an ordinary bow. Although the probability of dodging such an arrow was infinitely close to impossible, Robin Hood had this unshakable conviction that the man in full plate armor could easily dodge any incoming normal arrows fired at him, no matter how many. Robin Hood's eyes opened wide, as if to not miss a single possible gap. One of the masked men was still on his horse. He thrust his spear while raising a war cry. Lambert dodged the charge of the mounted masked man by a paper-thin margin, slicing the rider's body in half. The horse kept galloping away, carrying the remaining lower half of its rider as his blood spurted out like a fountain. Robin Hood didn't move at all. His body was still, and thanks to that, his eyes had become accustomed to Lambert's godlike speed. Lambert might be a swordsman whose swordcraft had reached a transcendent state, but Robin Hood was also a marksman who was only half a step away from the same level. Even though the second masked man had already swung his axe by the time Lambert slayed the rider, Lambert calmly stabbed that man's chest with his great sword. Without missing a beat, he pulled the weapon out of the now dead body. Using the residual force when he pulled out his great sword, Lambert turned around and struck the cranium of the third masked man with the flat side of his great sword. The force behind that strike was so powerful, it was as if the third masked man's skull exploded. But Robin Hood didn't move at all. His entire body literally screamed in pain as he held back the Dragon King's bowstring. There was only one masked man left. He had to shoot his arrow no matter what. Rah! The last masked man equipped himself with a morning star, a club with a spiked metal ball on its end. His weapon had the highest chance to bypass Lambert's full plate armor and cause some damage to him. However, that was only if the last masked man could land a hit on Lambert's armor. The masked man who arrived before Lambert felt as if his body was crushed by a mountain. He knew that he would meet his doom whether he could hit Lambert or not. His body was frozen stiff. His arms refused to obey the order from his brain. But, as long as I can make an opening, even if it's just a moment, that person's arrow will surely kill this monster. With that conviction, he raised his morning star again. The range of his weapon was far longer than Lambert's great sword. He was convinced that he would be able to land a lucky strike by swinging his weapon randomly. That was the conclusion he reached in the moment when his brain spun in full gear. The last masked man stretched his arm as far as it could go, holding the other end of his morning star to achieve an even greater range than Lambert's great sword. The last masked man knew that couldn't defeat Lambert. However, as long as his action could make a momentary opening, Robin Hood's arrow would be able to pierce through the armor of the monster before him. Lambert raised his arms while taking a bold stride forward. The morning star rose far above the masked man's head. In the next moment, an overwhelming weight struck down on the crown of the masked man's head. Lambert pushed aside the body of the last masked man, who had been split in half as he rushed forward. Robin Hood didn't even flinch in front of the obvious danger. To be exact, he couldn't move. After all, he knew that if he fired his arrow right at this moment, it wouldn't hit its target. He was completely fascinated by Lambert's godlike swordcraft. Such beautiful swordcraft. He lowered his blood-soaked arm, releasing the arrow to the earth below his horse. The fired arrow burrowed deep into the dirt along with a thunderous sound. None of its shaft could be seen sticking out of the ground. Let's retreat, Seraph. Upon hearing Robin Hood's words, the blue horse turned around and escaped from that place. Although the blue horse didn't have a large frame, it was much faster than a common horse. Robin Hood's favorite horse, Seraph, could manipulate wind with its mana, adjusting the tail winds to increase its running speed and avoiding headwinds that would slow them down. Lambert recovered the great sword that he threw with one hand at Robin Hood, which landed where the latter used to stand. The soil where his great sword landed had been reduced to a small crater due to the impact it received after Lambert's great sword impacted it. They're already out of reach. Robin Hood turned around and looked at the place where Lambert's greatsword had landed with a startled look on his face, but he had no intention of slowing down until he felt that he really was safe. As I thought, I cannot chase after them unless I'm on horseback. Lambert gave up on chasing his enemy. After all, his purpose was to save the people who were under attack just now. Although he misunderstood the situation, no one could deny that the evil one was exterminated. Lambert knew that he couldn't ask the people he saved from ruffians to lend their horses since none of them could withstand the weight of Organ. And that still didn't guarantee whether that said horse could overtake Seraph, because a horse of similar or finer breeding needed to be on par, or surpass, Seraph's speed. But that man doesn't seem to be the type that would let this matter pass like water under the bridge. I have to kill him as soon as possible. I do have a horse that can overtake his horse, But I don't think it's a good idea to expose a headless horse in front of so many people. Chapter 8. Thanks for saving us from that danger. This is the first time I've met someone with such swordcraft like yours. Don't mind it. I just happened to passing in this area. After Robin Hood fled from the battle, Fando bowed to Lambert. He represented Old Dancing Sword to express their gratitude. The rest of the members were scattered around to help the injured members. They brought back 2 of their members who were killed by Slaughter circus troupe. Though we had the upper hand in the first half of the battle, I never expected for the battle god to suddenly appear in this place and help our enemies. Battle god. Lambert's shoulder quivered upon hearing that nickname. In that moment, a small amount of miasma leaked out from his armor. Fando gulped his saliva as he felt the miasma that leaked out from Lambert's armor. Although he felt as if he was facing death itself, Fando wouldn't show hostility to his and his comrade's benefactor. After he adjusted his breathing to calm his shaken spirit, he spoke to Lambert. I don't know the details about how he gained such a nickname, but it's a well-known name in our city. That man with ginger hair, well, I guess it's better to call him by his name. Robin Hood is a former adventurer of Barra. His eccentric behavior was often overlooked since his ability was the real deal. But it was a mistake to do so. Apparently, he became more and more arrogant. And when Robin Hood killed the former city lord's relative on a whim, he received an unquestionable death sentence from all guilds in the city. Though Robin Hood managed to break free from his prison by himself and fled from the city, I hear that his already whimsical personality took a nosedive. Last time I heard, he's been acting like a madman, a sane madman. After he finished his long explanation, Fando glared at the direction in which Robin Hood escaped, and looking at his speech and conduct a while ago. It seems the rumor about him is true. The reason he came here was probably because of his unjust resentment toward the city lord. Although Lambert didn't say anything back, Fando heaved a sigh as soon as he felt that the pressure from Lambert had lessened. He seemed to be surprised when he heard that name Robin Hood. From his reaction, I can assume that he doesn't know about Robin Hood, but he might have some sort of connection with that name. Unfortunately for Fando, Robin Hood was a total stranger to Lambert. The reason was because he had just been revived some time ago after sleeping for more than 200 years. That was why there was no way he knew about the situation on the outside. In the first place, there was no need for Lambert, one of the generals who led Regio's kingdom during the warring era, all the way until it was just one step away from unifying 8 countries, to fear someone like Robin Hood. Although the swordsman named Hector, who fought at the end of Earl Orbuck's case, was quite a formidable opponent for someone who came from this peaceful era, Lambert's experience and power far surpassed almost everyone who lived in this peaceful era. As a matter of fact, as soon as he heard Battle God, Lambert recalled the figure of a certain person who lived a long time ago when he was alive. Ha! So it's not the Marshal of Belfie's kingdom, Battle God Adelaide. Ha! Battle God Adelaide was Lambert's greatest obstacle in Belfie's kingdom during the era of the 8 countries unification war. He was a big man, bigger than Lambert, who was equipped with a giant axe made of organ. Lambert had crossed swords with Adelaide once before, but the latter was forced to retreat since he judged that prolonged battle would bring a disadvantage to his troops. Thus, that battle never met its conclusion. Later on, they faced each other again in another battle, but Regios has made a counterplan that would kill Adelaide for sure. Although they made up to 3 backup plans, Adelaide broke through all of them alive since Regios' side made a mistake in calculating his true power. In the end, Lambert was dispatched to kill Adelaide, but since Adelaide had already been wounded before their final confrontation, Lambert couldn't say that he killed Adelaide with his own power. As a swordsman, Lambert didn't wish to kill a formidable yet injured foe like Adelaide, but Adelaide's wounds were the result of the numerous sacrifices of Lambert's comrades. Thus, he decided to swallow his pride as a swordsman and prioritized his country. Many times, he wondered if Adelaide at his peak might be more powerful than Lambert. That was why Lambert was startled upon hearing the familiar nickname again in this era. If Adelaide was also resurrected like him in this era, he who had been freed from the role of a general who shouldered the fate of his motherland wished to have a final battle to conclude their past rivalry, which ended in an unfavorable way for Adelaide. Contrary to Fando's expectation, Lambert actually reacted to the battle god title instead of the person in the current era who had that title. Lambert couldn't hide his embarrassment when he realized that he just ignored Fando for a while, letting the latter stare at him. The general coughed a little to cover his mistake. Lambert was a bit of an airhead when it came to his personality as a person. But then, you could easily force that battle god, that Robin Hood, to flee. Just who in the world are you? Let's set that aside for now. Who are you people? And who the people who attacked you guys? Lambert looked around at the corpses of the masked men. We're adventurers from Dancing Sword Guild. We came to this forest after we received a commission to retrieve the unicorn's horn. And just as you see, we were attacked by those people after we retrieved the item. We were almost annihilated back then. That's why. Thank you very much for saving us. I see. Were those guys aiming for the horn too? I don't know. Maybe their goal was to obstruct us from obtaining the unicorn's horn. But one thing's for sure, someone hired them to obstruct us. Well, I think most of them have no idea about their request either. Well, can you tell me what are you going to do with the unicorn's horn? In case they had a proper reason to use the unicorn's horn, Lambert wouldn't be reluctant to help them. You don't know about that? I mean, all adventurers in the city already know about this matter. Well, it'll take quite a lot of time if I need to tell you the details, but are you also on the way to Barra City? If yes, then I can tell you the details of this matter along the way. In addition, I also want to express my gratitude to you for helping us. Lambert couldn't help but heave a sigh upon hearing that. At that moment, Fando and the other members of Dancing Sword felt a chill run through their spines. All of them bore witness to Lambert's fierce swordcraft, which could easily have annihilated every masked man and, in the end, forced Robin Hood to flee. They knew that every single one of them might be killed by him if they crossed him. Thank you for the invitation, but, unfortunately, I still have some business left in this forest. Since that story is so famous in the city, I'll look into it later. The reason he rejected their offer was because of the existence of his headless horse, which he entrusted to Alvana for the time being. Even so, it obediently followed Lambert's orders after he tamed it. However, the headless horse still needed proper training to prevent it from indiscriminately attacking others. In addition, its bounty aside, that kind of horse wasn't something one could normally show in front of Dancing Sword's members, who were all normal humans. I see. That's unfortunate. In that case, make sure to visit Dancing Sword's base once you return to Barra City. After he split ways with Dancing Sword's group, Lambert returned to the hiding place of the headless horse and Alvana. As soon as Lambert found them, he saw Alvana with a curious smile on her face brushing the body of the headless horse, who lowered its headless neck. Have you returned, Swordsman-sama? When Alvana turned around, the headless horse stood in front of her, as if to protect her from Lambert. It seems the horse has taken a liking to you. Originally, I loved plants and animals. Well, I also played a flute for it a while ago. Maybe that's why it likes me. Rather than that, it seems to fear you, Swordsman-sama. I doubt that. I mean, I'm also unexpectedly loved by animals. Horses aside, even when I'm asked to capture a runaway pet, they obediently follow me without resisting. Isn't that just another way of saying that they're afraid of you? Alvana folded her arms, tilting her head to the side as she looked at Lambert with a conflicted look on her face. Chapter 9. After regrouping with Alvana and the headless horse, they continued their journey toward Barra City. Although he urged the headless horse to run, it refused Lambert's order while matching its walking pace with Alvana. Just as he expected, the headless horse could walk calmly with Lambert, who was no different from a lump of metal of the same height riding on its back. It was still a far cry from the warhorse ridden by Lambert when he was still alive, but the headless horse's large build resembled that of a warhorse used by Rijo's kingdom during the era of the Eight Countries Unification War. Lambert was elated when he found out that the headless horse could run with the former riding on its back. After all, Lambert hadn't been able to find a horse that could run with him riding on its back in Ainsize City. Not bad. Despite what he said, He didn't exactly feel like that inside. The headless horse was scared of Lambert, but its attitude after Lambert tamed it in a bout was praiseworthy. Just like humans, the beast was also the kind of living being that was attracted to strong men. That was why Lambert was truly elated after he gained such recognition from the headless horse. Even though Lambert was just straddling over it, the headless horse had also become emotionally attached to Lambert as they advanced on the road. Alvana, who was originally sensitive to changes around her, had also noticed the change in the headless horse's actions. She even secretly admired such a fact. "You're so amazing, Swordsman Sama. It's as if you're charismatic enough to attract humans and animals, even undead animals on top of that. You're definitely a king's vessel." Lambert reacted upon hearing Alvana's words. He forcefully reined back the miasma that unconsciously leaked out from his body, and shook his head. "No, I'm sure that you really are. But of course, what intrigued me the most was the reason why someone as great as Swordsman Sama was traveling alone." The reason for Lambert's death was none other than his own charisma. It was so great to the point of surpassing his lord herself. Lambert, who could have easily snatched the throne of the newly formed Regio's kingdom, ended up killed by Glyph, his ex-best friend. What resulted from that was Lambert's name falling from grace, reduced to that of a mere sinner. "No, I'm sure that it's just your imagination. Are you by chance thinking about something?" Alvana asked such a question as soon as she felt that Lambert was slightly troubled by her remark. She was torn between digging in deeper into this matter or not. "I'm trying to think of a name for the horse," Lambert replied bluntly, as if the eerie atmosphere from before was a lie. Alvana spotted Lambert's lie immediately, but she had no intention of further delving into this matter. "Oh, I almost forgot about that. Of course you need to name your horse. I was a bit skeptical when you said you'd make that horse yours at first, but after it calmed down from its frenzy, I found out that the horse was a really adorable child. I expect that much from my horse." Moreover, Lambert felt that an undead horse was more appropriate for him, who was an undead too. It was already a rare thing for an undead to find an appropriate undead mount. On top of that, both the rider and the mount maintained their own sense of self to an extremely high level, equivalent to that of when they were still alive. The existence of such an undead with an ego was the rarest of the rare. It was as if Lambert and the horse were tied by a string of fate. In order for an undead to maintain their ego, 3 requirements needed to be fulfilled: mana, lingering attachment, and strong will. In a normal situation, mana would be dispersed back to nature once the body died, but it would remain inside as long as the body had an extremely powerful lingering attachment. In this case, it was infused in the bones instead of being dispersed outside. Most necromancers manipulated the corpse by using the residual mana in the bones, but without a will to control their own body, the said undead was reduced to a mindless husk, a mere puppet of the necromancer. Therefore, the strength of the mana, lingering attachment, and will would decide just how much of the ego was retained in the undead. In that respect, one could see the main reason for the fame of the headless horse. It retained its will, even after becoming an undead. There was the continuation of the story. The most important factor for the undead to retain their ego was the elapsed time after the death of the body. In case a long time had passed since the death of the body, the mana inside of the bones would mutate, transforming into something else and completely losing its original pattern. The headless horse, who only transformed into a violent undead instead of a mindless undead even after 50 years had passed since its death. Aside, Lambert retained his entire ego from when he was still alive. This case, in which over 200 years had passed since his death, was definitely out of the norm. "Can you tell me the name for the horse, Swordsman Sama?" Lambert was caught completely off guard since he hadn't put much thought into the matter. Alvana's face was drenched in a cold sweat upon seeing the troubled Lambert. After all, she forgot that Lambert was lying about thinking of a name for his horse. She asked such a spontaneous question in order to break the ice and keep the conversation going. She had zero intentions of making things awkward between them. "Chocolate. What do you think about that name?" Unexpectedly, Lambert was the one who broke the ice. Before he added the reasoning, because of its black color, he looked at Alvana, who made a horrifying face upon hearing that name. "No, I gotta say, it might be quite adorable, but I don't think chocolate is an appropriate name for it. Alvana disagreed with Lambert's choice of name. The meaning behind her remark was clear, as if I could tell a story of you running alongside the headless horse named Chocolate. Ah, I see. What do you think about Nightmare? I mean, it was originally an extremely famous and fearsome undead called Great Horse of Nightmare after all. Let's take that into consideration for a name. Alvana let out a chuckle as she rubbed her lips. The horse aside, I think you're quite adorable too, Swordsman-sama. I never expected that you, of all people, would choose Chocolate as a name. Well, naturally, I don't mean to look down on you or anything. But do you really like chocolate? Lambert didn't answer her question. Chocolate. It was the kind of chocolate pastry loved by Aurelia, Lambert's former lord. Naturally, Aurelia lived a life of almost complete abstinence from her favorite food in order to prevent her identity as a woman from being discovered by the Archduke, who was aiming for Rijo's throne. Lambert was once again reminiscing about his past. Chapter 10. While traversing through Lost Folk's Great Forest, Lambert finally decided to call the Headless Horse Nightmare. Since Lambert's abysmal naming sense was exposed the more he talked with Alvana, he finally used Alvana's suggestion to name his horse. The main reason was because Alvana insisted on Nightmare to the point that Lambert's opinion didn't matter to her anymore. Although they were attacked every once in a while as they walked, such threats were trivial matters for Lambert. Nightmare trampled on the head of a giant spider who blocked their way, and annihilated a flock of forest twites which were most likely bandits when they were alive within 10 seconds. Even the largest forest twite was beheaded and sent flying, crashing into a big tree due to the combined effects of Lambert's swordcraft and Nightmare's charge. All of that happened in a flash, and they returned to where Alvana was waiting and talking to herself for a while. Soon, they arrived at the edge of the forest that was closest to the city, and he decided to part ways with Nightmare for the time being. He could not take Nightmare along with him to the city since his horse was simply too eye-catching. Even when they were still in the forest, Lambert tried his best to hide Nightmare from others. Lambert gave strict orders to Nightmare to escape, even when attacked, and to return as soon as he called the horse's name again. By then, Nightmare was completely attached to Lambert. It nodded its headless neck to show that it understood Lambert's order, and then strolled into the darkness of the forest. After arriving at Barra City, Lambert parted ways with Alvana. After all, since the very beginning, they just traveled together and would part ways once they reached the city. Thank you very much, Swordsman-sama. It's thanks to you that I've experienced such a rare experience. This Alvana won't forget this journey ever. However, I'll only be able to tell half the story, since I don't think anyone will believe me. Even if I tell them the entirety of what transpired today, almost everything is simply unbelievable. After saying those words with her usual light-hearted tone, Alvana left, waving behind her. Let us meet again if fate dictates it so. I'll be looking forward to our next meeting, Swordsman-sama. Since Barra City was said to be the capital of adventurers, there were far more adventurers here than any other city. The sight of people carrying large weapons on their backs or those walking alongside their hunting partners, demon subordinates, wasn't a rarity in this city. Even amongst those people, the figure of Lambert, who was already taller than everyone else and covered from head to toe with showy organ, was already extremely conspicuous. It was only natural. The people who saw Lambert's figure from afar stopped walking, dropped whatever they were carrying with them, and looked at him with dumbfounded looks on their faces. The trio of people who were leaning on the wall didn't even try to hide the scornful looks on their faces as they gazed at Lambert. What a huge statue! Can you even move properly when you're wearing all that? Mark, tease him a bit. The youngest girl of the trio, named Mark, was the one who ridiculed Lambert. Leave it to me, senpai. The trio were members of the adventurer guild Toxic Rat. At a glance, it was a normal guild, but as the capital of adventurers, Barra City lacked the resources to oversee the numerous guilds. Thus, many were no different from ruffian gangs. Toxic Rat was one such guild. There were many rules in the city established by the city lord, but they broke them left and right. For instance, they used magic to pickpocket, sold information to dark guilds, accepted banned commissions, and blackmailed the commissioner. Mark's parents, who were also working as adventurers like many other citizens in Barra, lost their lives in the fight against monsters. Ever since then, Mark only survived by stealing. Since she had imprisonment in her personal history, proper guilds didn't want to take her, in spite of her talent in magic. Thus, she entered Toxicrat. "Oh darkness, hide my figure." After Mark muttered, a magic circle appeared with her at its center. It was a spell that weakened her presence, although it was a spell that was most suited to ambush her opponent or flee from monsters if used properly. It was reduced to a mere spell for stealing in the hands of Toxicrat. The one who taught this spell to Mark was from none other than Toxicrat. "Ha ha ha ha. That kind of weak magic is the most suited for you. You really are part of us now, huh?" Mark sneered upon hearing the other's remarks. "I have no intention of rotting in your guild. If I can polish and perfect my mastery over this spell, I'll use it to slip out and cut all ties with you bastards." She didn't show her inner feelings toward the two and just accepted their words with a courteous smile on her face. "Please take a look. I'm gonna hit that huge walking statue from behind and topple him down. I'm pretty sure that he's going to yell and try to stand up." She then slipped into the crowd, skillfully maneuvering her way toward Lambert. She could already imagine herself standing right behind Lambert, using wind magic to push him forward and then ramming herself toward him to topple him down. When she arrived at the appropriate distance, Lambert suddenly came to a complete stop. The distance between them was around 6 meters, around 3 times the length of Lambert's great sword. Nonetheless, there were so many people around them. But that didn't mean that he couldn't sense Mark, who diluted her presence with magic outside of a 6-hein radius and mixed in amongst so many people in the crowd. The reason he stopped walking wasn't because he sensed Mark's presence, since she originally had nothing to do with him. It was due to another reason. Otherwise, she would have already been choked to death by Lambert's killing intent. In battle, the act of interfering with another's fight to take the enemy's head from behind was a legal act. That kind of person existed, the type who polished their craft to near mastery just to take the enemy general's head. As one of the 4 demon generals, Lambert experienced this occurrence countless times in the middle of battle. In addition, the assassins also came for him outside of battle. As a warrior from the era of the 8 countries unification war, he learned the method to sense someone's intent toward him, even outside of battle. After all, anyone who neglected such a skill during that era was doomed to die young, even if they were an extremely talented swordsman. For Lambert, who survived the ambushes of countless top-class assassins during the era of 8 countries unification war and turned the table against them, Mark's half-assed camouflage was no different from exposing herself while barking loudly in front of Lambert. But she was lucky. If she was more talented, Lambert wouldn't stop at just radiating killing intent toward her. He would kill her right on the spot. Even if Mark had talent in magic, she was nothing more than a girl born in a peaceful era, trained by ruffians to use magic. Her act looked like nothing more than a child's prank to Lambert. Thus, he didn't even care about retaliation. There was plenty of opportunity to force her back with little threat. But Lambert chose to walk again as if nothing happened. He wanted to make her give up. Such a lively city. I guess the first thing to do to track the movements of Devil's Piper is visit the headquarters of Dancing Sword. Lambert, who could repel Mark almost automatically, didn't pay special attention to her. But Mark didn't seem to give up. Ugh. Burp. Mark, who was exposed to Lambert's pure killing intent, fell on the rear, unable to stand up. She desperately held back from throwing up the gastric juice in her stomach and swallowed it back down. Right after that, she became the center of attention. "Hey, what's wrong, miss?" What happened to her? Who knows? She just suddenly fell on her rear. What's happening to me? Why did I suddenly spasm and collapse for no reason? As for Lambert, he had turned around and left that place like everyone else, as if that incident had nothing to do with him. He mixed into the crowd, looking for the headquarters of Dancing Sword. Chapter 11. Lambert, who came to visit Dancing Sword, received a warm welcome from the guild members. The reason for this was because, without Lambert's assistance in driving away Robin Hood, the entire party who went out to hunt the unicorn would have been annihilated. Since most of the guild's lineup was dispatched in that mission, Dancing Sword would have been on the verge of disbandment if not for Lambert's interference. Thanks to his overwhelmingly strong aura, the members of Dancing Sword flinched the first time they saw Lambert. However, the atmosphere in the guild softened a lot when Fando, the large man with red hair who was also the leader of the subjugation team, called out to Lambert with "You've finally come. Welcome." After all the members of the subjugation team went to Lambert to thank him for his help, Fando then came last. "By the way, Sama told me to bring our savior once he visited our guild so that he can thank you in person. Will you come to meet him?" Fando seemed to be rather surprised upon hearing Lambert's question. "You don't know him?" "Sama is our guild master. He's the one who raised our guild, Dancing Sword, from a weak and nameless guild to become one of the top guilds in Barra City in just 5 years. Thanks to his original swordcraft, which focused on feints, and his magic, he rose through the ranks and became one of the 5 strongest adventurers in this city of innumerable adventurers, Barra. Well, he might be closer to your type as a swordsman than that battle god, Robin Hood, but I guess you don't want to boast your ability, huh?" Although Fando was talking proudly about the guild master until halfway, he suddenly scratched the back of his head, smiling wryly upon recalling the scene in which Lambert repelled Robin Hood. Fando guided Lambert into the innermost room. Dancing Sword's guildmaster, was a white-haired man with slit eyes. His figure was rather slim for a swordsman. The man was different from the rumors. On first impression, he was rather innocuous due to his appearance and the way he moved. Although was having a friendly chat with a female adventurer when Lambert and company came into the room, he told Fando and the female adventurer to leave the room for the time being, since there was something he wanted to talk with Lambert about. "So you're the aforementioned armored swordsman, huh? Allow me to thank you personally for saving my guild members." Though it was a cunning trap, the name of Dancing Sword would be tarnished once we failed to accomplish the commission from Earl Mondo himself. "But of course, Earl Mondo already knows about you from me. He said that he's interested in you too. Let's talk over here. When you aim for the top in this city, passion and luck alone aren't enough. When I heard about your swordcraft, I assumed that you'd already gone through 1 or 2 hellish situations. You've survived unscathed all this time, right?" "Well, I guess not. I wanted to talk with you without that helmet covering your face. That's why I asked them to leave us. Lost members can be easily replenished via recruitment. But the same can't be said for the name of the guild. In this matter, we successfully accomplished a direct commission from Earl Mondo himself, a commission which is avoided by many other guilds. Now we're one step above the other guilds. That's why. Thank you very much for your assistance at that time. We would have been in a bind if we failed that commission." Was trying to see Lambert's reaction as the former spoke to the latter. Lambert thought that the man before him was a frivolous and rather weird man, the exact opposite of the ever-serious Fando. The general who can't treasure the lives of those in his army won't survive for long. The people who used paltry tricks to get out of that kind of situation meaninglessly are bound to stumble sooner or later, and eventually fall. Including you. I think a first-rate swordsman will do the same as Robin Hood." His eyes opened slightly as if examining Lambert. Part of His remark was mistaken. Surely, in his long career, Lambert hadn't emerged as the winner completely unscathed. That was only natural when one considered the severity of the 8 countries' unification war. Nevertheless, Lambert decided to fight, cutting through the battlefield to protect what he wanted to protect, and for a great cause. On top of that, His speech, which indicated that he prioritized wealth and fame over his subordinates, was the exact opposite of Lambert's principles. In addition, even his fellow first-rate swordsmen were divided by level to measure their real skills. After the silence persisted for a few seconds, touched his mouth, laughing as if to gloss over the difference between their principles. "No, it's okay to leave it as it is. I have to say that I'm in the wrong in this case. The truth is, Earl Mondo invited us to come to his mansion. He wants to express his gratitude in person. That goes for you too. Will you accept his invitation?" "Earl Mondo-sama will be pleased if you do." He told me to make sure to invite you once I met you. But Lambert was an undead, he couldn't eat. On top of that, he couldn't take off his helmet either. His identity as an undead might be exposed right there, in a place where deception wasn't allowed. For Lambert, who considered the possibility that Devil's Piper was aiming for this region, he had to make sure that the Earl was unrelated to Devil's Piper. I'll only come to give my greeting. I'm too uncouth for that kind of place. Naturally, as the chief vassal of Aurelia, the king who united the entire western continent, Lambert was completely accustomed to the noble's social life, but in this case, he simply wanted a reason to turn down the invitation. Moreover, he didn't lie in one way or another, since different eras had different customs and manners. By the way, did you come to this place to become an adventurer? If that's the case, I'll be grateful if you're willing to become our comrade. Our guild will be more than willing to accept your non-standard skills. The applications to enter our guild will increase if we use your feats as propaganda for Dancing Sword. And then, becoming the top guild of this capital of adventurers won't be a dream anymore. Thank you for your invitation, but I think you already understand the unresolved difference between our principles, right? In addition, I won't be staying in this region for a long time. I see. That's regrettable. Yunos replied with a wry smile on his face. That was a rather short reply considering his fervent speech from before. But Lambert didn't miss the fact that such a simple reply from Yunos was the reply after desperately holding down his own emotions. In fact, Yunos wanted to drag Lambert to join his guild no matter what. Once it was known that his guild received help from someone for a unicorn subjugation and to repel Robin Hood, the impression of Dancing Sword in this case would dim a lot. Lambert's fame would be included in Dancing Sword's fame as long as he managed to convince Lambert to join his guild. But Yunos forced his disappointment down in his heart without showing it on his face and simply brushed it off with a wry smile. This man is rather untrustworthy. Although I'm grateful to have a connection with this guild, maybe I shouldn't rely too much on this guild in an emergency situation. Come to think of it, I've yet to hear your name. May you tell me your name? Just call me Lambert. Yunos was even more confused seeing how easily Lambert had provided his name. In the history of Regio's kingdom, Lambert of the Four Demon Generals was famous for being a scoundrel who rose through the ranks through many unscrupulous means. His true nature as a traitor was revealed right before the end of the Eight Countries Unification War. He launched an assassination attempt on Hieroglyph, only to have the tables turned on him after a long, fierce battle. Although it didn't change the fact that Lambert's ability was real, Yunos had a hard time understanding why Lambert used the name of the traitor to introduce himself. Ha. Such an unusual idea, but I like it. Yunos said his real impression in order to curry favor with Lambert. Chapter 12. The next day, Lambert visited Earl Mondo's mansion along with the 7 main members of Dancing Sword. Those 7 people were composed of the Guildmaster, Yunos, 4 members from the Unicorn Subjugation Team, and 2 others whose faces were unfamiliar to Lambert. Earl Mondo's mansion was a large and beautiful mansion made of red brick. The mansion was surrounded by a beautiful garden, from which one could see the hobby of the Earl. Even though it was smaller than Earl Orbuck's mansion, it was big enough. The biggest difference compared to Orbuck's mansion was the fact that Orbuck's was made in preparation for an invasion from a foreign enemy. The walls of Orbuck's mansion were tall and thick. There were also numerous soldiers patrolling around the wall, which made it even more difficult to invade. In retrospect, that caution seemed to be necessary knowing that Earl Orbuck was colluding with Devil's Piper, an anti-government organization. Yunos took the lead. He bowed politely at the 2 gatekeepers who were stationed at the gate. I'm Yunos, the Guild Master of Dancing Sword. I've come in accordance to the invitation from Earl Mondo a few days ago. The gatekeeper squinted his eyes, glaring at Yunos in suspicion. A small question rose in Lambert's mind once he noticed that gatekeeper's expression. The gatekeeper on duty should have already noticed. He should have known the faces of Dancing Sword in advance, since they are supposed to visit the mansion today. But the gatekeeper moved his gaze away from Yunos and spoke to the other gatekeeper. Hey, call the one in charge to guide them today. The other gatekeeper nodded in silence. Then, He ran toward the mansion without even greeting Yunos and company. The way they acted was strange, no matter how one looked at it. The other party was a soldier who served under a noble. Even though Dancing Sword was one of the top guilds, they were, in the end, just adventurers. Nevertheless, the way the soldiers treated the Earl's guests was way too impolite. "Hey, we're the one who received an invitation. What's the meaning of th?" Fando stepped forward to ask the remaining gatekeeper, but Yunos stopped him. "My apologies for his rudeness. He's a bit too hot-blooded." Although Fando had no idea why Yunos was apologizing, he abided the guildmaster's order and stepped back. The gatekeeper sneered upon seeing that. "Indeed, they look like a bunch of ruffians who're trying to get ahead in society." Yunos couldn't talk back to the gatekeeper. He just smiled enigmatically like before. It was as if he didn't feel the need to make the gatekeeper eat his words. At that moment, the gatekeeper who ran into the mansion a while ago returned along with a big man. The big man's arms were as thick as a log. His nose, cheeks, and face swelled up, which made him look like a pig. He was obviously an unsuitable person for a guide. Upon being exposed to such a dangerous atmosphere, all members of Dancing Sword except Yunos raised their guard, never neglecting the training of his servants, even in this peaceful era. Splendid. Lambert was the only one whose train of thought was different from the others. After all, in the era where Lambert lived, power was justice. A noble's mansion being raided was not a rare occurrence. That was why he didn't mind, even if the guide was someone who looked like a veteran warrior. "I see now. You guys are the Dancing Sword people who brought back the unicorn's horn. It seems the rumor about you guys was true. Different from us. You're too cowardly to even fight the monster from the front. Ha! You really use everything and anything." The big man spoke as he laughed at them. Hearing that, Lambert finally understood the situation. No one could get the unicorn's horn because of their fear of the headless great horse. In short, the adventurers made the private army lose face. Lambert's high expectations of the pig-like man shriveled at once. "I'm Glasgow-sama. I'm the captain of the soldiers who serve under Earl Mondo-sama. But what a disappointment. Even though I took my time to see the face of the adventurers who subdued the unicorn, all I see right now are the faces of weaklings. What a letdown." "This is the top power of the soldiers under Earl Mondo. It seems the real power is in the hands of the adventurers. Although in the eyes of the Earl, the adventurers are a convenient power that he can use when he needs, but they lack a sense of responsibility. In fact, both sides will fight back to back in battle to defend Barra City." Lambert glared at Glasgow, the leader of the Earl's private soldiers, while feeling dumbfounded upon his finding. Although he knew that the fame of Barra City as the capital of adventurers was not just for show, he wished that the Earl would at least train in his direct subordinates properly. "You don't seem to be that strong in my eyes. Well, how about a little game with me before you meet the Earl?" "Why you ask? It's because you made us lose face by snatching the jobs from us. Do you understand? It's really troublesome since Earl Sama trusted your petty adventurers guild more than us, his subordinates." When Glasgow signaled with his eyes, the gatekeeper who had brought him approached Glasgow with two mox battle swords in his hands. "I will never approve of you bastards' achievement, no matter how big it is. One of you, come forward and fight me with this mock battle sword. I'll let you pass if you can land a hit faster than me." How troublesome. "Don't you think that Earl Mondo will be angered if he learns about this matter?" As expected, even Yunos couldn't help but lose his patience. After all, the subordinates of the Earl himself were picking a meaningless fight with the benefactor and guest of their superior. Although Yunos could easily beat Glasgow, he wanted to avoid the situation in which they were forced to go back after he lost the challenge. Even the other members of Dancing Sword found Glasgow's act of provoking them and spitting lies unpleasant. Most of the members of Earl Mondo's private army were relatives of the Earl. Such customs were still deep-rooted, even after more than 200 years. Even someone like Earl Mondo wasn't exempt from such customs. In short, it was authoritarianism, the exact opposite of the adventurers' achievement-based society. Although they received formal training, they had no sense of crisis like the adventurer guilds. Since they felt they were safe with the backing from Earl Mondo and his family, they almost never grew, and since they had the mentality of throwing dangerous jobs to the adventurers, the best of them were only on par with second-rate adventurers. Even when Earl Mondo was scouting outstanding manpower every once in a while, they eventually left due to the unreasonable oppression from Glasgow's faction. Naturally, Glasgow didn't really want to send the invited guests away. He simply couldn't stand the scene of the rowdy adventurers marching into the mansion with expressions that said we accomplished a commission that even the Earl's private army couldn't accomplish, on their faces. That was why he wanted to prevent that from happening. Let me try. Lambert went forward. He knew that Yunos and company hesitated to accept the challenge to protect the name of their guild. If that was the case, since he was unrelated to Dancing Sword and had no intention of staying in this land for too long, he went to accept the challenge. The adventurers of Dancing Sword also felt relieved. They thanked Lambert for his wit. "It'll be boring if no one dares to face me." Glasgow grinned ear to ear as he took the mock sword from the gatekeeper. HMPH. Such a bloke. He doesn't even realize that the mock sword in his hand has already been tampered to the point that it'll break as soon as our swords make contact. Glasgow took a stance after Lambert let go of his great sword and received the mock sword. "Are you ready?" The winner is the one who lands the first hit on their opponent's body. Glasgow suddenly rushed toward Lambert as he said so, but he was aiming for Lambert's sword guard. His plan was to hit his opponent's hands as soon as he destroyed the other party's weapon. HMPH. Suddenly, Lambert broke his own mock sword in two and threw it like scrap. He retreated to dodge Glasgow's attack. Then, he closed in as soon as Glasgow's sword missed its target, disarming him, and sent a light slap at Glasgow's face. "Bah!" Exclamation mark. That light slap was apparently powerful enough to send Glasgow tumbling to the ground. He only stopped after his head crashed against the wall. Lambert once again failed to realize that his light was by no means light for the people of this era. Lambert's slap broke 7 of Glasgow's 8 teeth, which fell on the ground along with his blood. The broken tooth had already been smashed into small pieces as it fell on the ground, but he was lucky that he only lost his teeth. If Lambert slapped him for real, it was at least enough to separate Glasgow's head from his neck. Arg, arg. Wow, what happened to me? When Glasgow raised his face, he saw Lambert raise the mock sword that was dropped by Glasgow. The match won't end until one party is hit by a mock sword. Color drained from Glasgow's face at once. He retreated, clinging desperately on the wall behind him. Maybe due to overwhelming fear, as soon as he saw Lambert's body flinch, Glasgow passed out immediately. At the same time as he passed out, Glasgow had also lost control of his own bladder, resulting in him peeing his own pants. How miserable. Your disgraceful act as a soldier is like throwing mud on your lord's face. Lambert lowered his stance and returned the mock sword to the gatekeeper. Yes, our deepest apologies. Even the rude gatekeeper from before received the mock sword from Lambert with his knees on the ground. The gatekeeper stopped acting cocky in front of Lambert. He planned to regain his dominance by rebuking Lambert, but he was completely overwhelmed by Lambert's charisma. Although I still have my doubts over the matter of him repelling Robin Hood. To think that he's this powerful. Yunos's face crumbled as he stared at Lambert's back. Although Lambert noticed Yunos's piercing gaze on his back, he just ignored it. Chapter 13. Gentleman from Dancing Sword, please come over here. Is something wrong? Huffing and puffing, the one who appeared was the female employee of Earl Mondo's mansion, Migard. What she saw was the disastrous scene of the two gatekeepers, kneeling in front of the tall man in full plate armor, and the figure of a fainted Glasgow, whose messed-up face was filled with fear. Migard hurriedly ran toward the gate as soon as she saw the figure of Glasgow there, fearing that the captain of the Earl's private army was trying to make trouble again. Glasgow was famous for his hot-blooded personality and his hatred toward adventurers, who were prone to taking the jobs that should have been entrusted to the Earl's private army. Especially now, the matter of Dancing Sword Guild's success in securing the unicorn horn was practically smearing mud in the private army's face, which irritated him even more than usual. And yet, the result was beyond Migard's expectation. The man in full plate armor Lambert looked at the dumbfounded Migard and nodded to her. "My apologies for creating this ruckus." Migard then looked at the fainted Glasgow with a bewildered look on her face. Glasgow was the captain of the private army. Glasgow used to be the eldest son of a noble, but due to him being a hooligan and his infamy for causing so much trouble for the people in his house's territory, his father kicked him out of the house and appointed his younger brother as the next head. After that, Earl Mondo took in Glasgow and appointed him as a member of the private army. Although it sounded like Earl Mondo was taking in Glasgow for his sword arm, in reality, Glasgow was expelled from his father's territory before he caused even bigger problems for the citizens. To make matters worse, Glasgow's rough outer appearance belied a cunning mind, and he was smart enough to avoid any match that he couldn't win. And yet, he was blessed with a burly, powerful body and above-average swordcraft thanks to the training that was drilled into him since his childhood by his father. That was why Migard, who knew about Glasgow's personality, was unable to make sense of the incident that happened right in front of her. Even though Migard was convinced that Glasgow was trying to do something, in the end, she judged that it was his own fault for misjudging his opponent's strength. On the other hand, the gatekeepers, whose jobs should be rebuking Lambert for his actions, continued to tremble in fear, unable to raise their faces. "Can you tell me what's happening here, Migard?" At that moment, a low baritone voice resounded. The owner of that voice was a healthy man in his 40s. Despite the wrinkles that formed on his face, the light in his eyes suggested that he was still in his prime. Mondo-sama. Glasgow-sama is. The man who just made his appearance was none other than Earl Mondo himself. He then walked toward the unconscious Glasgow and heaved a sigh as he shook his head. "It seems my subordinates have troubled you guys." In fact, Earl Mondo had already heard about the situation from his trusted subordinate just a while ago. Glasgow was the only one who thought that no one else would hear about this matter. Earl Mondo raised his face, his eyes locked onto Lambert. "I see now. You're the rumored armored man, huh?" Seeing Earl Mondo approaching Lambert, Yunos quietly positioned himself diagonally in front of Lambert, falling on his knees as he bowed toward the Earl. "No, this is just a quarrel. My deepest apologies for not trying to stop this even though I'm also in this place. This is my responsibility as the one who brought him. I shall receive the punishment for him." Yunos looked at Lambert from the corner of his eyes, as if to warn the latter to play along. "Raise your face. I also want to apologize for my subordinates' misbehavior, which ended up in them showing such an inappropriate scene." The reason Yunos asked for the Earl's punishment was because he knew that Earl Mondo wasn't the kind of noble who punished someone for no reason. That was why he chose to side with Earl Mondo's, indirectly blaming Lambert for beating Glasgow. Although it sounded like Lambert was embarrassing Yunos, the one who brought him to meet Earl Mondo's, the person himself didn't care about such a thing. He already prepared to become the scapegoat in place of Dancing Sword the moment he accepted the match with Glasgow. The party then left the garden. They were guided into the mansion, toward the dining room. When they were walking along the passage, Fando whispered to Yunos. "Yunos-sama, why did you choose to side with those rude soldiers?" Naturally, Fando was referring to Glasgow and company. The members of Dancing Sword, with Fando in the lead, were actually on the verge of exploding as they endured Glasgow's childish taunt and one-sided beration. Although their irritation felt a little bit better after they saw Lambert slap Glasgow, they still had a hard time understanding why their leader Yunos bowed to the Earl and plastered mud on Lambert, the one who stood up for them against Glasgow, the one who taunted them just a while ago. Yunos let out a wry smile. He didn't say anything back to Fando. Fando felt that something was wrong with Yunos's smile, so he stepped back, looking down and deciding to not pursue this matter. When he raised his face again, Yunos had already moved slightly ahead of Fando. Fando pondered something as he looked at Yunos's head. "Yunos-sama, why does he seem really happy right now?" Fando's guess was spot on. Although Yunos seemed to be flustered when Glasgow suddenly appeared, looking for trouble with them, the former's mood seemed to take a turn for the better after Lambert's match against Glasgow. Those who are incompetent are destined to be kicked out anyway. Rather, This incident will only hasten that process. I used to think that they were a bunch of idiots, but after seeing this situation, they seem to be beyond help. The reason why Yunos was happy was the current state of the Earl's private army's captain, Glasgow. Yunos's goal was making Dancing Sword the #1 guild in Barra City, gaining Earl Mondo's trust and getting rid of the Earl's private army. Finally, he hoped to use his position to interfere with the government of the Earl. Dancing Sword was nothing more than a means for Yunos to gain the Earl's favor. While it might be true that the Earl's private soldiers were useless, he didn't feel them repulsive. Rather, they made him feel delighted since their idiocy would make his jobs far easier. I've troubled you with the Unicorn Subjugation Commission. My niece, Chris, has been in critical condition for the last few days, but her life was saved thanks to the miracle drug made from the unicorn horn that you brought back. Although she is currently recovering her condition, she told me that she wanted to meet the swordsman in full plate armor who repelled Robin Hood. Earl Mondo spoke as they moved along the corridor. The female employee, Migard, who was escorting the guests, looked up at Lambert, whose height towered above her, and frowned as she gulped her saliva. Lambert felt Migard watching him and looked at her, but she averted her gaze as soon as they locked eyes. The reason for this was because, the moment she felt the tall swordsman in full plate armor's eyes meet hers, she felt as if she was surrounded by a hungry monster, and her body became as heavy as lead. If this man is the one who Lady Chris wants to meet, won't that actually make her condition deteriorate instead? Chapter 14. Lambert and company were led toward the guest room of Earl Mondo's mansion. When all the members of Dancing Sword had already sat down on the prepared chairs, Lambert was the only one left who remained standing. Is something the matter? You can sit, you know. Earl Mondo frowned, puzzled upon seeing Lambert's etiquette. Hey, Lambert, Yunos whispered to Lambert in a hurry. Yunos, who had already failed to win over Lambert, refused to let Lambert take more of Earl Mondo's attention. If Lambert joined Earl Mondo's private army, he got the feeling that Lambert's existence alone would be enough to decrease the number of times Earl Mondo relied on the adventurer guilds. But such blatant discourtesy alone was enough to drop the Earl's evaluation of Yunos, who brought Lambert along with him today. I believe that my nature is unsuitable for this kind of occasion. But there's something I want to ask Earl Sama. That's the sole reason why I'm visiting this place today. I know that I'm being impolite by showing such an attitude in front of Earl Sama. That's why I'll leave as soon as Earl Sama answers my question. Although he knew that he was asking for the impossible, there really was nothing he could do about it since the inside of Lambert's armor was nothing more than bones and mana right now. He couldn't eat, and there was a limit of how far he could deceive others. In all honesty, he wanted to avoid this kind of situation, but the situation of Barra City might be related to the entire situation of Regio's kingdom. Earl Mondo's frown became even deeper than before. In addition, the air drifting inside the guest room became more dangerous by the second. Although Earl Mondo had a patient nature, it didn't mean that he wasn't nervous inside. But the man in full plate armor was his niece Chris's benefactor. For that reason, Earl Mondo didn't interrupt Lambert. In the case that Devil's Piper is targeting Barra City, do you have the necessary power to repel them? After experiencing their captain's strength firsthand, I don't think that your private army has the necessary power for that situation. Lambert, you're too rude. Yunos left his seat and walked until he stood in front of Lambert. I don't mind his attitude, though the royal messenger had sent a warning to raise my vigilance toward Devil's Piper. I never expected that a traveling swordsman would come personally just to give the same warning. Earl Mondo stopped Yunos and spoke to Lambert. The royal family has raised their vigilance against Devil's Piper. If that's the case, the worst situation might happen very soon. It seemed the royal family of Regio's kingdom had the same worry as Lambert. They were worried that Barra City would be targeted. At that time, we're gonna fight back. This land is that of numerous brave adventurers, after all. Even if you look at the entire Regio's kingdom, no land has stronger men than us. We're not afraid of those terrorists. Despite your words, the private army and adventurers are completely separate organizations. In a situation where war is unavoidable, many adventurers will leave this land. Adventurers had already existed even back then, during the 8 countries' unification war. But the majority of them were outcasts who refused to serve their country. Despite having the power, they moved around freely from one country to another. They usually chose a relatively peaceful country, and they killed monsters instead of humans. Lambert simply couldn't imagine that those kinds of selfish humans would bet their lives to protect this city during the emergency. In addition, the majority of the adventurers literally had no obligation nor a sense of duty to protect this city. Surely, Devil's Piper wouldn't be able to make their move as long as a few adventurer guilds were willing to fight the invasion. But it was nothing but a pipe dream. At a glance, Earl Mondo's declaration seemed to be correct, but Lambert had perceived that the Earl's declaration would easily crumble down once he witnessed the truth. Earl Mondo's eyebrows twitched. We have several adventurer guilds, but is that not enough for defense? I won't say it'll not be enough, but it'll definitely create a gap that the invaders will exploit. At this rate, who can imagine what'll happen in the worst situation? I think you should dismantle your current private army immediately. Though we're racing against time, it's a far better option. The air in the guest room became tense as soon as such a blunt statement left Lambert's mouth. It was an extremely rude statement, enough to even out any debt. Even Earl Mondo just barely held back his urge to kick Lambert out of the guest room for his outspoken attitude. But he couldn't rule out the truth behind Lambert's words either. After all, he gave his full backing to the adventurers in Barra City. That was why as soon as Earl Mondo received a royal edict to raise his vigilance, the first thing he did was give an order to each adventurer guild to give the latest report about their full combat potential. He concluded that Barra was safe according to it. But would those adventurer guilds make a stand to protect the city during the emergency? Although it didn't mean that Earl Mondo didn't consider such possibilities, he was forced to realize his naivety upon being reminded by Lambert. Earl Mondo kept his silence, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. I feel bad for telling you this, but to be honest, your private army won't stand a chance against them. Don't expect too much from them. Maybe it's better if you borrow the kingdom's chivalric order. Though doing so is like painting mud on your face, it's the right choice if we consider the worst-case scenario. At that moment, the door of the guest room slammed open. The one who barged in was a man with a pig-like nose and bandages coiling around his face. Glasgow. Following behind him were 5 soldiers, the clothes that were soiled with his urine after he lost control of his bladder due to an overwhelming fear of Lambert had already been replaced with a new set of clothes. We are useless, you say? Do you know that you're not only insulting us, but also insulting Earl Mondo-sama? The punishment for insulting Earl Mondo-sama is the death penalty. Earl-sama, please punish this rude fellow. Glasgow couldn't suppress his anger and brought 5 soldiers along with him, waiting in front of the guest room since he couldn't imagine himself winning against Lambert alone. Then, he eavesdropped on the conversation inside the room while patrolling outside. And then, upon hearing Lambert's remark about replacing them with the kingdom's forces, Glasgow couldn't suppress his wrath any longer and forcefully entered the room. Lambert glared at Glasgow in silence. Glasgow faltered upon receiving Lambert's gaze. He unconsciously realized that he was way too inferior compared to Lambert. That's all I wanted to say. I know that I'm just an ignorant passing swordsman who has no idea about the real situation of this Barra city. I also lack the understanding about Earl Sama's expectations, obligations, and situation. But allow me to give one last warning. You should make your preparations as soon as possible. Lambert walked toward Glasgow. Glasgow flinched away from Lambert. What's the matter? What do you want? If this Glasgow-sama really went all out, a brute like you. It turned out Lambert only wanted to leave the room. He simply walked toward the exit of the room. Glasgow stood in his way. Although Glasgow's face was greatly distorted by fear and his breathing was haggard, his lips suddenly formed a crooked smile upon seeing Lambert's back, thinking that it was a chance to pay back the humiliation he suffered a while ago. Glasgow was originally a short-tempered man. He was terribly hostile against Lambert, who threatened his position in the Earl's private army. On top of that, he also heard Lambert's proposal about dismantling the Earl's private army, his place. That was enough reason to piss off Glasgow. Glasgow placed his hand on the scabbard at his waist, walking closer toward Lambert. He imagined Lambert's surprised look upon realizing that the latter was already surrounded. Glasgow drew his sword, brandishing it toward Lambert's neck joint. Glasgow's sword slipped past Lambert. At least, that was what he felt. Only a moment later did he notice that the tip of his sword was already gone. Glasgow's head was caught and lifted into the air. He saw that the lost tip on his sword was right at his throat. Lambert severed Glasgow's sword, caught the broken tip in midair, and circled around Glasgow in just a second. That slash just now, was it to kill me? Then, I assume that you're also prepared to be killed by me, right? Color drained from Glasgow's face, and his body shivered uncontrollably. And just like that, Glasgow once again fainted from fear. Seeing that, Lambert let go of his grip on Glasgow's head, allowing the latter's body to drop on the floor like a giant sack of potatoes. Chapter 15. As Lambert left the guest room, the employees chased after him to see him off. This small incident was resolved, however, only on a surface level. The silence continued on for a while after Glasgow's unconscious body was carried out of the room. Yunos acted like nothing had happened and expressed his gratitude for Earl Mondo's invitation to his mansion. He also urged Fando to tell the Earl about the detailed process of unicorn subjugation. But Earl Mondo's attention was no longer on the matter of the unicorn subjugation. Lambert's words kept ringing in his head, forcing him to think about the countermeasures against Devil's Piper. No one truly knew the real scale of the revolutionary sorcerer organization, Devil's Piper. Their crimes varied from mass abduction of children to the disappearance of a village in a single night in Rijo's kingdom. Although their motives and the people behind the organization were never truly revealed, the investigators who came out later always found traces of high-ranking magic being used. Basically, there was a rumor that Devil's Piper was actually behind those strange incidents. Devil's Piper's name had only become widespread in the past 20 years. But there was a theory that they actually existed long before that. They simply used a different name, although the government often caught their tail when they captured one of Devil's Piper members. None of those captured members knew about the upper echelons of the organization. The ones who were captured were always low-ranking members, simply disposable pawns. The same went for Earl Orbuck, whose evil deeds were exposed to the public after Lambert ransacked his mansion. As well as being one of the kingdom's upper nobility, he invested in Devil's Piper to secure his position in the future, but he died mysteriously in jail. Although Earl Orbuck's cause of death was hidden from the public, one night when one of the prison guards was patrolling around the cells, they found the Earl had already become a rotten, repulsive corpse. His rotted and bloodied corpse was found grasping on the lattice while muttering incomprehensible words in his last moment. It was clearly done with necromancy. Earl Mondo heard about the death of Earl Orbuck directly from the royal messenger. The first time he heard about that, a chill ran down his spine. He was terrified. But Barra City, the city where Earl Mondo resided, was the capital of adventurers. If by some chance Devil's Piper really came to invade the city, they should be able to repel those invaders. But he was forced to reconsider his naive thoughts. Lambert's warning about the adventurers being unfit as a defensive corps had shaken his mind, forcing him to abandon his naive idea. And then, just when we abandoned all hope of surviving that siege, that man in full plate armor appeared. The way he slaughter a circus troupe in a flash raised our morale. I still remember Robin Hood's shocked expression when such a drastic change was brought upon him by a single man. His sword was far too fast even for me. In addition, it was extremely powerful and deadly on top of that. Although Fando passionately retold Lambert's heroic deeds, Yunos signaled to Fando with his hand to stop the story. Even though Fando was looking at Yunos with a puzzled look on his face, he still stopped his retelling. And then, Yunos called out to Earl Mondo, who was still deep in thought. "Earl Sama, are you by chance still worried about what that man named Lambert said a while back, about the adventurer's lack of responsibility in the worst-case situation?" Let me tell you, He's completely mistaken about us. At least no one from Dancing Sword would flee for their life if the city was facing a crisis. We'll show you that we'll be the one who stand on the front lines when that devil's piper comes. Moreover, in my opinion, your private army is wonderful, Earl Sama. Please, don't waste your time worrying about those rebels. Although Lambert evaluated the Earl's private army as nothing more than a paper tiger, that was exactly the reason why Yunos praised them for his own gain. Surely, the current private army had risen to their current position not due to merit. It was more like they inherited their parents' job. But they fell short compared to first-rate adventurers like Yunos, who was rich with combat experience to back him up. Although it was true that the majority of the members of the private army were hot-blooded, prone to jealousy, and insidious, it didn't mean that they neglected training. Since the majority of them were trained in combat by their parents ever since a tender age, they were more talented compared to the innumerable third-rate adventurers in Barra City. In addition, it was not like they didn't have loyalty either. That's right. No need to worry about the empty rambling of that man. Please, put more trust in us. The members of the private army who remained in the room agreed with Yunos. Glasgow was supposed to participate amongst them too, but he was still out of commission after being exposed to Lambert's killing intent. Although the majority of the private army was hostile toward Dancing Sword, who they judged as the invaders of their territory, their hostility toward Dancing Sword faded when the outsider Lambert suddenly came in and denied their existence right in front of their faces. Unexpectedly, support for them came from Dancing Sword's guildmaster himself. They're idiots who will ruin themselves even if I simply leave them be. There's no need for me to waste my time to belittle them. They're not even considered as opponents for me. This was what Yunos really felt inside about the Earl's private army. Naturally, he kept those thoughts to himself. One of the soldiers of the private army thanked Yunos, and he simply smiled back at that soldier. How reliable. But that isn't my only worry. The truth is, I'm worried about which guilds I should commission for this matter. The reason why I called you guys today is related to that matter, but hearing Yunos don't know commitment, I guess it's better to leave this matter to Dancing Sword. Though I feel bad for stopping Fando Dono's story. Let me continue this matter about the invaders if Dancing Sword's adventurers don't mind. Of course, it's our honor to receive such a request from Earl Sama himself. The members of the private army in that place knitted their brows upon hearing their lord request the adventurers instead of his own private army. Even though they were right there, they couldn't help but feel humiliated seeing him do so. But none of them protested over this matter that was already set in stone, keeping their reservations to themselves. Yunos had expected this development upon receiving the invitation from Earl Mondo to come to his mansion, and his guess was spot on. Since Robin Hood has returned to Barra, his aim is most likely my head. Considering that guy's personality, he'll raid this mansion in the near future. I must ask you guys to stay in this mansion for a while, and help to keep the safety of this mansion. Barra City's strongest adventurer Robin Hood. He was the former guildmaster of a small guild in Barra City. Despite their small size, the members of that guild were all elites. In order to subjugate the Ogre King, they went into Lost Folk's Great Forest, into which entry was banned by Earl Mondo for safety reasons after the appearance of the aforementioned Ogre King. Ogres were giant, human-like monsters with two horns growing from their heads. Ogres never lived in packs. When another individual appeared in their territory, they'd be driven out of that territory. Sometimes, they even killed each other. When an ogre killed its kin, mana would gather in its horn, giving a blue hue to its red skin. That was how an ogre differentiated ranks in their species. The lower ones would sometimes surrender their territory or submit to the stronger party. An ogre king was a special individual whose body had turned into a deep blue color and had many subordinates. It was an existence whose strength couldn't be compared to a normal ogre. In addition, it had many ogre subordinates with it. The most dangerous thing about an ogre king was the fact that any ogre below it would have their endless thirst for battle diminished, and the giant was more intelligent. To make matters worse, the ogre's loyalty deepened the darker the blue color of the ogre king's skin. There were some worries that killing the ogre king would incite the rage of its subordinate and make them leave the forest to attack the city. And yet, Despite all those warnings, Robin Hood still led his subordinates into the forest, killing the ogres along with the Ogre King. That achievement was enough proof for his selfishness and power. The person himself was getting conceited with his achievements. Having accomplished that, it wasn't wrong to call him a hero. But as a result of them sniping the Ogre King from afar and escaping right after, the survivors were enraged. They left the forest and attacked Barra City, which resulted in many casualties. Even Earl Mondo's wife, whose whereabouts were unknown when she evacuated during that incident, was later found in an extremely tragic state. After that event, all members of Robin Hood's guild were executed, but Robin Hood himself managed to escape his prison by using his glib tongue to trick his jailer, and had been in hiding ever since then. And that terrifying person had finally returned to Barra City. His goal was simple: to clear the resentment of his subordinates, who were executed by Earl Mondo. Robin Hood. Although Unoz's strength was amongst the strongest in the current Barra City, he knew that he couldn't defeat Robin Hood in a face-to-face fight. But time was on his side. He could cook up some plans. He didn't have to fight Robin Hood by himself. Moreover, as long as they accomplished this request along with the unicorn subjugation request, they would cement the Earl Mondo's trust toward the Dancing Sword even further. We're honored to receive that commission. Moreover, some of Dancing Sword's adventurers, our comrades, died at the hand of Robin Hood a few days ago. We're really happy to get the chance to avenge our comrades. Chapter 16. A few nights passed since Lambert visited Earl Mondo's mansion along with the Dancing Swords members. A group composed of 10 people wearing long robes that touched the ground was walking in the slums of Barra City. They looked around before entering a certain abandoned building, and then went even further down into its basement. They walked down a long staircase, and then opened the metal door at the end of those stairs. There, beyond that door, was a room, with an elderly man sitting in the chair. He was an extremely emaciated old man with pale skin. His eyes were always opened narrowly like crescent moons, and his bald head was so long that it could only be described as bizarre. By his side stood a big man clad in robes. That big man was so tall that his head almost touched the ceiling of that room. He stood tall beside the elderly man without moving. The face that peeked out from below his robe was covered in bandages, without letting any gap to show his skin. There were several corpses nailed to the wall of that room. There were corpses whose abdomens had already been torn open and internal organs taken out, those whose hands had been cut off, and many others in various tragic states. Laid on top of the desk in front of the elderly man was a human head with the top half of its cranium lopped off, exposing the still fresh brain matter in it. Several needles were stabbed into that brain, changing its color to a poisonous green. Yo ho ho ho, have you finished your job? The elderly man turned around while letting out such ominous laughter. Another tall man who led the group of people fell on his knee, bowing his head to the elderly man. The group of robed men behind him followed along, falling on their knees and bowing toward the elderly man. Reporting to one of the 8 wise men, Manzi-sama, we've completed our investigation about the power of the adventurers in the western district of Barra City. We find no issue with them. IZ, ho 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 ho. The highest authority in Devil's Piper, the revolutionary sorcery organization, was held by 8 people called the 8 wise men. One of them was the necromancer Manzi. Although the majority of the 8 wise men were moving behind the scenes, Manzi was especially famous in Regio's kingdom due to his numerous atrocities across the kingdom. A normal necromancer was normally limited to controlling 5 undead at the same time. But due to his immense amount of mana, Manzi was a lunatic who stood on a whole different level compared to other necromancers. Manzi was strong enough to manipulate 500 undead by himself at once, although it came with a downside, namely the decrease of the undead combat capabilities. However, the number alone was enough to give a proper army a run for their money. Even amongst the other 8 wise men of Devil's Piper, who each excelled in their own forbidden magic, no one could match Manzi when it came to numbers. Manzi himself was feared within Regio's kingdom due to the sheer damage and atrocities caused by him, which also gave him a moniker, the worst sorcerer. Manzi was originally born in a noble family in Rijo's kingdom, but he was somehow born with his bizarre-looking head. His ugly head swelled up like a tumor. There was even a rumor which said that people who witnessed his birth fainted upon seeing his ugly figure. Thus, he was hidden inside the basement as soon as he was born. Away from the public gaze, Manzi received training even though he was locked up inside the basement. But then, the training became the source of disaster. In his childhood, Manzi slaughtered the young magician who came to teach him with magic that he used for the first time. And yet, Manzi's mother, who noticed her son's talent in magic, became delighted instead. She was really delighted upon finding that Manzi, who has been staying in the basement even since his birth, had a redeeming feature. It was a distorted love of a mother for her son. Manzi's parents hid this matter by using their position and kept inviting one sorcerer after another. And then, whether his lecturer, the kids invited to be his playmate, or an employee, all of them were killed by Manzi. Finally, his interest shifted toward necromancy after numerous murders with magic. He began to dissect the ones he killed, testing out the forbidden magic. Then came the fateful day Manzi slaughtered his parents, the soldiers, and every single employee in his parents' mansion. He killed anyone who witnessed that massacre, turning them into undead. And so the cycle continued. Whether it was a sorcerer or a soldier in that mansion, none of them could defeat Manzi. Surrounded by undead, Manzi then left that mansion as if he was taking a stroll with a crooked smile on his face and a loud clap as if to celebrate that moment. At that time, Manzi was only 10 years old. And now, Manzi, whose age has surpassed 70, had become even more terrifying in both magic and necromancy thanks to his long years of inhuman experimentation. He was about to invade Bara City. It was unclear whether his mana had declined, even after moving so many undead to this city. His real ability and threat level couldn't be measured anymore. Combining the reports from the other scouts, we're ready to commence our plan immediately, destroying Bara City, a place where many strong adventurers gathered together, will undoubtedly chip away at Rijo's kingdom war potential, and bring us closer to our goal. Yo ho ho ho. Such a thing is trivial. Manzi's expression distorted, forming a creepy smile as he said those words. Pardon? I want to see this city covered with undead. Ah, that would be magnificent scenery. Don't you think so? Ah, why hasn't the other scout returned yet? The truth is, what happens to this city, or Devil's Piper, is trivial to me. I just want to dissect those corpses, that mountain of corpses. Yo ho 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 ho. I will enjoy this to the fullest. Manzi, who became excited, ended up ransacking the skull on top of the desk in front of him, stabbing the needles in his hand repeatedly into that skull's brain. Each stab was accompanied with the splatting sound of something hitting the surface of water. Even Manzi's subordinate, the man in robes, shuddered, flinching back upon hearing his superior's madness. Chapter 17. Currently, Lambert was confronting 12 people in the basement of a certain magic tool shop in the slums of Bara City. What bad luck. Speak your business for sudden intruding on our dark guild. Dark Knight's Clock Tower's base. Or so you expect me to say? Huh. I'm actually the one who led you here. Are you the rumored dude who's been sniffing around like a dog? The man who spoke was in his 40s. It seemed he was the oldest of the 12 mages in that place. That man's most notable traits were his sandpark eyes and the tattoo carved on his face. There was also a metal piercing at the tip of his tongue. His name was Nidval, otherwise known as Nidval of Poisonous Serpent. He was the guild master of Dark Knight's Clock Tower and on the Rijo's kingdom's most wanted list. There's a woman who is clinging to you, right? The one who asked you to kill Dark Knight's Clock Tower, the one who killed her lover. Unfortunately for you, she is my woman. She is quite beautiful, right? It's really amusing seeing you bite the bait so easily like that. The other magicians laughed as they heard Nidval's words. This Alma dude has become a trap rat. As expected of Nidval-sama, going on the offense as soon as you know that this guy has been looking around for you. How about you let me see how you beg for your life? If it's interesting, this Nidval-sama might spare your life, you know? After looking around in silence for a while, Lambert's answer was, a heavy sigh filled with disappointment. I tried to come with some expectations, but, as expected, nothing but small free. What a waste of my precious time. The magicians who surrounded Lambert began pointing their canes at Lambert upon seeing him drop his shoulders and press a hand on his helmet. Don't kill him. Make him spit out what bastard sent him to sniff around for us. As if on cue, barrage of fire bullets shot at Lambert. In the next moment, Lambert's figure, which should have been lying unconscious, was already somewhere else entirely. Lambert simply slipped past, gliding right through the barrage of fire bullets, as if his agility wasn't affected by his heavy armor at all. In front of Lambert's godlike speed, those fire bullets were even slower than snails. Vanish, appear, vanish, and then appear once again. Even though Lambert's figure could be seen, his movements were too fast for Nidval and company to follow, resulting in his figure vanishing and appearing repeatedly before their very eyes. His figure suddenly appeared in front of one of the magicians circling him. The moment said magician noticed Lambert's figure, Lambert's greatsword had already beheaded him, sending his body flying back and striking the wall behind. Lambert wasted no time in beheading the next magician beside the previous one. Immediately, he then moved to his next target. Stop. One magician pointed his cane at Lambert. Even though he tried to raise his hand to fire his fire bullets at Lambert, the pressure exerted by Lambert's head-on attack rendered the magician immobile. As a result, he was beheaded by Lambert, almost without putting up any resistance. Lambert ran in a circle, beheading one magician after another. He did so until only Nidval remained of the 12. Don't get full of yourself. Come, poisonous serpent. 3 bright red snakes came out from Nidval's cane and fired toward Lambert. Although they were fake snakes made with mana, those snakes would keep moving as if they had wills of their own until the caster ran out of mana. That was why they could move in mid-air, dodging attacks and pursuing their target. And not just anyone could kill or dodge 3 of those snakes in close combat. On top of that, those snakes had poison that could rob their target's consciousness with a single graze of their fangs. Their fangs aside, even a graze of their scales was enough to cause total paralysis, rendering the target a sitting duck. They were truly a troublesome projectile weapon. It was the magic that became Nidval's second name, troubles only if the other party wasn't Lambert. Of course, Lambert circled around the snakes as his greatsword drew a circle, beheading the 3 snakes at once. Even though those kinds of attacks wouldn't be able to penetrate his organ, Lambert had an unusual attachment for his armor, which was only bestowed upon the 4 demon generals. For this reason, he didn't want it to be smeared with filthy snake's poison. Wait a minute. I'm a member of Slaughter Circus Troupe. You know, killing me means you make an enemy of them. When that happens, you'll live your life in the darkness, fearing them at every corner. You won't even be able to SLE. My bad, I have no need for sleep anymore, though. In the first place, Lambert had already killed one of Slaughter Circus Troupe's submasters just the other day. If they really wanted to kill him, they would have done so long ago. Using that kind of threat now of all times was literally useless against Lambert. Lambert threw his sword, which then stabbed right into Nidval's chest and nailed him to the wall. Nidval's body hung loosely in the air. When Lambert pulled out his sword from the wall, Nidval's body fell on the ground just like a sack of potatoes. After looking at the face of the deceased Nidval, Lambert heaved a sigh and shook his head. Another miss. Lambert was doing his own individual investigation surrounding Devil's Piper. If Devil's Piper really planned to attack Barra City, then they might have already slipped into the city. Since he knew that it was already too late to stop them, Lambert changed his method and started with raiding the conspicuous gathering places of magicians. Lambert resheathed his greatsword and left Dark Knight's clock tower. After walking for a while, he noticed the figure of a beggar wearing dirty clothes with numerous patches. Although their existence wasn't a rare sight in the slums, he felt a flash of killing intent from said beggar. When Lambert stopped in his tracks, the beggar quickly rose to his feet and ran away from Lambert. Seeing that figure, Lambert was convinced. The fact that the one who disguised himself as a beggar was none other than the god of war, Robin Hood, himself. He met Lambert by accident when he was walking in Barra City in disguise and escaped immediately, since he knew that he couldn't deceive Lambert with his poor disguise. Lambert was also chasing after Robin Hood. "My bad, but give that horse to me." Robin Hood kicked the man who was leading a horse, quickly riding on its back. He kicked the sides of the horse with his feet, forcing it into a run. The people who blocked his way opened a path in a hurry so that they wouldn't get involved themselves. I somehow managed to get away from him. As much as I want to die, I still have something to do. But I'll be too conspicuous if I'm running on the highway with a horse. Let's find a more suitable place to get down. The moment he slowed down, he heard a cheer and shriek come from behind. It was a hoof-like sound, similar to that of a horse but not quite, coming from behind. Robin Hood felt a terrifying killing intent. He then turned around, thinking that action should be impossible. And then, he saw a giant man in full plate armor running at the same speed as the horse. Such a bad joke. Robin Hood abandoned his disguise as he increased the speed of the horse again, turning around after he readied the blunt arrow hidden beneath the patched cloak. And then, he fired his arrow toward Lambert, who was pursuing him. Lambert struck down the arrow without even showing any hesitation. Yes, he didn't even show any sign of stopping. Robin Hood's face paled upon seeing that. The reason was because the one who chased after him just showed an almost impossible feat. Damn it. I should be able to get away if I bring Seraph with me. Lambert didn't show any sign of slowing down. Even after they exited the slums, he ran as if he couldn't feel fatigue. From there, the pedestrians increased in number. Seeing that there was nothing he could do in that situation, Robin Hood leapt from the back of his horse, landing perfectly on the ground after turning around a few times in midair. He then entered a narrow alley to escape from Lambert's pursuit. And just when he ran beside the nearest large building, his feet halted. Even Lambert, who chased after Robin Hood, felt confused by the sudden action, because doing what he did right now would just increase the probability of Lambert catching up with him. Robin Hood showed his ability to make snap decisions by escaping as soon as he thought that his identity might be discovered by Lambert, hijacking a horse, and riding, and yet, that very same man suddenly stopped for seemingly no reason. The gates of the building which became Robin Hood's destination were suddenly kicked open from the inside. Which was then followed by a mass of frenzied adventurers pouring out from the inside. Those adventurers seemed quite strange. It looked as if they were sleepwalking with their mouths open and drool dripping from their mouths. Despite all of those strange signs, they were walking in a synchronized albeit stiff manner. In addition, one could barely feel life force from them, the looks on their faces. And they're walking. No way, large-scale necromancy? Lambert's hesitation disappeared. He knew that someone downtown was using large-scale necromancy. Devil's Piper had made its move. Chapter 18. The large building from which the undead overflowed was the base of one of the big adventurer guilds, Demon Ants Troops. Demon Ants Troops was one of the most influential guilds in Barra City. Their most notable advantage compared to the other guilds was their large number of members. Though the majority of the members' combat abilities weren't that high, they were the only adventurer guild in all of Regos Kingdom with more than 80 members. For this reason, they had a huge influence in Barra City. And now, those members of Demon Ants Troops were killed and turned into walking corpses with necromancy. The flood of dead adventurers that came out from that building started attacking everyone who happened to pass by in front of them with the weapons in their hands. That sudden turn of events instantly caused turmoil on the main street. What there? Run! Run for your life. They're no longer sane. No matter how you look at it, the people whose bodies were caught by the undead adventurers were stabbed repeatedly. Maybe because of their lack of intelligence, some of the undead went so far as biting their prey. By this moment, Lambert's focus had already moved from Robin Hood to Demon Ants Troops' undead. He went straight into the building that was the base of Demon Ants Troops. Please wake up, Edgar-san. It's me. Despite being surrounded by undead, a female adventurer was crying desperately to a man who had already turned into an undead. Though the sword in her hand was clearly trembling from fear, seeing the man walking with an unsteady gait toward her had caused her to fall to her knees. The man looked at the female adventurer with bloodshot eyes, pointing a pair of daggers at her as he ran toward the female adventurer. The female adventurer had already shut her eyes, resigned to her fate. Suddenly, Lambert cut in between the two, parrying the man's knives with his gauntlet and sending the latter flying with his kick. That man was blown back, crashing against the undead behind him. The mass of undead and that man lay in a heap on the ground. The female adventurer who he just saved looked at the undead man who had been blown back by Lambert's kick with a feeble gaze. Then, she sent an angry gaze to Lambert, who just saved her life. "Give it up. He's already dead. He's just going to try to attack you. You can't save him. You better leave this place right now. I have no time to care for every single one of you." It was a blunt and cold-hearted declaration, but it was also the truth. The culprit of this incident couldn't be that far from the undead under their control. Lambert knew that trying to save every single person in this kind of situation would only increase the number of the victims. And then, a rain of arrows suddenly fell from the sky. Every single one of the 3 arrows accurately pierced the knee joint of 3 undead, rendering them immobile. When Lambert turned around, he saw the figure of a handsome man with bitter orange hair drawing with a bar in his hand. It was Robin Hood. "Some foul mouth you got there, huh?" he muttered with a bored tone as he readied his next arrow. The next 3 arrows pierced the knee joints of another 3 undead. When it came to undead targets, the condition to stop the undead was categorized in accordance with the way its user used magic. Sometimes crushing their head would do the job. Sometimes it would keep crawling even after it lost one of its legs. The best way to deal with undead was crushing the joints of their knees. Anyhow, Robin Hood was probably the only one in this era who could aim at such a place on moving targets from an elevated location. At that moment, Lambert's gaze met Robin Hood's eyes. Lambert nodded a little and switched his focus to the undead adventurers. It was only a moment, but both sides agreed to a ceasefire within that short moment to focus on an even bigger problem before them. From Lambert's perspective, Robin Hood's moral standard was simply too inconsistent. Lambert was considering Robin Hood's attack toward the member of Dancing Sword the other day. He was flabbergasted when he heard that Robin Hood resented Earl Mondo for ordering the execution of every member of Robin Hood's guild, including Robin Hood himself, for their reckless actions, which invited numerous ogres to attack the city after they killed the Ogre King. It was as plain as day that the one in the wrong was Robin Hood and company. But the danger level of the opponent in front of Lambert right now far surpassed that of Robin Hood. By his estimation, the number of undead adventurers was already in the 50s. Their potential damage alone was already far above that of Robin Hood. That was why he felt that now wasn't the right time to partake in an unnecessary quarrel. Thus, he decided to overlook Robin Hood. That was Lambert's conclusion. Robin Hood's main course of action was saving the people who got cornered by the undead from his elevated place, and Lambert thanked Robin Hood for doing that. With this, he could focus his attention on locating the culprit of this incident, because the damage would only increase if things kept going on as they were. With this, Robin Hood's life was spared for the time being. His great sword easily cut the undead in half. There was no hesitation in Lambert's movements. Although they might be former humans, they were just mere undead now, a monster that would threaten the citizens. He had long since thrown away his sentiment on the battlefield, since the number of magicians who used necromancy in the era of the 8 countries unification war was simply too many to count. Hesitation would create an opening, and an opening would mean death in that chaotic era. Lambert had even personally beheaded his own subordinate who turned into undead. Help! Help! A middle-aged man crawled on the ground like his life depended on it, trying to escape from the undead. He held something in his arms. When that man's figure entered Lambert's line of sight, the latter suddenly leapt up and landed right in front of the former. And then, Lambert's great sword slashed diagonally from below. Wah! That man's body was sliced in two, falling to the ground. A second later, a black crystal fell on the ground and broke. As soon as it happened, the undead in the surroundings suddenly vomited a mixture of red and green liquid from their mouths. They then crumbled to the ground. The splinter of the black crystal had vanished as if it evaporated into thin air. Death Black Crystal. was the name of the crystal that had the ability to control a large number of undead. It was mainly composed of its user's mana. A necromancer always created one such death black crystal before they used necromancy, and then used said crystal to control undead. As an undead, Lambert was extremely sensitive to the signs of the living. For that reason, he could easily sniff out any sign of mana, the root of all living beings, and deduce whether his target was a living being or not from there. Thus, after becoming an undead, Lambert could perceive masses of mana. He noticed that there was something fishy about the man who tried to escape just now. The man tried to act like a victim as he ran around within the effective range of the death black crystal. But something was amiss. Lambert knew from experience that this man alone wouldn't be able to massacre every member of Demon Ant's troops. By Lambert's estimation, the man most likely raided the guild along with the other necromancers, and then took charge of controlling the undead in the area. As if to support his theory, another scream came from a different part of the city. There was only a few seconds difference between each of those screams. And then, Lambert saw an arrow struck into a forked road. "I'll go over there. You take care of the other road." "Not a bad solution for you, right?" Robin Hood spoke to Lambert when the latter looked up at the former. Sure enough, since the scale of the incident was too large, dividing their forces would reduce the damage. Moreover, Robin Hood could also use that chance to get away from Lambert, preventing the latter from killing him after the incident had been taken care of. He could also get away far more easily after he took care of his business. Lambert turned his back to Robin Hood, taking the other road. By the time Robin Hood's feet landed on the ground, Lambert's figure had already vanished from his line of sight. "I guess I should use this chance to accomplish my goal as soon as possible, but, well, I don't think those noisy fellas would be pleased if I did that," Robin Hood muttered so as he looked in the direction where Lambert's figure vanished. Robin Hood whistling with his lips. A while later, his trusted partner, the bluish-white warhorse Seraph, appeared from the deserted street. Robin Hood rode on his horse's back and drove it in the opposite direction of Lambert. Chapter 19. Glasgow, the leader of Earl Mondo's private army, was leading most of his subordinates toward the center of Barra City to suppress the riot in accordance with Earl Mondo's order. The number of soldiers who went with him reached nearly 100. The role of suppressing the riot at the center of Barra City was, in fact, a trivial job, because the location they were heading to was the base of one of the 3 strongest guilds in Barra, Silver's Will. Surrounding it were the guilds who also competed for the title of strongest. Michaela, the guild master of Silver's Will, was a powerful female warrior. She was also one of the strongest adventurers in Barra and a proud woman with a strong sense of justice. She definitely wasn't the kind of person who would ignore a riot that happened right in front of the base of her guild. But Earl Mondo, who increased his vigilance toward Devil's Piper, was forced to face the bitter reality. Although the information about them was scattered around, considering their movements, he decided to split their forces. Fortunately, Dancing Sword's adventurers were staying in his mansion as a countermeasure against the god of war, Robin Hood. Though the defense of the mansion weakened as a result of the invasion, it was compensated with the most powerful members of Dancing Sword. TCH. Does this mean Earl Sama prefers their protection rather than us, his own soldiers? As he cursed the members of Dancing Sword, Glasgow led his subordinates toward the center of the city. From Glasgow's point of view, the job he was assigned to was trivial. As far as he understood, the group they were fighting against was just a mishmash of stray sorcerers. From hearsay, the story was that they did one unrealistic incident after another in this peaceful era. By now, the riot should have been suppressed by Silver's Will. As insurance for this incident, the Earl employed a guild other than Dancing Sword to assist with the suppression of the riot. Did Earl Mondo leave this matter to them because he wanted to replace them, his soldiers, with those unreliable guys? Glasgow became even more irritated the more he thought about it. Even Glasgow himself knew that he was far weaker than Unos. But upon approaching the center of the city and seeing the chaos, Glasgow was pulled from his own thoughts. Thank God. Earl Mondo Sama's soldiers have arrived. Normally, the citizens would avert their eyes, watching from afar as Glasgow and company performed their duties and arrested someone. However, now, They were literally crying in front of those very soldiers, as if they saw their saviors descending from the sky. Just what in the world is happening in this place? Leading his soldiers, Glasgow asked the woman who cried as she fell on her knees. Maybe because she was still exhausted, the woman replied to Glasgow while still looking down at the ground beneath her. They're the members of Silver's Will. They suddenly started attacking everyone. Glasgow was dumbfounded upon hearing that. After all, the purported rioters were from none other than the top guild of Barra, Silver's Will itself. If that was true, then those people weren't the kind of opponents that could be handled by Glasgow and company. There was a huge difference between the individual combat prowesses of those in the Earl's private army who gained an advantage due to their lineage and those of Silver's Will, who had proven themselves in a dog-eat-dog world. Stop playing around. You know what will happen if you try to trick us with such cheap lies, right? Glasgow's arm caught the nape of the neck of the woman. But instead of fear, the woman's face was mixed with a tinge of weariness. My husband was killed by Michaela Sama. Her words didn't seem to hold a hint of a lie. Cold sweat started to form on Glasgow's forehead. After the so-called god of war, Robin Hood, escaped from Barra City, the one who replaced him as the most famous adventurer in Barra City was the guild master of Silver's Will, the one hailed as the sword-wielding goddess, Michaela. Although there was no doubt that her gorgeous appearance and righteous character boosted her popularity, the foundation for that was none other than her strength. Glasgow knew that he had to retreat. In addition, the situation where a riot occurred yet none of the members of Silver's Will appeared to suppress them was already strange. The power that could serve as deterrent against Silver's Will was none other than the Dancing Sword, who was currently guarding the mansion. Glasgow wanted to be spared from dying meaninglessly. Tch. Hey, you guys. Glasgow let go of that woman as he shouted toward his subordinates. Soldier Sama. The woman desperately called to Glasgow. But Glasgow didn't even turn around to answer her, because he knew what she wanted to say. Please, stop those guys. Even if you can't do that, please buy time for the other citizens to escape. Like hell we would do that. Glasgow felt enraged. We literally bet our lives by fighting them. No one would happily risk their life like that. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the figure of the big man covered in full plate armor from head to toe who knocked him down a few days ago. Based on your words, the private army and the adventurers are completely separate organizations. In the situation where war cannot be avoided, many adventurers will leave this land. I don't think your soldiers are up to that task for when it happens. Even without that man telling him so, Glasgow knew that fact full well. As a soldier, he had no obligation to carry the order perfectly. Just how many casualties would come out if he chose to go back to a safe place? How miserable. Your disgraceful actions as a soldier are like throwing mud on your lord's face. Glasgow ground his teeth in frustration. Due to Lambert's slap in their match a few days ago, the teeth on the left side of Glasgow's mouth were replaced with fake ones. Not everyone is as strong as you. You can just push through it. No matter how much he trained, there was a huge difference in terms of talent. Glasgow himself admitted that the private army of the Earl was stronger than a second-rate guild. Nevertheless, Barra City was the capital of adventurers, the pilgrimage place for every adventurer. The Earl's private army couldn't do anything against a first-rate guild. Those guilds were composed of talented people, those that could only be found 1 in 10. But no matter how much more powerful those adventurers compared to them, the direct subordinates of the Earl, it wouldn't change their status. Maybe because he was stuck between a rock and a hard place, Glasgow started to ponder about his own situation. Once, Glasgow was kicked out of his house despite being the eldest son. Thus, he was forced to go to Earl Mondo's place. No matter how one spun it, it was the life of a parasite. And yet, Earl Mondo treated him kindly instead. He remembered the moment when he vowed to give his life for Earl Mondo, swearing to fight for Earl Mondo till the bitter end. Soldiers, the place ahead of us is dangerous. I don't know what will happen to us once we enter that place. We might be annihilated. Nevertheless, anyone who has the guts to fight may follow me. Otherwise, return to the mansion and protect the Earl. I don't need any hesitation on this mission. Glasgow's voice trembled as he spoke to his subordinates. He steeled his cramped face, trying to encourage his own bravery by shouting at his subordinates, Glasgow-sama. Even if the soldiers were his subordinates, it didn't mean that they were loyal to him. There was something depressing in their current situation. His subordinates exchanged glances with each other. Then, they raised their weapons high into the air, signaling their will to join the fight. Soldier-sama. The female civilian looked up at Glasgow. My name is Glasgow-sama. Don't forget it. Glasgow and company charged toward the center of the city while raising a war cry. The number of soldiers who returned to the mansion was 0. Chapter 20. The members of Silver's Will who had been turned into undead were slaughtering people left and right at the center of Barra City. Even their white uniforms were now smeared by blood and dirt. They no longer retained their former glory. Their skin was as pale as paper. There was no warmth left in their bodies. Naturally, their eyes had long since lost their shine. Kiha. Ki-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. The one laughing maniacally beside a mountain of corpses was none other than the guild master of Silver's Will, Michaela. Her eyes had long since looked like the eyes of a dead fish. Her skin became pale, to the point that one could see veins beneath it. Her head had long since twisted to an extremely crooked angle. The blood of her victims was dripping down slowly from the tip of the sword in her hand. The vestiges of someone who was hailed as a goddess couldn't be seen from her sinister figure. But all of those demerits didn't affect her swordcraft. It was obvious from the mountain of corpses around her. A bloody hole was drilled on the chests of those corpses. What a great disaster has befallen here. Glasgow unsheathed his long sword, readjusting his breath that was raspy from the running. Let's go. There's only 30 of them. We outnumber them by 3 to 1. Show no mercy. The number of undead from Silver's Will was 30. Against them was Earl Mondo's private soldiers, whose numbers approached 100. No matter how powerful the members of Silver's Will were when they were alive, the difference in numbers put them at a distinct disadvantage. The adventurers of Silver's Will who attacked the living indiscriminately suddenly turned around and started charging toward Glasgow and company who just arrived on the scene. The battle began. The one who stood before Glasgow was a dual sword user. His name was Balthet of the Twin Blade, a famous swordsman when he was alive. He was so famous that even Glasgow recognized the other party's face. Balthet's figure then swayed left, right, and then, he suddenly closed in on Glasgow, attacking the latter with a barrage of slashes from his two swords. Glasgow received those sword strikes with his own sword, pushing the other back after receiving dozens of attacks. Although Glasgow's swordcraft was far inferior to that of Balthet, the former's pure strength and frame far surpassed the latter. Balthet reacted nicely upon receiving Glasgow's brute force. He quickly regained his stance before Glasgow could finish him off. Ananda, now. Ha! Glasgow's subordinate who hid himself behind Glasgow's figure, Ananda, leapt from behind his superior, brandishing his sword at Balthet's flank. Balthet barely reacted to that surprise attack by twisting his arm, but his balance grumbled even further after receiving that attack from his already grumbled posture. Ura. At that moment, Glasgow sent in his most powerful strike to finish Balthet. Balthet jumped back, raising his left arm to guard himself from Glasgow's attack. He was sent flying as a result. That attack just now had smashed Balthet's bone. With his left arm dangling loosely, Balthet raised his sunken and pale face up. Yep, let's use our numbers to slowly trim down their numbers. The moment Glasgow muttered so, his ears caught the sound of a piercing laugh. Kiha, ki-ha-ha-ha-ha. The guild master of Silver's Will, Michaela made her entrance. Her existence stood out, even amongst the most powerful adventurers in the city. Although her gait was unsteady, once she set her target on Ananda, she ran straight toward the latter with her back bent at a strange angle. Ananda, don't let your guard down. Ananda gripped the sword in his hand, preparing to endure fast approaching Michaela's attack, or so it was supposed to be. But Michaela's sword slipped through Ananda like a slippery snake. Its extremely sharp tip easily pierced through Ananda's chest. Michaela's sword was specially made to impale her enemy to death right through their heart. Thrusting was her main attack. Therefore, it was almost impossible to defend oneself against her attack. In addition, she could send a barrage of thrusts at a terrifying speed. Thus, Michaela's most deadly attack was her thrust. Her thrust that had been tempered to the extreme was really difficult to catch with the naked eye. Ananda, Glasgow muttered with a dumbfounded look on his face. Suddenly, a man stood up slowly behind Michaela. It was the man who should have received a critical wound a few moments ago, Balthet of the twin swords. The wound from Glasgow's strike a while ago had already stopped bleeding. One could see the bloody entrails from that grievous wound. But Balthet stood up calmly despite suffering from such critical wounds. The opponent whose combat prowess should have been reduced drastically after losing his left arm and so much blood stood up like nothing happened. It could only be described as a nightmare. This situation didn't just happen to Glasgow. The soldiers who suppressed their opponent with their numbers at first were now slowly being pushed back by the undead army, who could stand again and again even after receiving grievous wounds. A scream rose from behind Glasgow. Upon looking with a sidelong glance, he found out that the subordinate who protected his back had already grumbled on the ground after his head was stabbed by another undead. Even though they should have had the advantage because of their numbers, before he realized it, Glasgow was already surrounded by undead from 3 directions. Damn it, this is the end for me. Heck, doing this kind of thing isn't my style at all. Maybe I should have just escaped at that time. Glasgow heaved a sigh, surveying his surroundings. When they arrived, he couldn't spot the figures of the civilians anymore. And yet, I don't think it's bad to die in this way. Glasgow raised his sword, charging straight at Michaela. Michaela leaning forward, rushing as she pointed the tip of her sword toward Glasgow. Glasgow swung down his sword from outside of Michaela's range. Moreover, his hand moved quickly, restraining Michaela's sword hand. If they attacked at the same time, it was only natural for Glasgow to become another one of Michaela's victims first, but someone at Michaela's caliber could quickly stab someone like Glasgow to death, and then retreat before the latter's slash reached her. The tip of Michaela's sword touched Glasgow's body. Glasgow's sword was right above Michaela's head. Michaela's biggest weakness was her posture during the attack. Even if, for example, she could kill her opponent faster than the other party finished his swing, it didn't mean that she could kill the force behind her opponent's swing. For example, before Glasgow could die from Michaela's attack, his swing would crush Michaela's skull first. Michaela changed her grip. She slashed at Glasgow's abdomen. Glasgow's sword missed its target and struck the ground. And just like that, Glasgow also fell on his knees due to the residual force of his own swing. Damn. Michaela avoided instant death since she changed her thrust to a slash at the last moment. But it didn't change the situation. Rather, Glasgow became more and more cornered since his last suicide attack didn't even graze Michaela's clothes. Behind him was Balthet, who pointed his sword toward Glasgow with his still functional right arm. Glasgow sent a sidelong glance at Balthet, closing his eyes as if preparing for the worst outcome. There was the sound of a sword cutting through the air. That sound was accompanied by the sound of breaking meat and bones. At first, he thought it was the sound of his own meat and bones being cleaved by the other party's sword, but the pain that should have accompanied it didn't come. When he opened his eyes slowly, he turned around and realized he was still alive. He saw a straight red line drawn from Balthet's head to his crotch. Balthet fell to his knees, crumbling down where he stood. Each half of Balthet's body fell to a different side. Standing behind Balthet was a tall man clad in full plate armor. Chapter 21. Glasgow's eyes blinked several times as if to confirm the figure of the tall man in full plate armor who appeared out of nowhere. His eyes shouldn't be playing a trick on him. It was definitely the figure of the swordsman who shamed him repeatedly just a few days ago. You. Glasgow looked up at Lambert with an exhausted face. There was unrestrained disgust in his eyes. Lambert's arm stretched to Glasgow. Remembering being slapped twice by Lambert, Glasgow unintentionally averted his face. But Lambert's arm caught Glasgow just when he was about to dodge it. He easily pulled up Glasgow's huge frame with one hand, forcing the latter to stand properly again. Glasgow's eyes caught sight of the figure of Balthet, who had already been split in half, starting to move again. Although the other party was an opponent with whom he fought while betting his life, he was instantly reduced to nothing more than a lump of meat by Lambert. Though I know that this big dude is powerful, To think that his strength is this overwhelming. He felt disappointment piling upon disappointment as he was forced to witness Lambert's power again. This man helped me stand again. What is he going to say now? Is he going to curse us for being useless again? I'd rather die than be saved by this unknown traveler. Glasgow gripped his sword again. At the very least, the look on your face right now is far better than when we met for the first time. Allow me to withdraw my previous criticism from before. Lambert's hand patted Glasgow's shoulder, putting more pressure due to the sheer weight of the former's glove. Ignoring the bewildered Glasgow, Lambert continued on with his words. Since you can still move your leg, quickly give instructions to your subordinates. This isn't the only place in which the riots have happened. The enemy has dispersed to the other places too. Despite what Lambert had said, Glasgow had a stab wound in his stomach. Naturally, it wasn't a life-threatening wound, but he was barely hanging in there. His field of vision has dimmed due to the blood loss. I already did everything I could. That doesn't matter. The one whose orders will be followed by the Earl's private soldiers are yours. This might be a losing battle, but you must keep the morale of your subordinates high to get out of this situation. You must never fall since the morale of your soldiers depends on you. They're going to get confused without your presence. Now, are you going to continue this battle? After telling those words to Glasgow, Lambert turned his back on Glasgow, walking away as he readied his sword. Glasgow stared absent-mindedly at Lambert's back for a while after that, but then, he recalled Lambert's parting words. Thus, he raised his sword and shouted at the top of his lungs. I'm still alive. We can still fight. Soldiers, we might be against a strange enemy, but there's only 20 of them. Glasgow's soldiers raised their war cry as if to respond to their leader's war cry. Glasgow's shout was enough to make his soldiers regain their fighting spirit. The one who stood in front of Lambert was the guild master of Silver's Will, Michaela. Kiha, kihaha, kihaha. Her stagnant eyes were locked on Lambert. Still trying to hide yourself, huh? Unfortunately, you can't fool my eyes. Lambert was glaring at the mountain of corpses behind Michaela. The mountain of corpses wriggled round, and then, a plump man draped in blood-soaked robes appeared from within. In his hand was a crystal that exuded sinister black light, death-black crystal. The man then stuck out his tongue, licking the blood of one of the victims on his lips. Return, woman. Protect me. Michaela retreated quickly. She stopped retreating only after she arrived beside that man. The tip of her sword was pointed at Lambert. The man stroked Michaela's hair, smiling as he shrugged his shoulder after smelling the latter's hair. The face of that man was peeking out from his robes. He was an ugly man whose face was covered with pimples. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha ha. Contrary to her maniacal laugh, Michaela's upper body bent backward, pulled her sword as she stopped moving in such a posture. Even though the robed man's hiding place had been found out, he didn't seem to be perturbed, as if he had some sort of card up his sleeve. This woman is quite useful. I'm glad I was appointed in this supposedly dangerous area. If I can leave this place safely after we destroy Barra City, I'm going to turn her into my pet. The man brushed Michaela's disheveled blonde hair as he spoke. Lambert leapt forward, closing in on Michaela. Stop. You mustn't close in when Michaela's in that stance. Glasgow shouted a warning to Lambert. But Lambert paid no mind to that warning and just charged forward to Michaela. Moving after seeing it was her counterstance that made full use of her lightning-fast thrust. It was a sure kill move that was devised by Michaela after much experience on the battlefield. The move was called Setting Moon. It was a killing move that she devised to pierce her opponent's vital spot faster than the time they need to swing their sword. Despite being such a great finishing move, it did have a huge drawback, namely the fact that she had to stop moving, since moving would result in more openings. The robed man's composure came from the ability of the undead Michaela. After prior investigation, he was aiming for Michaela, who had both beauty and strength. Naturally, he was also aware of her sure kill move, Setting Moon. It seems you're quite a skilled swordsman, but I see that you've got no brain in your head. Note, how terrifying. He disclosed Lambert's secret. The man was laughing at Lambert. Lambert swung his sword toward Michaela. He entered Michaela's attack range. Michaela then leaned forward as her wrist reversed. her sword thrust forward in the shortest path toward Lambert. The man raised a laugh, but the next moment, Michaela's body was blown back while creating a spray of blood. Her entire left arm was gone from its base. Her body then fell on the ground with a huge gaping wound on her remaining right arm. And then, the left arm that was still holding on to her sword fell right beside her body. Although her body twitched, she still tried to stand up. But her movements suddenly stopped with a jerk. Following that, her body felt as if the strings that were holding it were cut off. It was evident that Lambert's swing from the front was much faster than Michaela's finishing move, setting moon. Impossible. This is impossible. Such inhuman speed is. My bad, I've been like this ever since I was alive. Lambert broke through the man's trump card and stood in front of the latter like a reaper. That man raised a muffled shriek as he tried to get away. And then, as if recalling something, he took out the death black crystal and presented it to Lambert. You came for this, right? You want this thing, right? It really is by chance that I became Manzi-sama's subordinate. Please, overlook me just this once. But Lambert's great sword mercilessly slashed upward as if ignoring those pleas, smashing the death black crystal. Following that, the man's fate was no different from his crystal. His head was smashed apart like a rotten tomato by Lambert's great sword. The bodies of the undead in the vicinity suddenly trembled, falling all at once. That scene evoked a cheer of joy from the soldiers. Noticing that the ominous mana surrounding the place had begun to dissipate, Lambert returned his sword into its sheath. Chapter 22. One of Devil's Piper's 8 sages, Manzi the Necromancer, was attacking the adventurer guilds in Barra City. He had turned the dead adventurers into undead. Using the jet black crystal, the death black crystal, they were now his subordinates. The crystal was created from their own mana and was wreaking havoc right in the middle of Barra City. The adventurers who transformed into undead had already begun attacking the civilians even before Robin Hood parted from Lambert. Robin Hood was straddling his trusted partner, Seraph, as they pushed through the flocks of undead. Any undead adventurers who dared to block their way got trampled down to death by Seraph's hooves. Robin Hood's arrows shot through a male undead who was trying to slash Seraph's unprotected flank. Utilizing his partner's running speed, Robin Hood kicked away the shoulder of the man who was just disarmed by Robin Hood. Though this is the first time I've seen a flock of undead of this scale, too much excitement isn't a good thing. They're boring opponents who can't bring pleasure at all. Robin Hood sent a sharp glare to the robed man who stood at a slightly separated place. That man's hands were holding the death black crystal that controlled the undead. The undead were gathering together like a whirlpool with that robed man at its epicenter. They were clearly making a formation to protect that man. Robin Hood circled around in order to charge through the gap of the undead's formation without being ambushed from behind by the undead. He fired his arrows at the head or leg joints of the undead as he got closer in order to reduce the number of the undead. It is just like a labyrinth formation. Old man, your formation is great, but you drew the short stick the moment you met me. The moment the man in robes said those words, Robin Hood replied with a self-mocking smile on his face. No. Count yourself lucky since the one you met was me. Impossible. Why is it so hard to take down this old man? How can this city still have such a terrifying person? The man in robes raised his death black crystal high in the air. A sinister black light spread out with that death black crystal at its center. Robin Hood knew that the man in robes was trying to load more mana into that crystal. The darker the light emitted from the crystal, the paler the robed man's complexion became. As if he was enduring some sort of pain. My undead, kill that person no matter what. Maybe I need to prepare some excuse for this misinformation to Manzi-sama. The man's voice staggered at the end. For him, the superior named Manzi was like a source of fear rather than a mentor. My bad. I'm not interested with your circumstance, though. The arrow fired from Robin Hood's bow headed straight toward the death black crystal. The man in robes tried to lower the crystal in a hurry, but he was too late. The arrow pierced the death black crystal first. Numerous cracks appeared on the surface of the crystal, and then it broke into numerous splinters. The undead around the man in robes stopped moving. Then, they began to fall one after another. How dare you? Thank you very much for showing me the target. Don't worry, After I send you to hell, your scary superior will follow you right away." Robin Hood's second arrow had already come flying toward the man who lost his meat shields. The arrow pierced the robed man's skull. The impact of the arrow was strong enough to send his body flying. The man fell face first on the ground, scattering a spray of fresh blood as the rest of his body fell too. As expected, this is an exhausting job. But a necromancer, such nasty magic. I can't help but worry about the splinters of that man's black crystal. Will my attack manage to completely destroy it? Since the research of necromancy was banned by the kingdom's law, even Robin Hood, who once reigned as the strongest adventurer in Barra City, just barely won against his opponent when he was forced to fight against a necromancer. Though it wasn't a problem if it was a small-scale battle, he would be hard-pressed if he fought such an opponent who he wasn't familiar with on the battlefield. Robin Hood got down from Seraph and walked toward the robed man's corpse, which was located on the Mountain of Corpses. He expected that man to have something such as grimoire about necromancy with him. Robin Hood crouched down as he examined the corpse, but he couldn't find anything in the end. Well, maybe because it'd be inconvenient for him if such a thing was found out by others. When he stood up again, he noticed the killing intent released by his beloved partner, Seraph. For some reason, Seraph raised an agitated breath as it glared at Robin Hood. "What's the matter, Seraph? Did you get confused or charmed?" Suddenly, his beloved horse leapt at him. Robin Hood readied himself in a hurry upon seeing the change in his horse's behavior. Then, he felt that his shoulder was going to be eaten by something from his blind spot. He twisted his body at once, trying to protect his shoulder. An archer couldn't use his archery without the support of their shoulder. He moved in accordance to his instinct. Thanks to that, he could barely protect his shoulder. Instead, the other party managed to wound his abdomen. Its teeth were trying desperately to gouge Robin Hood's abdomen even further. Damn it! The one who bit his abdomen the moment Robin Hood's attention went elsewhere was the hooded man from before. That man's eyes were hollow, and the arrow that was fired by Robin Hood a while ago still protruded from the hooded man's skull. The man cast magic that would turn him into an undead upon his death. Robin Hood tried to separate himself from the hooded man while suppressing his agitation, but the hooded man's strength was no joke. Robin Hood sent a knee strike to that man's face. He felt that his knee strike just now cracked the hooded man's skull. The force of that knee strike sent the hooded man's upper body swaying back a bit, hunched, with a piece of Robin Hood's abdomen in his mouth. Robin Hood had let down his guard, and he did so in front of an opponent who used unknown magic. Robin Hood smacked his lips, feeling ashamed of his carelessness. Though he tried to get away, the hooded man kept chasing after Robin Hood with the same hunched posture as when he started. It was more persistent than the other undead he met before, though he could easily deal with such an opponent as long as he could open some distance to use his bow. He was at wit's end when such an opponent came from a close distance. The man was pressing on toward Robin Hood again. At that moment, Seraph suddenly rammed itself toward the man. Seraph's interruption allowed Robin Hood to gain some distance from his opponent. Robin Hood took a defensive posture upon falling, grabbed some arrows from his quiver, and fired them toward the hooded man as soon as he regained his stance. Robin Hood's fierce arrows lodged themselves into the hooded man's body, forming a straight line down from his forehead to his lower abdomen. Naturally, that degree of injury was far from enough to kill an undead. The hooded man's eyes were still wildly going from left to right, even after Robin Hood's arrows broke his knees. "Thanks, Seraph. This bastard almost got me just now." Robin Hood gently brushed Seraph, who brought its head closer as if expecting praise from him. And then, Robin Hood's eyes were looking at the wound on his abdomen. The wound that opened just now was still bleeding, even when he tried to suppress it with his hand. "I guess I need to rest." Robin Hood then took refuge in the back of a building. He heaved a long and deep sigh as he looked at the sky. Then, he saw fire rising up from the direction in which Earl Mondo's mansion was located. "Well, it's not like I can do anything about this situation. I guess doing the impossible is like killing two birds with one stone." Robin Hood then stood to his feet after adjusting his breath. He then straddled Seraph's back and rallied toward the Earl's mansion, which was on fire. Chapter 23. After Lambert destroyed the Death Black Crystal, the corpses of the Silver's Will's members who had been turned into undead returned to being mere corpses. Lambert shifted his glance to the corpse of the hooded man that fell on the ground, as if trying to protect the Death Black Crystal. Although the problem had been mostly solved, it was far from finished, since he had yet to confirm the scale of the enemy due to them using the Death Black Crystal. Lambert shook his head. I should have tortured him for more information. Well, I guess I'll save that for the next one. The Earl's private army raised a cheer of joy once they saw all the undead fall at once. And there, the figure of Glasgow, who used the last of his strength to stand, fell on his rear right where he stood. Glasgow was already at his limit after he received Michaela's stab. But as the captain of the private army, there was no way he was going to fall at this point. He kept standing on his own feet, fully motivated by Lambert's encouragement. But once the battle ended, he fell like a puppet with its strings cut. Glasgow's subordinates quickly ran toward him, worrying about their captain's condition. Glasgow-sama, sorry, but I don't think I can move anymore. We'll focus on the evacuation of the civilians. Lambert looked at Glasgow from the edge of his field of vision, but he then turned around without saying anything. Hey, Big Armor. You. Just who in the world are you? Hey. Glasgow mustered his courage, shouting at Lambert, asking for the latter's identity. He reached his hand toward Lambert's retreating back, tripping forward as he forced himself to stand with his current condition. But then, his subordinates supported his body. Lambert de la Croix. Captain Glasgow, you've earned my respect for not yielding or retreating in such a situation. Lambert stopped his gait, turned round, and addressed Glasgow with a proper position. Then, Lambert continued on toward the next area. All the members of the private army with Glasgow in the lead were fascinated by the huge back of the retreating Lambert, which looked even bigger in their eyes. At the same time, in a certain abandoned building in Barra City, a woman wearing jet black robes and holding a shield, half of whose face was patched up, walked in. Even though the left half of the woman's face was well ordered, the skin on the right side of her face was bleary. She had even lost the eyelids on her right eye. As if that wasn't ugly enough, every single part of her face, her lips, nose, and eyes was asymmetrical, making her face really eerie. It was as if her face was created half-heartedly, making her look creepy. Following behind the woman were two men who wore the same jet black robes as her. The name of the woman was Adamaria. She was a magician who was feared as a half-faced witch. Although she normally used bandages to hide her face, since she had no leeway to worry about her appearance today, she went on without putting on her bandages, showing off her grotesque face. Adamaria was the #1 subordinate of Manzi of the 8 Wise Men. Her main duty was assisting Manzi, who often went wild on his mission. She was entrusted with that role thanks to her sharp mind and absolute loyalty to the organization. Including Manzi, half of the members of the 8 Wise Men weren't even the kind of people who could be reasoned with. In other words, they were no different from madmen. For that very reason, there were many occasions during which Adamaria became the go-between for the organization and Manzi. A giant rhinoceros beetle around the size of a child came slowly toward Adamaria. There was a picture of a huge eye on its back, and its head was covered by countless human eyeballs. Every single one of those eyeballs was moving on its own, as if they had minds of their own. Adamaria raised her hand, touching the eye pattern on the beetle's back. Now tell me. The back of the beetle shined as soon as Adamaria muttered those words, as if there was something that guided it. The light then flowed toward Adamaria from her arm. This monster was a cursed object that was created by Devil's Piper after many years of research and inhumane experiments. Its official name was Cursed Demonic Insect. It was literally a lump of curses. Cursed Demonic Insect had the ability to erase its presence while moving at fast speeds. It could also recognize the mana of Devil's Piper's members and transmit what it saw to the others. In addition, its senses were top-notch. Although it was not like Devil's Piper could use it as much as they would like, Since the cursed demonic insect would disappear once its mana diminished to a certain extent, it was an extremely convenient tool to grasp the situation during large-scale operations like this one. Adamaria shut her left eye, frowning as if digesting the information she just received. And yet, the right side of her face didn't even twitch. The two men, Adamaria's subordinates, were looking at their superior, waiting for her to tell them the current situation. But Adamaria seemed to be reluctant to tell them about the information she got from the cursed demonic insect. The information she received from its mana was the scenery seen by the insect itself. There, in its vision, was a big swordsman clad in full plate armor slaughtering his way through the sea of undead and Manzi's slain subordinates. The undead of Silver's Willow Guild, which put emphasis on skill, and the undead of Demon Ant's troops with their overwhelming numbers that should have been key in their current mission, had already been annihilated by a single swordsman in full plate armor. No matter how much he thought about it, this situation was impossible. Monster. Adamaria muttered such words as the one who knew about that man in full plate armor. The scene she saw just now was too incredible. After consulting with her subordinates, she made a modification to their plans. They decided to kill that man in full plate armor first. She wanted Manzi to make his move and subjugate the man in full plate armor by himself, but with Manzi's capricious nature, he would definitely prioritize his own plan over the organization. His appearance might be that of an old man, but deep inside, he was a child. Or rather, Adamaria felt that he was more like a toddler who was playing around, smashing a bug under his foot. Manzi was an extremely selfish, cruel, and short-tempered man. Even from Adamaria's perspective, Manzi was extremely lacking in terms of mental growth for someone as old as him. If she misspoke in front of Manzi, not even Adamaria's numerous achievements for Devil's Piper would save her from his wrath. He would gouge her brain out and turn her into his lab rat. In fact, Adamaria has seen too many of Manzi's subordinates who ended up with such a tragic end. It seems there's been an unexpected factor ruining our plans. Prepare a trap while he's still busy taking care of the undead, lead him to the trap, and kill him for sure. Adamaria spoke to her subordinates as she licked her lips. Chapter 24. As he chased after the signs of the death black crystal, Lambert arrived at Barra City's adventurer graveyard, the final resting place of nameless heroes. This was a graveyard under direct supervision of the Lord. When a member of an adventurer guild died, they could be buried in this graveyard in exchange for leaving their assets to their guild. The reason for this was because the majority of the adventurers were wanderers from faraway places. In addition, the majority of them had no relatives. Many of those adventurers were buried in the final resting place of nameless heroes. But then, adventurers whose jobs involved treading the thin line between life and death rarely had any savings. In addition, many adventurers used the articles left by their deceased comrades without reporting it to the government. The purpose of the final resting place of nameless heroes was to ease the minds of poor adventurers, who constantly put their lives on the line to protect the territory and its people. It was to let them know that, even if they died, they'd have a proper burial. Although Lambert had no idea about the place's background, he guessed as much upon seeing the statue of a brave warrior shouldering his sword at the entrance of the graveyard, the cheap tombs, and the condition of the graveyard itself. But there was one big tomb that looked different from the others. It was located in the deepest part of the graveyard. It was the graveyard of the hero who also became the reason for the Earl to build this graveyard. The hero who saved Barra in the past, Hildyard Armgren. He was an adventurer who lost his life after he protected Barra City from a monster stampede 40 years ago. 20 human bodies, whose chests had already been dug out, were tied with rope around that grave. And then, below those bodies were numerous magic circles painted with the blood and flesh of those corpses. Lambert guessed that the scene unfolding before him was some sort of preparation to invoke sorcery. There were two men in front of the grave. One man was a skinny, reaper-like man clad in black robes sitting on the grave. In his hands, he clutched a death black crystal, which cast an ominous light upon the scene. And then, a big man holding an earthen-colored shield stood, as if protecting that skinny man. There was no life in his eyes. The skinny, reaper-like man looked at Lambert while sticking out his tongue. Sure enough, Adamarius-sama was right. This guy really did appear. He then stood up. But you made a mistake by coming to this world. Look at this appearance. Not even Adamarius-sama was able to uncover his identity. Did you see it, Wanderer? But I guess you should have at least heard his name before. He is the great hero, Hildyard-sama. Well, even a hero like him was reduced to nothing more than a pawn after his death. I heard that you're strong, but do you think that you can beat this legendary hero? After the man spoke, the big man, the hero who saved Bara City in the past, Hildyard raised a war cry as he lifted his axe. Fa-ah, fugu. Now then, show me what you got, legendary hero. This will be your entrance test. Ha 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 ha. Use your tomb to destroy the city. What a funny joke. Hildyard rushed toward Lambert with a speed that betrayed his large frame. He leapt toward Lambert with a low posture. Or so it seemed. Hildyard's body suddenly fluttered in midair, and he brandished his axe with pinpoint precision from an unexpected angle. It was a technique that would kill anyone who saw it for the first time. A deadly attack that utilized the element of surprise. It was a death blow that made full use of Hildyard's weight and centrifugal force. The axe that was swung with such power was heading toward Lambert's head. Ha 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 ha. Great, that's great. The skinny man's laugh resounded in the graveyard. And then, a flash of light cut through Hildyard's body. The axe in Hildyard's hand fell to the ground. A moment later, Hildyard's body split right in half in front of Lambert. Lambert looked down at Hildyard's corpse. Hildyard's pseudo-flesh, which was made from sorcery, started to crumble like sand until nothing but his skeleton remained. The skinny man's body trembled non-stop as he looked at Lambert with an astonished look in his eyes. Victory is mine. Now you may rest in peace, Hildyard. Even the hero who saved Bara City 40 years ago couldn't beat the hero of the Eight Kingdoms Unification War 200 years ago. Now then, next is your turn, boorish gravedigger. The death black crystal in that skinny man's hand fell to the ground as he glared at Lambert. Why, what the hell are you? Not even that skinny man could grasp what he witnessed just now. Hero Hildyard, who was resurrected as undead for this raid in Bara City, was definitely the strongest warrior. And yet, even that hero was felled far too easily. He even started to doubt his own necromancy. There was a possibility of him making a mistake when invoking the magic. But he saw it with his own eyes. Hildyard's agility was that of a first-rate warrior. Although he lacked knowledge in close combat, he felt excited upon seeing Hildyard make such a delicate and precise movement despite being an undead. How can it be? The man staggered. And then, when his eyes caught the figures of the collapsed humans around him, his lips formed a cruel smile as he thought that he might be able to use those humans as his hostages. In a daze, he grabbed the head of the human closest to him, pressing his knife on his hostage's neck. That's enough. Stop where you are. Yeah, no need to get closer than this, indeed. The voice came right from behind the skinny man. The moment that skinny man picked a hostage, Lambert moved in closer with his godlike agility. Spare me. Lambert's great sword bisected the skinny man from the crown of his head. It was an instantaneous death for the man. Blood spurted out from the man's cross-section as his corpse fell to the ground. Lambert shook his great sword lightly to get rid of the blood that was left on its blade. He then returned it to its scabbard. Lambert was looking at the corpse of the skinny man that he just split in half. The death black crystal rolled out from the corpse's limp hand, and Lambert crushed it underfoot. He shifted his gaze to the people who were strung up as sacrifices to resurrect the hero of Bara City. Lambert felt that something was amiss. He felt like he was missing a piece of the puzzle from this situation. Is it just my imagination? Lambert paused for a moment. The skinny man that he just killed didn't seem like he was trying to trick Lambert. Moreover, it was almost impossible for their side to be able to prepare such a meticulous trap. Although the trap was far from enough to kill Lambert, against any other, it would have worked well. The method to gather necessary information in the battlefield was something that Lambert lacked. As a general from the 8 countries unification war, if he had such means of intel gathering, Lambert would have been more akin to a god of death. It was this reason that Lambert paused and tried to look at the situation from another angle. One of the sacrifices twisted their body as if they were in extreme pain. In raising an agonizing cry, Lambert leaned toward the man and tore off the hemp bag that covered the latter's head. "What's the matter? Did that man over there perform some magic on you?" The man suddenly leapt at a puzzled Lambert, clinging to his armor and screaming in pain. "What the? Adamarius armor? Do it now!" The man who Lambert believed to be a sacrifice screamed some sort of signal. "Oh earth, become mud!" Right after that, Lambert heard someone's voice from the graveyard chanting a magic aria. It wasn't just one person's voice, there were 5 of them. Almost at the same time, Lambert's body became really heavy due to his armor sinking into the mud. Barely hesitating, Lambert poked the forehead of the man who twined himself around his armor with his gauntlet-protected finger, smashing the latter's skull and instantly killing him. Strangled to death, flesh feeler. 5 magicians chanted at the same time. Their magic enclosed Lambert from 5 different directions. It turned out to be something that came out from the hemp bag that covered the head of their sacrifice, the corpses of the citizens of Barra who had already been sacrificed to resurrect the hero. The thing that came out from inside the hemp bag was a flesh feeler. It was a magic that was created from corpses. The disgusting, tongue-like feeler then coiled around the joints of Lambert's full-plate armor. It took advantage of the fact that Lambert momentarily lost his balance as he sunk into the mud. As an undead, Lambert was extremely sensitive to mana, especially a living being's mana. That was why this kind of ambush wouldn't work against him in a normal situation. Some of the magicians who attacked Lambert were hiding themselves amongst the victims. They had been waiting for Lambert to let his guard down while acting like sacrifices. I never expected him to dispatch Hildyard and his great axe so easily, but he still fell into our second and third traps. Lambert's helmet tilted slightly toward the voice that came from behind him. Though the figure standing behind him was a fair-skinned beauty, the right half of her face was hideously burned, the exact opposite of the left half of her face. She was the assistant of the wise man Manzi Half-Face Adamaria. Whether it was tactics or alchemy, her ability was unmatched. As an alchemist, she trampled over corpses, fiddled with them, and recreated nerves and muscles, turning them into one of her weapons. Lambert played along with her game, pretending to tug at one of the feelers wrapped around him, but he was holding back, just enough to show the other party that he couldn't resist anymore. Resistance is futile. The thing that is coiling around you isn't a makeshift item that was prepared in a hurry. I was tampering with those corpses, changing their muscle structure to make them far tougher, and then I changed them into batteries that only released tough whip meat. It took a lot of time and energy, but it succeeded, right? In addition, I already completely analyzed your irregular strength. That's why I locked the joints of your armor and sunk you into a bog to stop your movement. I see, Lambert replied with a low voice. Since you're that extraordinary, all I need to do is concoct a multi-layered plan based on your strengths. Adamaria spoke calmly. What should we do to this man, Adamaria Sama? Let's deliver his corpse to Manzi Sharma after we torture him. This person has surpassed the bounds of a normal human. After all, he might prove useful for Manzi Sama's research. Adamaria spoke while holding a long needle in one of her hands. Well then, this will be a bit rough since we're in a hurry. You see. Adamaria then looked at Lambert with her disfigured right eye and the still beautiful left eye. Her gaze would send a chill down any normal person's spine. Tell me one thing. How did you know of my movements? The most important factor in concocting a plan was the understanding about the enemy's route. Even the reason behind Adamaria's extremely meticulous plan was because she understood Lambert's monstrous power, and because she could track his movements. Adamaria's lips formed a distorted smile as she spoke. Haven't you seen them already, that peculiar insect? Was said insect a chimera, a homunculus, or just a megalom? Anyhow, Lambert finally realized that his enemy had a weapon that could slip through his presence detection, and it was an extremely powerful weapon on top of that. Even Lambert realized that he had to play with mud, Being restricted like this due to his lack of means of gathering information, he could finally find out the source of his uneasiness. The number of sacrifices were way too much. There were so many irregularities to the situation that led Lambert here. For one, someone was pleading for help, suspiciously close to the position of the resurrected hero, Hildyard. Enough chit-chat. Now it's time to end this. Adamaria spoke with a cold, blunt voice. Lambert also agreed with her. You're right, there's nothing to hear from you anymore. I guess it's time to end this farce. And just as he said this, Lambert twisted his body, forcefully raising his arms that were held back by the meat feeler. You won't be able to move freely since we're limiting the movement of your legs with mud. In the first place, there's no way you can use your full strength since I've restrained all your joints. The meat feeler that was twisted around Lambert's limbs then ripped apart, sending a spray of blood flying in all directions. Adamaria's asymmetrical eyes were locked on Lambert. Lambert tore the meat feeler so easily, as if it was nothing more than a piece of string, and regained the freedom of his limbs. Do you really think that this cheap toy of yours is enough to restrict me? Strangle him to death, meat feeler. Adamaria chanted her aria to invoke her sorcery again. Another volley of grotesque meat feelers were fired from the hemp bag that covered the head of the sacrifice, aiming to end Lambert's life. Lambert smashed all of the incoming feelers with the flat side of his great sword, using the resulting force to leap into the air and escape from the mud sea. Without any warning whatsoever, he crushed one of the sorcerers who cast the mud spell underfoot upon landing. The poor sorcerer who received the weight of his heavy organ was practically crushed to death, as his spine and ribcage shattered to pieces along with his heart. His end was tragic. His body had been quite literally folded in half. You said before that you concocted a multi-layered plan after learning of me. What's next? Lambert stabbed his great sword into the ground as he asked Adamaria and company. The true reason for Lambert to deliberately allow himself to fall into their trap was to get the information about the instigator of the incident who overwhelmed him in the information war. He allowed Adamaria to restrict his movement just to let the latter lower her guard and reveal more information for him. The only reason Lambert recognized Adamaria as a danger was because of her way to gather information in the battle so quickly. Despite the talent that she displayed in alchemy and planning, it was nothing more than child's play in front of Lambert, who saw all kinds of madmen during the 8 countries unification war. That was a time when even a person could wipe out an entire city. Chapter 25. Adamaria glared at Lambert, who easily shook her meat feelers off. She looked at him like she just saw a monster. In fact, she understood that far too well. This man almost single-handedly smashed their main forces. He was a monster-like existence. But she finally realized that knowing that fact alone was far from enough to stop the monster before her, because she realized that the man in front of her was more terrifying than a monster. This is bad. Protect Adamaria's armor. We'll stop him right there. Adamaria's armor. Please tell Manzi Sharma about this. 2 of Adamaria's subordinates stood before her, pointing their canes at Lambert. Adamaria started to run, getting away from Lambert. She finally realized a horrible fact. The success of this operation was completely dependent on whether they could take out that armored swordsman or not. Because if things continued like this, it was only a matter of time before that armored swordsman crushed their plans. She needed to tell Manzi immediately. Lambert readied his great sword in silence. Don't step any further. This is the limit of his range. The man who stood behind the 2 warned his comrades. The 2 men nodded, still glaring at Lambert. In the next moment, they saw Lambert right in front of them with his great sword raised diagonally overhead. They screamed at the top of their lungs, bravely facing Lambert's incoming slash. Lambert brandished his great sword, bisecting the 2 men's upper bodies at once. Their upper halves fluttered in the air for a moment before falling to the ground, shedding tons of blood where the great sword cleaved them. Adamaria's last subordinate pointed his cane at Lambert with a trembling hand, retreating slowly due to fear. What's the matter? Aren't you going to attack? There was still some distance between that man and Lambert. It was an ideal range for a sorcerer. His best shot to defeat Lambert would have been when the latter decapitated the other 2. And yet, the man missed such a precious chance. But even when looking at this situation, He had a small chance to win against Lambert due to the distance between them. At this distance, he would be able to unleash at least 2 spells if his opponent was a run-of-the-mill swordsman. The man who realized that fact then regained his calmness. He held his breath, running toward Lambert with his cane pointing toward the latter while trying to force himself to stay as calm as possible. You are. The man threw away his cane and ran toward the direction, different from the one used by Adamaria. That armored swordsman, he is definitely aiming for Adamaria's armor. In the end, he chose to save his own life, but it was by no means a cowardly method. After all, if he chose to run in the same direction as Adamaria, both of them would be slaughtered by Lambert. He couldn't win against Lambert. His 2 comrades who got slaughtered by Lambert in a flash were enough to prove that. How unsightly. Even though you're the only one who has the luxury to choose how you want to die. Different from Adamaria's case, Lambert noticed how that man showed his back such hubris. What a disgrace. Hearing those words, the man realized that the armored swordsman's target was him. He screamed at the top of his lungs. Lambert lifted his great sword with one hand, manipulating it as if it was an extension of his own limb. As he stretched out his arms, a large knife pierced through the heart of the fleeing man from behind. Then, it continued upward, severing other bones along the way. He kicked the man as if he were nothing more than a piece of garbage and went to chase after Adamaria, the only one alive. Adamaria's tripped over her own feet and fell forward. When she tried to find what tripped her, she found out that her knees were trembling uncontrollably. She couldn't move due to overwhelming fear. Foo. To think that I can still feel a fear as if I'm nothing more than a powerless girl. Adamaria muttered in self-derision. She knew that she couldn't escape from death. She had no time to fret over this little accident. No matter what she tried, there was no way to escape that swordsman. Lambert's footsteps got closer to Adamaria as the former readied his great sword. Unable to stand up due to fear, Adamaria pointed her cane toward Lambert, decided to fight till the end. In the next moment, she realized that her field of view had flipped. She felt scorching pain run through her arms as she saw her cane flying in midair. A moment later, she noticed that her arms were swept up by the scabbard. And then, she heard a cracking sound from her arms. Lambert's knee pinned down a joint of her arms. It was obvious that the bones of her arms were smashed by that. Following that, Lambert stabbed his great sword right in front of Adamaria's nose. It seems the one called Manzi is your leader. Are you going to tell this to that Manzi-sama? It seems your insects aren't that flexible. Just kill me. Sorry, but I'm not so weak as to tell you anything. Adamaria said this, then hit Lambert's arm with the right side of her face. It was as if she tried to peel off the grotesque skin of her right half. This is something that I got when I was caught by the kingdom's Inquisition team. I played dumb throughout their torture, till I finally managed to escape from them. The kingdom's Inquisition team was founded to exterminate sorcerers who tried to dabble in forbidden magic research. They were the bane of sorcerer organizations. Using evil to fight evil, the team who moved with such contradictory principles was formed by a group of high-ranking sorcerers who answered to no one, not even the kingdom itself. Although the information about the head of the Inquisition was kept hidden, they were an organization that was shrouded in rumors. There was one that claimed they wrongly annihilated an entire territory and burned it to the ground. Another professed that they researched eternal youth with the kingdom's permission, and that the members of the Inquisition were death row inmates. While the majority of their activities hadn't been revealed, they were in a hostile relationship with Devil's Piper. Anyone who was caught by them would never have the chance to come out alive, even if it was proven later that the person was innocent. But Adamaria received plenty enough training to endure torture in Devil's Piper. She kept saying that she was only a pitiful civilian who happened to get dragged into the sorcerer's mess. Finally, she got the cruel head inquisitor to let their guard down. finally escaping from their evil clutches. Lambert then lifted his helmet as if to answer Adamaria's remark. Hidden beneath that solemn metal helmet was an ominous skull. It was an ominous light that threatened to burn everything. It shone brilliantly in its empty eye socket. That very light was cast down at Adamaria from above. I was always bad at delicate work even back when I was still alive. That's why torture isn't really my thing. It was Glyph's specialty. Adamaria was dumbfounded, unable to make heads or tails of the scene she saw before her. She couldn't believe that there was an undead who retained their ego very clearly. But one thing was clear. After the undead before her exposed his true nature, there was no way he would show mercy to her. What awaited her was torture of pure violence, such unimaginable violence that would break her mind. Chapter 26. On the third floor of the mansion, Earl Mondo looked over the city and the current devastation being wrought. There was a dumbfounded look on his face. A riot has occurred right in the center of the city. Not much time had passed since his private soldiers, led by Glasgow, went to investigate and subjugate the culprit. And yet, smoke continued to rise from various places around the city, and the corpses of citizens crawled through the streets. To make matters worse, many adventurers had gone insane and begun attacking the citizens. I see. So the riot was caused by the undead. If that's the case, there's a high chance that Devil's Piper is involved. I heard the rumors about them, but I never expected them to make their moves so quickly. Earl Mondo clenched his fist, trembling as he saw his beloved city turned into hell on earth. Standing by his side was a silver-haired man, the guild master of Dancing Sword, Unos. Unos looked at that hellish scene below. With squinted eyes and an expression like he swallowed a bitter lemon, he glared at the undead that rampaged on the main street. Unos managed to gain the trust of Earl Mondo in this dangerous situation thanks to his candid advice toward the Earl. Unos was a man who had risen to his position from the deepest dregs of society. Enduring the harsh lifestyle of an adventurer with his wits and strength, he had more practical experience than that of the Earl's vassals. The ones who helped the most in this riot weren't the Earl's vassals who joined due to their pedigree, it was Unos. For the above reason, Unos was allowed to visit Earl Mondo's office at any time. At first, even Unos couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing such a golden opportunity. But then, Devil's Piper turned out to be far more dangerous than his expectations. Unos had always been keeping an eye on the activity of the adventurers in Barra City. And yet, this riot alone had already reduced the number of adventurers to just half. At this rate, it would take at least 10 years before they could recover, and that was only if they managed to suppress the riot. Any further destruction would only lessen the value of this city for him. I've sent a messenger to each adventurer guild to form a coalition to crush Devil's Piper riot, but the scale of the destruction has far surpassed our predictions. I'm asking for reinforcements from the other feudal lords, but who knows when they will arrive. The situation is worsening far too quickly. You're right. Unos replied appropriately to Earl Mondo's lament. I'm thinking of dispatching Unos Dono's Dancing Sword to subjugate the undead and the Devil's Piper too, but may I hear your opinion, Unos Dono? This meant that Earl Mondo was about to send the forces that were protecting his mansion to subjugate the rioters. In reality, the reason why Earl Mondo employed Dancing Sword to guard his mansion was to protect himself from Robin Hood, who turned into a madman after he escaped from death row. And whether it was fortune or not, Devil's Piper's raid on the city started right after the members of the guild moved to Earl Mondo's mansion, saving them from certain doom. But sticking with their original plan for Dancing Sword to guard the mansion was a bad idea. As for the reason, it was simply because they underestimated Devil's Piper. Being asked for his opinion, Unos's eyes wandered to the wall surrounding the mansion, which could be seen from the window. There, he saw one part of Earl Mondo's private army along with the members of Dancing Sword, who were working together to fend off the undead that tried to invade the mansion. For the time being, the battlefield was still in the balance. Earl Mondo's private army aside, the more skilled Dancing Sword's members were holding the line. There hadn't been a casualty yet from their side, but the situation would only get worse with a prolonged battle. Their opponent wasn't limited to just the adventurers turned undead. Devil's Piper's sorcerers were also mixed in there along with their enemy. They already heard the information about the annihilation of Silver's will. Hearing that, Yunos concluded that there was no way that Silver's will was lost to mere undead adventurers. He concluded that the one who annihilated Silver's will was none other than the sorcerers of Devil's Piper, the Imselves. The reason for his conclusion was the scene right below the window. His subordinates were exterminating the undead with ease, but if the sorcerers of Devil's Piper were marching toward this mansion, the situation would only get worsened. Yunos shut his eyes and spoke after pondering for a while. Mondo-sama, let's escape from Bara City. We, the members of Dancing Sword, will escort you to the next city. That was the best solution he could come up with. He could escape from the danger zone of Bara City and earn a huge debt of gratitude for escorting Earl Mondo out. Earl Mondo couldn't hide his surprise upon hearing Yunos's remark. Yunos Dono, are you telling me to abandon my own territory and its citizens? If I do that, it will be the end of this territory. The moment I escape from this city, all the other adventurers and my private soldiers will scramble around to save themselves. That's just what Devil's Piper is expecting me to do. If a feudal lord were to abandon their own territory, it was the same as declaring that their territory had already been ruined. Even the adventurers who fought to protect the territory would cast away their swords at that moment and run away to save their own lives. And worst of all, Earl Mondo just sent a message to all the adventurer guilds saying that they'd fight back against the invaders. If he escaped by himself during such a situation, it would only betray the adventurers' trust in him. Let's abandon such a pretty ideal, Earl Mondo-sama. Whether you're here or not wouldn't affect the crisis of this territory. Sure enough, the morale of the combatants will be affected once they hear about your desertion, which might cause more chaotic situations and more casualties as a result. That's why just bring along a few of your trusted retainers and tell the rest that Earl Mondo is still in his mansion. And to guarantee you're safe, did you just tell me to escape and lie to my people? Yunos Dono, I never thought that you were such a shameless man. Yunos fell into silence. Yunos was a man who excelled in reading his opponent's train of thought and guiding them in a way that benefited him the most. This was because Yunos, who lived in a dog-eat-dog world, grew up in the slums. That was the skill that he learned to pave his way up. In the city where he was raised, Yunos sacrificed the people around him to survive until now. Because he would be the one who died if he didn't do that. Maybe because he was raised in such an environment, he ended up becoming a pragmatist and self-centered person once he gained power. That habit resurfaced when he tried to guide someone. For that very reason, Yunos' raison d'etre was denied by Lambert when the former tried to make the latter join his guild. My apologies. I also lost my cool. I ignored your suggestion. Yunos Dono. Everyone has their own opinion. I also think that escaping might be for the best, but my pride as the lord of this territory and as a noble won't allow me to abandon my city and people in such a crisis. No, I'm also in the wrong for overstepping my bounds. Please forgive my discourtesy. Yunos bowed to Earl Mondo and proceeded to leave the office on his own. He then looked at Earl Mondo's tired face before he closed the door of the office. Yunos, who left the office like a defeated dog, clicked his tongue. Earl Mondo will die for sure. I need to quickly leave this place even if I have to leave alone. When he descended the stairs, he suddenly heard the sound of an explosion coming from above the stairs. Although it didn't seem to be coming from Earl Mondo's office, it sounded like some sort of spell. The employees screamed uncontrollably. The raid of Devil's Piper's sorcerer came sooner than Yunos predicted. Chapter 27. A never-ending scream came from the Earl's mansion. The sound of metal clashing and an explosion-like spell could be heard alternatingly. Yunos guessed that it might be the sound of the battle between his subordinates from Dancing Sword and the private army, who were left in the mansion to fight against the invasion of Devil's Piper. Yunos clicked his tongue as he got away from the sound of the battle. It has already begun. I should be able to slip out easily if I escape by myself. He could still try his luck to aim for the peak of adventurer guilds again, but such a chance was meaningless if this territory was razed to the ground by the undead. He did regret the fact that he had to cast away both his subordinates in Dancing Sword, which took a long time to cultivate, and his other achievements until now. But it didn't mean that he couldn't gather such subordinates again. Rather, with his long years of experience in founding and managing Dancing Sword, he knew that his next attempt would be easier for him. Though the loss of the top member of Dancing Sword was regrettable, he judged that they were most likely going to refuse Yunos's invitation to abandon this territory and start over again in a new territory, because Yunos never showed his true, cruel-hearted nature in front of his subordinates. Because, in the end, his subordinates were nothing more than pawns for Yunos. As he walked in the passage with a sober face, other footsteps came quickly toward him. He wanted to avoid the one who came toward him, but he was unwilling to waste his time just to take a detour. Even with the risk of meeting the other party, it was not significant. Yunos dropped his gaze on the sword draped at his waist while clicking his tongue. His gaze fixed back onto the path. As he continued walking, the one who appeared from the end of the passage was Earl Mondo's private army. "You're the guild master of Dancing Sword, Yunos Dono. But what are you doing here when the mansion is under attack?" The soldier stopped walking as he raised his vigilance toward Yunos. Yunos didn't even bother to stop. "I'm leaving this mansion since I got cold feet. Please tell the Earl that I'm sorry for leaving without telling him." Yunos then passed by the side of the soldier who was standing dumbfounded upon hearing the former's remark. What are you talking about?" "Then, why do you think you were called?" "Sorry, but the mission that I took was dealing with the mad hero. I'm not crazy enough to challenge a revolutionary organization." "That's your job." "Getting cold feet, huh?" Yunos of Dancing Sword." The soldier then shouted at Yunos. Yunos didn't even bother to respond. Instead, he felt relieved since the one he met wasn't one of his subordinates from Dancing Sword or the sorcerer of Devil's Piper. Since the one he met was the private army of Earl Mondo who couldn't get along with his subordinates from Dancing Sword, there was no way his subordinates would believe the soldier's remark in this kind of situation. If the one he met was the sorcerer from the Devil's Piper, regardless of his attitude, battle was inevitable. "So you're running away from a scary enemy, huh? It seems you really are just a small man who's got no balls." "I'm curious, how can you stay for so long as the guild master of Dancing Sword?" "Don't you dare show your face again, loser." Yunos didn't even bother to hear the abusive remark of the soldier. He kept walking along the passage. His current top priority was to get out of this city. After a few steps, Yunos felt a strange presence, so he stopped walking and turned around. In the passage where Yunos just passed by the soldier a few moments ago, there was a figure of a man clad in a black robe. The man's arms couldn't be seen since they were hidden by the robe's long sleeves, but protruding from those long sleeves was a pair of long swords. The face of the man hidden beneath the hood had no eyelids. A bit of his eyelids was left, hanging on top of his eyes as if it just cut clumsily with an edge tool. His eyes were bloodshot since they were always open. In addition, his nose was gone. The only traces left of his nose were two grotesque holes on his face. "You are Black Demon. So you're one of Devil's Piper's lackeys, huh?" Black Demon. He was the devilish murderer who appeared just recently in Barra City. The eyewitnesses called him Black Demon mainly due to his bizarre appearance. Even the first-rate adventurers who hunted him ended up as mutilated corpses the next morning. That was why all adventurers were raising their vigilance against him. The Black Demon chased after the soldier while swinging his twin sword. The soldier managed to parry 3 of Black Demon's attacks, but the latter's attacks were way too fast for the soldier. On top of that, since the long sleeves of Black Demon also hid the hilt of his sword, reading the trajectory of his sword was difficult. As he disarmed the soldier with one of his swords, his other sword stabbed quickly into the abdomen of the soldier. Gah-ha! The soldier fell to his knees. As if to match the moment of that soldier, the Black Demon withdrew his sword from the soldier's body. "Still alive, huh? Worry not. You'll suffer an agonizing pain for a long time, and die in agony." The soldier crawled to grab the sword that was dropped from his hand to commit suicide. Only to get his hand crushed relentlessly by the sole of Black Demon's boots, who then kicked the sword to a faraway place. The soldier then fell into his own pool of blood with a dumbfounded look on his face. The Black Demon showed a satisfied smile upon seeing that. and then rushed toward Yunos without even asking a question. I suspected there was only sorcerers in Devil's Piper, but I see, a cursed swordsman. Indeed, a cursed swordsman was a swordsman whose physical ability was elevated by a curse. But since a sudden increase in physical ability also increased the recoil they received, they never lived for too long. It was the complexity of both the sorcery and the spell. And then since it was regarded as a dangerous research subject, it was taboo to use living test subjects. The number of cursed swordsmen approved by the kingdom could be counted on one hand, so the research itself didn't show any noticeable development. This body that moves at my will was given by Manzi-sama's sorcery. We've transcended mere humans. Black Demon spoke excitedly as he swung his sword at Yunos. Yunos was forced to draw his sword to block the Black Demon's onslaught. He drew a circle with his sword's long blade, repelling Black Demon's sword. Although Black Demon's attack came simultaneously from the left and the right, Yunos parried all of the former's attacks with ease. Confirming the exact moment when Black Demon strengthened the grip on his sword, he realized that the physical reinforcement on Black Demon's body was far from perfect. He would be able to crush it at the perfect moment. Not your average Joe. Interesting. Yunos's sword shone, and a magic circle formed in the air in front of him. Wind, carry me. The wind blew violently around Yunos's body, encapsulating him and making him float in midair. Magic sword. Just a paltry try. Black Demon suddenly took some distance from Yunos. With his body in midair, Yunos moved erratically. He suddenly came to Black Demon's side while dodging the latter's attack with dancer-like movement. The sound of metal clashing resounded as their weapons made contact. TCH. A frown formed on the Black Demon's disfigured face. He failed to perfectly defend himself when their weapons clashed, resulting in a deep gash left by Yunos's sword on his arm. It was an unpredictable swordcraft that moved so fast, only strengthened with sorcery. That swordcraft was the origin of Yunos's alias and also the origin of the name of his guild, Dancing Sword. But Black Demon's sense of pain had already been weakened by Manzi when the latter turned the former into a cursed swordsman. He could fight as long as he was still alive, just like a berserker. The Black Demon fixed his stance despite his bleeding arm, glaring at Yunos. Against that, Yunos swung his sword while doing somersaults in the air. A wind cut. His feet touched the ground as he lowered his sword. The light on the tip of his sword drew a magic circle, firing wind blades toward the Black Demon. By nature, a swordsman who could use sorcery was a rarity itself. The reason for this was because it took a great deal of focus to activate a spell during battle. One needed discipline, training, and talent both in sword and sorcery. The Black Demon parried all the wind blades with his sword as he retreated. How dare you, using such paltry tricks? The Black Demon fixed his stance and prepared to make a rush. However, Yunos had already readied his sword, lowering his waist as he pointed it at his enemy. Flustered, Black Demon tried to get away from Yunos's reach, but he was too late. Yunos had already swung his sword to the side. He sliced Black Demon's abdomen, scattering his guts. The trajectory of Yunos's sword changed again. It pierced through Black Demon's eyeball until it came out of the back of his head. Quickly, he pulled out his sword. The Black Demon was annihilated. If you have such power, why did you escape? The soldier fell in his own pool of blood. It's a vain struggle if I'm the only one who can fight. Yunos spoke with a flat tone as he left that place. He walked toward the balcony on the second floor of the mansion. With his wind magic, Yunos could go down from the second floor uninjured. Thus, he decided to use the balcony. He couldn't hide his surprise when he looked down at the city again from above the wall. Geez. What bad luck. The few years I spent in this city was wasted. I agree, you're unlucky indeed. He turned around to face the owner of that voice. Yunos retreated while swinging his sword. Yunos's sword smashed the arrows that came to reap his life. To think that I ended up meeting you in this place when I just wanted to survey the condition of the city. Though killing you without cornering you won't satisfy my revenge. Aren't you already quite cornered right now? The one who attacked Yunos was a man in bright green, noble-like clothes and bitter orange, curly hair. It was the battle god, Robin Hood. You've come to take revenge on Earl Mondo in the middle of this riot. Huh. You might be able to do that, but I suggest you stop if you keep insisting. I had a hard time catching up to you, Unos of Dancing Sword. You have long since been aware of that, right? The reason why I ambushed your subordinates and ambushed you right in this place. Or what? Are you going to try to dodge the truth again? Robin Hood knocked his arrows, aiming at Unos. Unos's expressionless face finally collapsed, forming what looked like an excited face. And then, he smiled lightly as if trying to provoke Robin Hood. If that were the case, your anger is only on that level. Huh. You geese went to subjugate the monster that should have been left alone. Shouldn't you guys have been prepared for that much? Chapter 28. Leave it to us, lad. We'll get your revenge. The young man in bright green clothes took over the difficult challenge with ease while patting the head of the crying kid. Are you sane? Guildmaster Dono. One small mistake will turn us into criminals. In the worst case, this city will fall under the attack of those ogres. Even if we accomplish this mission, Earl Mondo will surely keep an eye on us. The handsome swordsman spoke with an amazed look on his face as they began their preparations. The old swordsman was helping the guildmaster of Blue Sky, the guild which was rumored to be the strongest guild in Barra City. He used to work as a soldier of a noble family. Although he wanted to spend his old days in retirement, he decided to pick up his sword again due to the influence of a young man who was born with talent, guts, and the gift of leadership. Currently, the old man along with many others volunteered themselves to negotiate again with the noble who made such a contract. They rebuked the strong-willed young man's rash decision along with the other main forces of Blue Sky. No problem. No matter the result, we will become a force to be reckoned with. Moreover, it's worth taking this risk since no other guild is willing to take the risk. I mean, that's what being a hero means, right? If you're unwilling to get involved, I don't mind even if you leave the guild, you know. Good grief, I guess there's nothing to stop you anymore. Well, I don't think Earl Mondo is also stupid enough to punish you if you succeed. Then, let's gain recognition from the Earl who prefers to play it safe by slaying that overgrown, man-eating ogre. After getting permission to assist their guildmaster, the adventurers in the guild stood up from their chairs, raising a war cry. As expected of Robin Hood Charmer. You really are kind toward children, troubled people, and cute women like me. I mean, this will turn into a really nice tale. The young guildmaster skillfully dodged the charge of a girl who came to hug him. Please stop saying something that will make people doubt my personality, Shulna. The young man spoke with a smile on his face. The girl called Shulna was one of his subordinates. She specialized in close combat by using her claws. As she leapt at him from his blind spot, she slightly regretted the fact that her guildmaster easily dodged her tackle. Even so, she felt proud of her guildmaster for the latter's skill to dodge her tackle. In her case, her adoration was bordering on faith. A few days later all members of Blue Sky were executed. The reason? Blinded by their greed for fame, they ignored the ban imposed by the Earl to not touch the ogre's flock. After failing to subjugate the ogre king, they caused the king to move its flock to raid Barra City, resulting in numerous casualties. It took a really long time for me to crack down on the one who ordered those guys to disturb our work. After all, that group was composed of the people with a grudge against me and fallen adventurers. I never expected that you'd go that far to hide your identity. I even ended up killing innocent people, you know. Robin Hood looked at Unos with a look filled with madness and enmity. You're not even hesitant to kill to achieve your goal. Huh. Maybe you're quite similar to me, hero Robin Hood. Unos spoke with a provocative smile on his face. I won't deny that. I doubt I'll die in peace, but I won't let that day come until I take you to the grave along with me. Demanding compensation for a misdeed is a sign of weakness. The harsh reality will let the weak die pitiful deaths over those of the strong one. Though you became an outlaw to avenge your comrades, in my eyes, it's a worthless reason, cheap desire and self-satisfaction unworthy of my time. Unos's lips twisted into a grin as he readied his sword. He sent a mocking smile as he looked at Robin Hood's face. I was born in the slums, you see. The kid who snatched my bread would be found in a tragic state a few days later, eaten by a stray dog alive. But I survived. Though outside the slums are beautiful, I've had no time to worry about it. Reality won't change unless I do something. Yunos closed in toward Robin Hood. Robin Hood prepared 3 arrows in his hand and fired them in rapid succession toward Yunos. Due to Robin Hood's godlike archery skill, the 3 arrows he fired toward Yunos looked like they were fired at the same time. Yunos dodged 2 of the arrows, crushing the last one with his sword. Even the 4th arrow that was fired right after that still failed to inflict a wound on Yunos's body. The arrows that were struck down by Yunos's longsword fell on the floor. Finally, Robin Hood entered Yunos's killing range. But Blue Sky's members were also slum children who stole bread from me. I was born in the slums like you. Yunos tilted the edge of his sword toward himself, pushing it out toward Robin Hood with a flick of his wrist. Robin Hood dodged that attack with ease. He dropped the bow in his hand, taking out a knife hidden in his clothing with his other hand and clasping its handle with natural ease. The shape of the knife's blade was quite peculiar. It was curved into almost a circle. Naturally, Robin Hood's knife was shorter than Yunos's longsword. Seeing that, Yunos was convinced of his victory. Yunos's victory had already been decided the moment Robin Hood, an archer, entered close combat against Yunos. Worst of all, Yunos was a sword master. On the other hand, Robin Hood was forced to abandon his bow in close combat. Yunos readied his sword to the point that its edge almost touched his skin, using his longer weapon to corner Robin Hood. Against that onslaught, Robin Hood didn't even care to use his knife for defense. Neither did he make an attempt to attack Yunos. He was fully devoted to dodging Yunos's sword. Then, let's see how you handle this. Seeing Robin Hood's action, Yunos leapt back for a moment. Then, he leaned forward. Wind, carry me. A magic circle appeared on the tip of Yunos's sword. Then Yunos's feet stomped on the ground. The power of his spell pushed him from behind. As he moved randomly all over the place, he readied his sword, aiming to end Robin Hood's life once and for all. Yunos's special skill, Dancing Sword, was a skill that combined Yunos's sword arm and wind spell. It was an attack that was hard to predict and avoid. As he flew around due to his magic, Yunos's gaze was always met with Robin Hood's own. Yunos tried to persuade himself that such a thing was impossible. Even Yunos, the creator of this skill himself, needed a few years of gruesome training to master this skill. After all, he needed to grasp his surroundings while activating this skill to prevent any mistake that could kill him in the process. But reality was far harsher than theory. Robin Hood's eyes could easily follow Yunos, whose body was moving around all over the place. It was a fact that Yunos couldn't believe no matter what. Robin Hood's dynamic vision was trained to the extreme since childhood to perfect his archery skill. No matter how fast Yunos swung his sword around, it looked like he had stopped moving in Robin Hood's point of view. And it still didn't change even after Yunos used his dancing sword. Yunos moved at high speed toward Robin Hood's flank, planning to swing his sword the moment their figures passed by each other. But right at the last moment, he bent his outstretched arm to protect his body from Robin Hood's attack. Yunos, who never expected that he would be struck with a counterattack when flying in the air, fell on the ground right after he received Robin Hood's counter. He kicked the ground in a hurry, trying to get away from Robin Hood. To think that he can force me into a corner with such a knife. It turns out he is quite skilled in handling other weapons. But there's nothing to fear as long as I keep my distance from him. Robin Hood without his bow won't be able to attack me from low. The moment he thought this, an arrow pierced Yunos's abdomen. Yunos retreated from that place at once, falling on his knee right on where he landed. Impossible. He shouldn't have had the time to prepare an arrow. Upon raising his face, he saw that Robin Hood stood still in his place, not moving an inch from where he was previously. And then, Yunos squinted his eyes, looking at the knife in Robin Hood's hand. He finally noticed the strange thing about that knife. Upon closer inspection, there was a string attached on the side of the knife with that strange shape. Finally, he realized that the strange knife was made into the shape of a makeshift mini-bow. I underestimated you, huh? Damn it. This me. When he raised his body, the back of his hand was trampled under Robin Hood's sole. Yunos raised a scream. Yunos, You said that you didn't care about whether others lived or died as a result of your actions. I had no intention to care about your philosophy, but now, in this place, you've finally stumbled on your own. Wait, Robin Hood. Let's make a deal. The one who decides whether you live or die isn't God. It's me. Robin Hood stored his knife again, picked up his bow and an arrow that dropped on the floor. He knocked an arrow and pulled his bowstring to its limit, aiming at Yunos's back. The place where his heart should be. Wait. I don't want to die yet. My great talent, guildmaster of a guild in this city, is too small position for me. I deserve a better place. This is the important point of my life. Yunos crawled on the ground, trying to get away from Robin Hood. Robin Hood fired his arrow. The moment the arrow found its target, a rain of blood erupted from the balcony. Chapter 29. 5 adventurers of Dancing Sword gathered on the third floor of Earl Mondo's mansion. Inside the office, they fought against a horde of undead. The room was ransacked. The desk was overturned, documents were scattered on the floor, and corpses lay unmoving on top of that mess. Earl Mondo stood in the deepest part of the office, protected by the red-haired man with a crop cut, the guildmaster's assistant Fando. Fando swung his axe wildly. His wide slices slid through 3 adventurers turned undead, cutting one's face, the next's forehead, and the last's head. They fell down on the floor, scattering grey matter everywhere. Dancing Sword was the candidate for the top guild in Barra City. Their members' abilities were a cut above the rest of the other adventurers. Since Fando was the assistant of Yunos, there was no mistaking his combat capabilities. Thus, he could somehow deal with normal undead. But Fando's movement grew duller as time passed. He glanced at the 3 adventurers who had just felled by him. One had a stretched tongue and an eye that could never focus. This was Belisha of Red Rat Group. The one whose face was crushed was Fluke of Heroic's Crest. Lastly, the one whose face was split cleanly by his axe was Fluke's buddy Marses. The trio were people whose names and faces were known by Fando. As a straightforward and extremely patient man, Fando often went out to barter information with the other guilds or negotiate with them. For that reason, he had a wide range of connections and was good at memorizing faces. The memories of his acquaintances distracted Fando's mind for a moment. Chance Cee, a tall man whose body was bandaged all over, sent a kick toward Fando. The power behind that kick was enough to send Fando's huge frame into the air. Even when he had somehow regained his stance after landing on the ground, the clothes in the area where he had been kicked were torn, and blood seeped from that place. My bad. My claws are long after all. He. The ominously tall man laughed at Fando. The tall man was eerie because his tall stature wasn't the only thing off-putting. Even his arms and legs were abnormally long. Fando had no idea whether the man before him was an undead or simply just a living human with strange stature. The tall man's movement was way too delicate to be reproduced by any average person. You fucking monster. See what you can do after Yuno-sama returns, Fando muttered as he adjusted his breathing. I'm not a monster. Well, sure enough, 70% of my body has been tampered with, but the other 30% is still the same. How dare you call this Bulny of patching a monster? The man called Bulny spread his arms, screaming as his body trembled. As his hood came off, the face peeking out below it was a bizarre bald head. It seemed to be a patchwork of many different faces. His eyes stilled as if a frozen lake covered his violent outburst. Earl Mondo looked at their exchange with a complicated look on his face. Yunos had already abandoned Barra City, leaving his subordinates behind to die. Although he knew from observing Fando's attitude that Yunos left Barra City without saying anything to his subordinates in Dancing Sword, Earl Mondo missed the timing to tell Yunos's subordinates about their boss's betrayal. If he told the truth about Yunos in this kind of situation, Earl Mondo's death aside, all of Dancing Sword could die after their morale crumbled down upon learning of their guildmaster's betrayal. Manzi-sama is heading to this place. Once he sees you guys, you'll meet a more terrifying fate than death. Bulny made full use of his long limbs and weapon, attacking Fando from outside of the latter's range. Fando was forced back upon receiving Bulny's attack with the blade of his axe. It felt like his attack was cutting through rotten meat. A mysterious reddish-brown liquid dripped down from Bulny's arm, but it didn't seem to be severed. Fando's axe was designed to be used as a blunt weapon rather than for cutting. But even if that was the case, Balni's arm was too tough. Cutting his arm aside, Fando couldn't even feel the sensation of his axe breaking Balni's bone. From the response he felt upon cutting that arm, Fando concluded that Balni's body was closer to that of rubber. Balni's entire body felt like a thick whip made to parry any kind of attack. At this rate, Fando wouldn't have any other way to deliver a sure kill strike against Balni. Although Balni would surely die as long as Fando chopped the former's head, he had no way to close in to land a decisive hit on Balni while fending off his attacks. Balni kept swinging his long arms like a whip. Though his movements were simple, his reach was incredible. Balni's elastic arms elongated as they swung around, grazing Fando right on his jaw despite the latter believing that he was already out of Balni's reach. That graze peeled off part of his jaw's skin. Anything more than a graze would surely make Fando fall to his knees. Balni intensified his attack against Fando. Even though Fando was desperately parrying Balni's attacks with the blade of his axe, every single one of Balni's attacks was too heavy. The first, second, and third attacks came from the same position. Though the fourth attack came from a slightly different angle, its aim was to slip through Fando's axe. Sama. This is the end for me. At that moment, Balni suddenly abandoned his attack, taking some distance from Fando. The reason he did so was because of the sound of an arrow piercing through the air, aiming to take his life. Balni turned around and pinched the arrow with his elongated fingers. While he managed to pinch the arrow in midair, he couldn't hide his surprise. The arrow was precisely aimed for the moment when he almost killed Fando. In short, the one who fired this arrow was watching their movements during their battle. To be more precise, the archer could see Balni's fast movements. Interesting to think that a person who can see this great Balni's movements exists. The moment Balni showed his interest toward the archer, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. It turned out there was another arrow hiding in the shadows of the first arrow, and that second arrow had pierced Balni's chest. Both arrows were fired with such godly rapid firing and precision. The second arrow gouged easily into the weak point of Balni's bizarre body. To be killed in this kind of place. Balni groaned in pain as the third arrow pierced through his forehead, perpendicular to the second arrow. Balni's tall figure collapsed on the floor with an eerie movement. Who the hell? The figure of Robin Hood entering the office with composure was the last thing he saw. The one who was surprised the most upon seeing that figure was Earl Mondo and the Dancing Swords adventurers. You've come to take my head, huh? So you want to kill me with your own hands before I'm killed by the undead? Earl Mondo ground his teeth as he sent a glare toward Robin Hood. Robin Hood was glaring back at Earl Mondo in silence. Why did you appear at this kind of time? The female adventurer Talmia shouted at Robin Hood. She didn't even care to hide her disgust and shock upon seeing Robin Hood. The moment she shouted, Talmia's movement stopped for a moment, and that moment was used by the undead soldier to disarm her knives. At that moment, an arrow pierced through the crown of the undead soldier's head. It was obviously support coming from Robin Hood. What there? After that, Robin Hood's arrows pierced through the undead soldier almost without any resistance. When the undead soldier fell quietly, Robin Hood entered the office. Robin Hood's action seemed to be as bizarre as ever in the eyes of the Dancing Sword adventurers. This confusion was reminiscent of what they felt before, when Robin Hood interrupted them from completing their request and killed their comrade. His godly skill along with his cunningness was what turned him into the worst kind of mad hero. And now, that very same madman was helping the city lord, the one who he should regard as his mortal enemy. Even if the other party didn't regard him as their ally, from Robin Hood's point of view, he already lost his reason to kill the Dancing Sword adventurers. Robin Hood's goal was to make Unos experience the same despair as him, watching helplessly as Dancing Sword died by his own hand. He wanted to drive Unos to despair. That was just how much he hated Unos, who snatched everything from him. He thought that the hatred in his heart would be appeased if he killed Unos after making the latter experience the same suffering as him, watching his trusted comrades die in front of his eyes. But it turned out, Yunus didn't feel that way toward his guild members. But upon calming down after the euphoria he felt after he killed his mortal enemy, he realized that the dancing sword adventurers weren't Yunus's comrades. They were nothing but disposable pawns, thus making Robin Hood lose his reason to kill them. The sense of loss he felt after the euphoria was simply something that couldn't be expressed in words. But Robin Hood knew that he felt self-depreciation upon recalling the fact that he was reduced to the same level as Yunus, in the way that he couldn't care less about involving innocent people in his selfish revenge. By this point, he had no intention to act like a hero again. You know the story, right? About how the fallen hero loves to help those who are at a disadvantage. Robin Hood then took out a gold coin from his bosom pocket as the tip of his lip curved into a smile. Since I got no reason to kill you people right now, I'll spare your lives. You know how I work, right? Currently, I'm your ally. There's no greater ally than me in your current situation, right, Marquis Sama? You bastard. How dare you? That day, one of Dancing Sword's adventurers walked toward Robin Hood while pointing their sword in their hand, ready to kill the latter. But Fando stopped the adventurer. He's someone we can't trust. But at the same time, he's not someone who we can ignore in this situation. Fighting him here will only result in losses on our side. I understand your feelings, but please calm your fury for now. We have no choice but to work along with this flighty, mad hero. But, Fando-san, we can't find Yunus-sama. Let's go with the assumption that the worst thing happened to him. Let me repeat this. I understand how you feel, but please just follow my orders obediently this one time. A ripple formed in Robin Hood's heart the moment he heard Yunus's name, but he feigned ignorance and didn't let them know what he felt. Hi-ho-ho-ho. Yunus is the one they're talking about? Suddenly, they heard a hoarse voice come from the entrance of the room. The owner of that voice was an extremely pale-skinned old man with a bizarrely long bald head that had several lumps. Following behind him were 5 undead. And there was a figure of a man with particularly long hair. That man's eyes were bloodshot, and there was an arrow sticking out from his back, right where his heart was supposed to be. That man was none other than Dancing Sword's Guildmaster, Yunus. The Dancing Sword's adventurers and Earl Mondo were frozen on the spot upon seeing Yunus's appearance. Robin Hood was the only one who was glaring at the undead Yunus with eyes that sent chills running down the spines of everyone else in the room. He regretted the fact that he didn't thoroughly destroy Yunus's corpse since he was in a hurry after killing the latter. There's Robin Hood who killed Bolney. It seems there are so many toys to play with. He. The eerie old man named Manzi, one of Devil's Piper's 8 wise men, cackled upon seeing the corpse of his subordinate laying on the floor. Chapter 30. Should I introduce myself first? I'm Manzi, one of the 8 wise men of Devil's Piper. My dear city lord and adorable adventurers, you can stop this riot if you kill me. After all, I'm the one who controls all the hidden undead in this city. But of course, that is only if you have the ability to kill me. The mysterious old man was Manzi, who came along with 5 undead, including Yunus. He spoke with a clear and sonorous voice. The wrinkles and blotches that covered his face formed an eerie smile. Manzi spoke cheerfully as if he was about to start a show right after this. The Dancing Sword adventurers couldn't say anything. They were rooted in place, watching the scene with dumbfounded looks on their faces. After all, one of the undead who protected Manzi was none other than their own guildmaster, Yunus. The gallant, awe-inspiring, and charismatic figure which they saw in their guildmaster when he was still alive was already gone. All that remained was an undead. The light in his eyes had long since vanished, replaced with a stagnant grey color. His bluish tongue dangled from his mouth like a dog waiting for their meal, and his back arched forward like an old man. He even lost his usual vigor which was always on his face when he was still alive. Yunus's entire body was enough to tell his subordinates that their guildmaster was already dead. Yunus Sama? The Dancing Sword adventurers were also despaired upon seeing the current condition of Yunus. Robin Hood glared at the undead Yunus with a bored look on his face. He then glared at Manzi who was being protected by 5 undead. Does that mean all the undead in the entire city are under your control? As if such a grand sorcery that will turn one man into an army can be used by you alone. Manzi looked even more delighted upon hearing Robin Hood's remark. Not directly, of course. I scattered my subordinates around the city. Every single one of them has a death black crystal to control the undead, but its source is me. This is my grimoire, Giraf's book's power. He then showed a black book that became the source of his power as he replied to Robin Hood. He had the leeway to tell the other party both his name and the origin of his power and weapon. Surely, the low-rank adventurers of Barra City were nothing more than toys in Manzi's eyes. On top of being an excellent conductor for necromancy, it also contains 42 simplified casting techniques for higher-rank necromancy spells. It allows me to summon 13 spirits of Hades. This book, my Bible, was created with alchemy by the person I revere above all others, Giraf Sama, a man known as the history's worst human. Giraf, that Giraf, Fando exclaimed in surprise. Seeing his reaction, Manzi let out a satisfied smile. Giraf was humanity's most notorious alchemist in the Regio's kingdom. The only ones who had never heard his name were babies who understood little. Giraf was an alchemist of the Algras kingdom, a kingdom that was defeated by the Regio's kingdom 200 years ago. 200 years ago, the Algras kingdom was one of the kingdoms in the West Wormia continent that promoted pacifism. Algras kingdom, which was a minor power at the time, had very little experience in war. Poorly equipped, they decided to form an alliance with their neighbor, the Hein kingdom. As soon as the 8 countries' unification war intensified, they decided to do so to prevent their citizens from becoming casualties of war. But Giraf, one of the alchemists at that time, managed to control the royalty. He single-handedly destroyed the alliance with Hein kingdom in the worst possible way, which led to a war between the two kingdoms. Moreover, to make up for the Algras kingdom's overwhelming lack of war potential, he abandoned all kinds of ethics. By researching necromancy, he boosted their military power to the point that it could rival much bigger countries. As he gained more and more authority with each success, eventually, Giraf controlled every corner of the government. He trampled on the citizens' dignity with his cruel oppression and exploitation, mercilessly torturing and executing anyone who opposed him. Anyone who spoke out was soon made an example of. Giraf controlled every inch of the kingdom to an abnormal degree, completely transforming the once pacifistic Algras kingdom into a military nation. This complete change was due to Giraf alone. And then, Giraf himself was killed in a mutiny after what he built so far collapsed in an insurrection. As a result, the total death toll in Algras kingdom both during the insurrection and the war became the largest death toll in the entire West Wormia continent. At that time, Giraf single-handedly killed around 10 million people, and the weapon he used was created by his own hand via alchemy, the Black Grimoire. If the grimoire in Manzi's hand was the real Giraf's book, then it wasn't impossible for Manzi to control an army of undead by himself. Robin Hood fired an arrow toward Manzi without waiting for the latter to prepare himself. The 3 arrows fired by him passed through the gap between the 5 undead as if they had lives of their own, heading straight toward Manzi. Suddenly, a headless swordsman with a sword in each hand appeared from behind Manzi, knocking back the arrows in one swing right before they pierced Manzi's oval-shaped head. Clad in old-fashioned black armor, the thing that protected Manzi was one of Hades' spirits. Dalakan. Spirits were beings that existed in the aptly named spirit world. A sorcerer could summon them under special conditions by forming a contract with them. In this case, Manzi just took over the spirit that had already formed a contract with Giraf and tied it to the grimoire the moment the former took over the grimoire. After swinging their sword, the Dullahan's figure turned into a thin black mist. This didn't mean that the Dullahan returned to the spirit world. It just turned invisible to protect Manzi, its summoner. Hi-oh-ho-ho-ho, no need to be in such a hurry. You'll soon join your comrades. I will personally decide whether you have value to serve me or not. The 5 undead moved as soon as Manzi finished his sentence. Standing at the forefront of the formation, the dead-eyed Uno zigzagged toward Robin Hood and company. I won't die. I will grasp everything in my hands. Unos raised his sword, lunged forward as far as he could, and charged toward Robin Hood. There was a high chance that an undead would retain their own ego due to their sheer willpower or residual mana in their corpse. Although there wasn't much ego left in Yunos, his deep-rooted obsession remained strong even at the end of his life. This obsession transformed in the most crooked way. Robin Hood, you'll die die. The one who's already dead is you, bastard. Robin Hood's arrow pierced Yunos's face. Yunos's head bent back due to the power behind Robin Hood's arrow. As his head became crooked at an impossible angle for living humans, Yunos let out a guttural noise. But that arrow was far from enough to stop the undead Yunos. He closed the distance between him and Robin Hood. His head was bent at an impossible angle, and he brandished his sword. The undead Yunos's movements were far too rough compared to when he was still alive, but they were a league faster. The current speed of his sword swing had clearly surpassed that of when he was still alive. Die. Robin Hood ducked to let the sword pass above him. Then, he dodged to the left when the sword had swung down. He then took out the knife from his breast pocket to parry more than 3 dozen of Yunos's attacks. The fight continued on with Yunos thrusting his sword only to get the tip of it knocked away by Robin Hood's knife. Not good. Defending against his attacks at this distance is already the best I can do. Windy, carry me. A magic circle formed on the tip of his sword as soon as Yunos finished his aria. The wind blew violently despite being indoors. As he rushed toward Robin Hood, Yunos rode the wind while maintaining his slovenly posture. Although his stance was a mess, his speed was definitely faster than before. Chapter 31. Note: I recommend reading this chapter while listening to Terminator BGM. The undead Yunos's blade was fast approaching Robin Hood, but Robin Hood's dynamic vision that has been trained to the highest limit for an archer could catch up with Yunos's irregular movements. The knife was thrown from Robin Hood's fingers. Using sword dance required the user to create a movement orbit beforehand with wind magic. Only after doing so could the pattern of the movement be altered to adapt to the situation. Since the undead could only make simple movements, like crude imitations of the real thing when they were still alive, the pattern of their movements was easy to read. Robin Hood destroyed Yunos's dancing sword for a moment right from the front. The reason he threw his knife was simply that he read through Yunos's movements. Thus, he threw his knife to the predicted trajectory. The movement of the sword dance, which was possible thanks to the wind that was clad around its user's body, couldn't change in a moment. As a result, the undead Yunos's eyes saw the knife that came to his unprotected side. And yet, he couldn't react in time. And the knife pierced through Yunos's abdomen. Tiny blood vessels appeared in the stagnant whites of the eyes, and his eyes opened wide as if receiving a shock. Yunos's movements stopped for a moment, and Robin Hood used that exact moment to knock another arrow. The place he was aiming for was undead Yunos's right knee, left arm, and right eye. Undead had monstrous vitality, but they were nothing more than lumps of meat once their sensory organs and joints were destroyed. With correct timing, all Robin Hood's arrows should hit their mark. But right at that moment, Yunos swung his sword while turning his body to dodge the arrows. Wind, repel. The deployed wind barrier altered the arrow's orbit. One arrow didn't get repelled and pierced through Yunos's abdomen. Yunos pulled out the arrow that pierced his abdomen, snapping it with his bare hands before dropping the arrow on the floor. Seeing that, Robin Hood clicked his tongue as he got away from the undead Yunos. He is far more resilient compared to the undead that I have fought so far. Depending on the position, the arrow fired by Robin Hood was strong enough to pierce through the armor and put a crack on the bone where the arrow hit. Even though Robin Hood's arrow had already scored a hit on Yunos's head before, far from collapsing, the latter surprisingly could react to the former's next arrows and turn his body to avoid them. It might be possible for him to do that because he is undead. To think that the undead's resilience can become this terrifying when combined with Yunos's swordcraft and sorcery. Well, not having to see his annoying personality might be the only saving grace in this situation. With his left eye, Robin Hood confirmed the situation in the room while moving in a circle and looked at Yunos with his right eye. The 5 dancing sword adventurers fought against 2 of the 5 undead that came with Manzi. Fando led his comrades, issuing precise instructions to them and maintaining their dominance against the stupid undead. But in Robin Hood's eyes, he knew that those two undead were sword masters on the same level as Unos. Although they managed to keep the two undead at bay, the undead had a particular resilience and undying aspect compared to the dancing sword adventurers whose movements would become sluggish with simple bleeding wounds. The result of the prolonged battle was clear. In addition, one of the 8 wise men, the eerie old man Manzi, had yet to make his move. He just looked at the progress of the battle with an eerie smile on his equally eerie face. Flanking him were the rest of the undead who had yet to be deployed. The battle should have ended quickly if those two undead by Manzi's side made their move. The reason they didn't do so was mainly that this office was nothing more than a playground for the battle between adventurers and undead in Manzi's eyes. Robin Hood had long since realized that fact. If there was something that he could do in this situation, it was looking for a chance to land many critical wounds to Manzi as he prolonged his battle with Unos as long as possible. But doing that was literally impossible. On top of having the two undead as his bodyguards, there was still the invisible Hades spirit, the Dullahan, which was summoned by using Giraf's book. That Dullahan was far more formidable than all the 5 undead brought by Unos combined. The invisible Dullahan had delivered a slash with godlike speed. It was something that was already beyond the realm that a human could comprehend. Moreover, seeing Giraf's book in Manzi's hand, Robin Hood got this feeling that Manzi could still summon another spirit whose power rivaled that of a Dullahan. He couldn't see a chance to turn the tide of battle as long as Giraf's book was still in Manzi's hands. Our side is critically lacking the manpower to defeat him. The most terrifying thing about that eerie old man is the fact that he is completely protected while he can't move due to his lack of mana as he prepared to do large-scale necromancy or spirit summoning with Giraf's book. If he was an ordinary man, they'd have either gone insane or been knocked out due to a lack of mana. Although I have no choice but to die while using my trump card to kill that guy, I can't find any opening to use it on him. Robin Hood realized that defeating Manzi with a frontal attack was pretty much impossible. But Robin Hood didn't plan to prolong their life either. Ahahi! Unos readied his sword, heading straight toward Robin Hood. Robin Hood reacted by firing his arrow. At that moment, Unos's speed suddenly increased, and he dodged all 3 arrows. No way, he can move faster than when he was alive. The arrows fired by Robin Hood kept getting destroyed by Unos's sword. Unos was using his own shoulder to receive the faint arrows while charging forward, closing in the distance toward Robin Hood by making full use of his immortal body. Oh! It's getting interesting over there. Manzi was looking at Unos with a curious look on his face. Robin Hood observed Unos's condition even closer upon hearing Manzi's remark, and soon, he reached a certain conclusion after seeing the movement of Unos's feet, arms, and mimetic muscle. Rather than becoming faster, it's more like his physical ability has been strengthened. No, maybe he simply had never gone all out from the very beginning, meaning that the current him has already mastered his move. Amazing, at an amazing power. Aha, witty this bow were, I'm the strongest adventurer in Baira City. His ego has returned. Such a thing wasn't supposed to happen. Swordsmen who honed their minds to the limit or high-ranking sorcerers with a great amount of mana had a high chance to regain their ego after they'd turned into undead. But then, the result when their ego only partially returned was them screaming nonsensical words. It seemed the Unos undead belonged to the latter type. As long as I have this power, I am invincible. I leave behind my birthplace, using my ingenuity and Swadi, become a noble. Dream on. You're already dead. The undead Unos was already strong with his undead body, sorcery, and sword. Then, as his ego slowly returned, his famous skill became more and more refined. The greatest weak point of the undead, namely their slow wit, had finally vanished as he regained his ego. Unos easily dodged 3 arrows from Robin Hood which were aiming for his vital spot with minimal movement. Even if the arrows had hit his body, the undead Unos would be fine as long as those arrows didn't hit his joints or destroy a large portion of his body. Wind, Karimi. Yunos's wind magic was executed at the perfect timing. The undead Yunos's body floating in midair. As he sped close to the ground, he dodged all the arrows fired and finally arrived right in front of Robin Hood. Since he would become the prey of Robin Hood's dynamic vision if he was moving from far away, the rational action he took after self-reflection was to move at an extremely high speed in close range. Fool. The fool is you. Deee. Robin Hood dodged Yunos's sword dance with a backstep, but Yunos instantly closed in again. And finally, Yunos's sword arrived right in front of Robin Hood's eyes, drawing a crimson line in midair. Robin Hood jumped back, his hand touching the wall behind him. TCH, cornered with no way out. Not wasting a moment, Yunos closed the distance immediately. The moment Robin Hood prepared himself to welcome his death, the window of the office was smashed apart along with an explosive sound. The thing that smashed the window was a huge man clad in full plate armor which looked like a lump of metal. That huge man landed right beside Robin Hood. The entire room shook as soon as he landed on the floor due to the sheer weight of his armor. At that moment, the air in the room changed at once. Yunos, who was about to finish off Robin Hood, retreated the moment that huge man in full plate armor made his entrance. Even the other undead and adventurers stopped fighting and took some distance from each other, looking at the intruder. Even Manzi's disgusting smile was replaced with a grim look. Who dares to disturb my sideshow? Sideshow, is it? I guess there are some leftovers for me to hunt. The man in full plate armor knocked the floor with his great sword. The room shook for the second time, and soon, a huge crack formed on the floor. The one who will be hunted this time is you. Protected by his helmet, the two crimson orbs hidden in Lambert's skull glared at Manzi. Chapter 32. Manzi felt some sort of indescribable feeling in Lambert. As someone who prided himself as the best necromancer of this era, Manzi could get a glimpse of the presence of a human called Lambert, and he could see a dense amount of miasma coiling around Lambert, who readied his great sword. And that was enough for Manzi, whose vigilance was lowered since he always committed one-sided slaughter until now, to become alert. This intimidating air, is it miasma? Does that mean he's an undead? But to be able to maintain his ego for so long, he might be a lich. My chimera's tale should have already informed me of such an existence. However, there's no report about someone like him. It's unthinkable that they would miss someone as eerie as him. Does that mean he isn't a member of an adventurer guild? Leashes were the kinds of curses that necromancers used on themselves to gain perennial youth and eternal life. However, doing so caused irreversible failure to the user's mana, mind, and bodily functions, since that curse marked them as failures of living beings. Even so, due to this, maintaining their ego was far easier than a normal undead. Domiliun, who survived for 200 years, gained a slime body, binding her mana into her own skull. She was also some type of lich, but since there wasn't a single existence that could maintain their complete ego with mana and sheer willpower alone before, there wasn't a verb suitable for defining an existence like Lambert. Manzi raised his hand, glaring at Lambert. Let's just crush unnecessary factors. Good thing I have a lot of tricks left up my sleeve. The undead who stood at Manzi's sides readied their swords and rushed at Lambert. The reason I brought them to this place instead of entrusting them to my subordinates was that their bodies have been reinforced with magic formulae with the help of the best sorcery tool, my Giraffe's book. Someone like Robin Hood might be able to do something while fighting against one undead. But how about two at the same time? Their brains acted as stopgaps to protect their bodies, but Manzi overloaded them with mana, disregarding that safety limit. He forced the two undead to move faster than what their bodies were capable of. In addition, the toughness of the two undead far surpassed when they're still alive. They suddenly moved to the sides as soon as they're about to enter Lambert's greatsword's range, attacking him simultaneously from left and right. Even if Lambert could take care of one of the undead, the other would surely deal a killing blow. It was a perfect killing formation. In theory. Manzi's lips loosened as if admiring the perfection of his own creation. Even for Manzi, who had a long history of creating undead, This was the first time he saw his undead move so fast. Those undead were created by using the corpses of high-ranking adventurers from the capital of adventurers, Barra City. Their bodies were forged from daily training and missions. Hi-ho ho 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 ho. Wonderful. I'm deeply moved. Thank you, adventurers. Thank you very much for desperately training your body for the sake of becoming corpse doll materials for me. Thank you so much. There are so many corpses of wonderfully trained bodies littering this place. Overcome with emotion, Manzi spread his arms, showing a trance-like look on his ugly face. Though Robin Hood had already restrained Unos, and he could only see a bit of what happened in front of him since his line of sight was covered by Lambert and Unos, he was really surprised upon seeing the last two undead make their move. Here I thought that undead Unos was strong, but it was a miscalculation on my part. That ugly bastard can actually make such high-level undead with his minimally trained body. It's a simple but effective plan to deal fatal wound with a two-pronged attack. But with that kind of speed and endurance, they've already stepped beyond the limit of humans. The undead couldn't be stopped with just one or two flesh wounds. One needed to destroy the joints in their bodies to stop their movements, burn them with magic, crush their heads, or snap their spines. Seeing that fleshy sword wound couldn't stop them, their attacks became the short kill sword skills that completely disregarded defense or evasion. And those top-tier sword skills came simultaneously from two different directions. Both undead were aiming for Lambert's neck. Wonderful. Hi-ho ho 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 ho. Fresh blood danced in the air along with that laugh, and those two undead were blown away from where they came from. The two undead lost the upper halves of their bodies, each buried in the wall. As for their lower bodies, it was only natural for them to stop moving. Even swordsman couldn't see Lambert's slash with godlike speed. For someone like Manzi, he didn't even have any idea what had happened a moment ago. In his eyes, it looked like the upper bodies of the two approaching undead just vanished in midair. Rather than swordcraft, it would be easier to say that Lambert simply used sorcery just now. Did you just praise my swordcraft? What a nonsensical fella. Impossible. You are not a human. Enhanced undead. That leather cover, made from human skin, huh? To think that I ended up stumbling upon the grimoire made by that bastard Giraf in this kind of place. Lambert swung his blood-stained greatsword to get rid of the blood on his sword's blade as he directed his question at Manzi. You know this is Giraf's book with just a glance? As I thought. You're a lich. Huh? Me, a lich? Are you not? Someone who has never delved into necromancy would not recognize this book in a single glance. I recognized it because I saw it before. By the way, I never expected that my lifelong regret would be cleared in such an unexpected way. To think that a cursed book survived for more than 200 years. Wow, what kind of nonsense are you mumbling about? The one who killed Giraf was me. My biggest regret was the fact that I didn't destroy his grimoire. Huh? Due to the machinations of an alchemist, Algris' kingdom turned barbarous and tyrannical, repeatedly sending their troops to wage an unjust and reckless war against the other countries, and the one who put an end to that alchemist's madness was one of Regio's kingdom's 4 demon generals of that time, Lambert. It happened 200 years ago on the top floor of the Algris kingdom's royal palace. Lambert had chased down Giraf until he was cornered. Giraf controlled frenzied spirits and numerous undead created from enemies and allied forces with his large-scale necromancy, but he was finally slain by Lambert. However, the horror of Giraf, the one hailed as humanity's worst alchemist, didn't end with his death. The moment Giraf was about to be killed by Lambert, he transferred his grimoire, the proof of his life and his legacy, to his disciple who was hiding in another place. Thus, his atrocities, the contracted spirit of the spirit world, and his sorcery still remained in this world. As a result, the old alchemist, the worst alchemist in history, the war criminal who massacred more than 10 million people, was killed by Lambert. But due to his legacy, Giraf's malice changed ownership and kept creating mountains of corpses. I see. I guess I indirectly caused this incident due to my small mistake at that time. Lambert's miasma overflowed beyond his control, filling the entire office due to his rage. Impossible. Are you trying to say that you're Lambert the traitor himself? You think I'm gonna believe that crap? Indeed. I'm the worst of the 4 demon generals, known as the worst traitor in Regio's kingdom's history. I am Lambert de la Croix, and this traitor is the one who is going to put an end to you and that accursed book. Lambert declared this with a calm voice as he readied his great sword. For the first time, Manzi's eyes opened wide, glaring at Lambert. Chapter 33, Lambert de la Croix. How dare you masquerade as that Lambert in front of me, a Giraffe-sama admirer? Your sin deserves the most painful death. Manzi yelled at the top of his lungs, gripping Giraffe's grimoire even tighter than before. No, a simple death is too good for you. I'm gonna turn you into a meat doll with Giraffe-sama's sorcery, and keep you alive so that you'll live in pain and agony. Don't get carried away just because you cut down mere enhanced undead. Lambert closed in toward Manzi. Manzi's right hand pointed toward Lambert while keeping the book in his left hand. Oh flame, burn. He invoked sorcery by using Giraffe's grimoire as an intermediary. A big flame around 2 meters in height materialized from the tip of Manzi's finger, burning the floor and ceiling in its wake. Manzi's spell moved as if it had its own will, preventing Lambert from getting away from it. Hi ho ho ho. You'll suffer inside of that armor. What magic of such scale? The dancing sword adventurers couldn't hide their surprise. Manzi's spell was far bigger than when the same spell was cast by a normal sorcerer. A normal sorcerer needed quite a long time to invoke that spell, but be its firepower, range, or time for invocation, Manzi's spell excelled in all areas. And most of all, the aggregate amount of mana to create such a phenomenon was too overwhelming. Amongst the list of spells, creating something from nothing consumed an overwhelming amount of mana. For that reason, many offensive spells belong to the wind or earth elements. The most a normal sorcerer could do with the fire element was creating a fireball as big as the palm of their hand. If any normal sorcerer created a flame of that scale, their mana would be sucked dry in a second and kill them. Manzi was using the spell with Giraffe's grimoire as an intermediary. Giraffe's grimoire was nearly a perfect intermediary for spellwork. It allowed the user to raise the efficiency of their mana for their spell due to various complex magic formulae written in it. The ability of that book aside, the skill to produce that scale of flame was enough to tell everyone just how vast Manzi's supply of mana was. Mere adventurers like you aren't even worthy of making me go all out. That spell alone rivals the 5 strongest royal sorcerers. Fando, who was giving orders to his comrades to fight the enhanced undead, was drenched in a cold sweat upon glancing at the battle between Lambert and Manzi. Why did a sorcerer as skilled as that join an anti-government organization? How can we get close to him? There were 3 mistakes in Fando's remark. First, to put it plainly, Manzi's forte was in necromancy. He had no means to prevent Lambert from approaching with his undead anymore. That was why he had no choice but to use sorcery to prevent Lambert from approaching. Second, it was not that he strayed from the path of proper sorcery. Manzi had already failed as a human being since his infancy, and this only worsened along with the growth of his power and age. And lastly, this level of flame was mere child play in front of Lambert. Even when it looked like he just barely dodged the incoming spell, in fact, Lambert still had some leeway. He closed in toward Manzi with the shortest possible path as if to dare his opponent. Is that all you got? Manzi was clearly enraged upon hearing Lambert's provocation. It only made the deep wrinkles on his old, fat, and ugly face even more prominent. Even Manzi, whose ability rivaled that of royal sorcery by Fando's evaluation, was nothing more than a greenhorn in front of Lambert, who experienced the fight against Giraffe 200 years ago. Finally, Giraffe's grimoire entered the reach of Lambert's great sword. Lambert and Manzi's eyes locked. I'm gonna destroy that accursed book, fool. The one who is going to die is you. Suddenly, a headless twin swordsman wearing jet black armor appeared in front of Lambert, raising their right sword overhead. It was one of Giraffe's 13 contracted spirits of Hades, Dullahan. The incoming blade from above was blocked by Lambert's great sword. Giraffe's 13 spirits, Dullahan of the 6th, It's been 200 years. Lambert's sword intersected with Dullahan's sword. Dullahan's twin swords attacked Lambert with a skill that was far beyond human comprehension, and Lambert parried all those swords that came at the speed of light. Lambert was completely defensive for almost 30 moves in front of Dullahan's sword skill. Giraf's 13 spirits weren't the kind of opponents that could be easily defeated, even by someone as powerful as Lambert, one of the 4 demon generals of Regos Kingdom who won the 8 countries unification war. Lambert kicked the floor, opening some distance from his opponent. "I see, you've grown stronger during my sleep, Dullahan readied its twin swords in silence. Despite its weapons being called twin swords, Dullahan was in fact choosing 2 different swords. The sword in its right hand was a mithril sword, a lightweight yet durable sword that was completely geared for swiftness. Dullahan's swift strikes used that sword as its main force. The sword in its left hand was a jet black sword that was covered in mist. It was already obvious with a single glance that the jet black sword was a demon sword from the spirit world. That sword was part of Dullahan's body. It was a cursed demon sword that nullified physical protection and severed life once it entered its opponent's flesh. That sword was the main reason for Lambert opening some distance from the Dullahan. A swift and durable mithril sword in its right hand and a demon sword that nullified any attempt to defend against it. It'd be a simple matter for Lambert to defeat the Dullahan if the other party was only equipped with one sword. But even someone as powerful as Lambert had a hard time dealing with the twin swords, which had completely different natures from each other. Manzi used Dullahan to gain control of almost all adventurer guilds in Barra City. No matter how strong the guild was, the fight ended quickly when Dullahan swung its sword. Even someone with a huge amount of mana like Manzi wanted to suppress his mana consumption. Moreover, Manzi himself realized that he wouldn't get away unscathed if he fought the major guilds. In addition, Dullahan's sword was more reliable to minimize the damage done to those it fell, leaving them perfect specimens to turn into undead. Another reason was that the spirits of numbers 7 and above needed a large-scale and dangerous ritual to be summoned in this world. Yes, it was dangerous even for Manzi himself. For that reason, Dullahan of the 6th was the most suitable and useful for any situation. Dullahan, with its transcendent sword skill that could insta-kill any kind of swordsman, was Manzi's strongest sword. But on the other hand, since its power was too overwhelming, it was eternally relegated as the main force to gain total control in the battlefield or as the last shield like now. Ever since he got Giraf's grimoire, Manzi had rarely encountered life-threatening danger thanks to Dullahan's overwhelming power. That was why looking at the opponent that even that Dullahan couldn't overwhelm caused Manzi distress. What are you waiting for? Stop playing around. Stop trying to catch him alive. Kill 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 he. Dullahan leapt forward upon hearing Manzi's scream. Thus, the duel between 2 swordsmen who both transcended the limit of humanity restarted. Manzi pointed his arms toward the battle between the 2 swordsmen while revealing an ugly smile on his face. "Oh flame, burn." As a spirit, Dullahan wouldn't die even if the majority of its body parts were destroyed. At most, it would return to the spirit world. That was why Manzi decided to burn both Dullahan and Lambert. Soon enough, the 2 swordsmen were enveloped in the flame released by Manzi. "Hi-oh ho 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 ho. Yeah I killed him. Hi-oh ho 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 ho." Manzi laughed like a madman. Suddenly, a jet black sword wrapped in miasma was thrown from inside the raging flame. Hoyo. At the next moment, Dullahan's figure was also thrown out from inside the raging flame. It only stopped after crashing against the wall. The sword in its hand was gone. Maybe because its jet black armor was heavily damaged, it couldn't maintain its form in this world anymore, and it started to vanish. How can it be? Lambert's figure could be seen inside the flame pillar, readying his great sword to finish off Manzi and Giraf's grimoire. "It seems you wanted to assist your spirit. Too bad though. The one who got distracted was none other than your spirit." Due to Manzi's flame, Dullahan's exquisite twin sword strike was dulled for a moment. And in a battle between transcendent swordsmen like them, that moment was more than enough to decide the victor and the loser. As a result, the one who came out as the victor was none other than Lambert. Clad in organ that protected him from half-hearted magic attacks like the one used by Manzi, Lambert also triumphed over his opponent in a mental aspect. Chapter 34. Impossible. Defeating Dullahan in a sword fight is impossible. Absolutely impossible. There's no way Dullahan, the perfect spirit swordsman, would lose to a mere human whose movement is limited by their heavy flesh. Manzi retreated while shouting those words. His gait stopped when his back hit the wall. As his knees trembled in fear, he collapsed on the floor. And then, when he raised his face, Lambert's figure was reflected in Manzi's eyes. "My bad. I'm no longer human." "Well, it doesn't feel that much different aside from the fact I rarely feel tired." The tall man clad in full plate armor with a blazing fire on his back was just like the reincarnation of the devil himself. "He heed my call, come from the abyss, Tower of Bone Babel turn hollow." Giraf's grim eye shone with the ominous color of mana again along with Manzi's chant. A triangular white pyramid appeared by piercing the floor beneath Lambert's feet. Lambert retreated and created some distance from that place. Pushing up the triangular pyramid till it pierced the ceiling was a white pillar around 3 feet tall. Such a performance shook the room. Cracks appeared in the floor due to the appearance of the pillar, and rubble fell from the broken ceiling. Moreover, the wall behind Manzi had already been destroyed. Manzi's figure was also pressed by another white pillar, which came from outside the mansion. "Trying to escape again, huh? But that's out of the question. First, let's deal with the problem in front of me." Upon closer inspection, one could see that the pillar was formed from numerous white bones. There were skulls lined up at fixed intervals on the surface of the pillar with their empty eyes sockets facing toward the outside. "It came out here, huh?" The first of Giraf's 13 spirits, Bone Babel. Tower of Bone Babel turn hollow was just like Dullahan. One of Hades' spirits contracted with Giraf. But different from Dullahan, it didn't move freely after being summoned. During the 8 countries unification war, this was Giraf's favorite means of surprise attack by summoning it freely at will. Since it was the first of Giraf's 13 spirits, it was the weakest one amongst his arsenal. But it was by no means a useless spirit. Rather, Giraf turned it into his most reliable sword and shield by summoning it at will. Lambert readied his great sword. Yeah. Giraf's curse is not a joke after all. Since he used fire a while ago, I thought that he couldn't use Bone Babel for some reason, but, as expected, it's hard to utilize Bone Babel properly in this limited combat environment. Several Bone Babels were summoned to assist Manzi's escape. Giraf excelled in psychological warfare. He could think several steps ahead in just a moment, mixing in feints or traps in his attacks. Every single action would buy him time to possibly turn the tables. He could even toy around with the famous hero of the 8 countries unification war by using Bone Babel. Almost all of Lambert's direct subordinates were consigned to oblivion when facing Giraf's Bone Babel. With a calm and serene mind, Lambert put more power into the grip of his great sword. His action was only natural since Giraf was one of the top 10 sorcerers at the end of the 8 countries unification war. That was why making the full use of his gigantic mana tank was possible for him. Such an action was impossible for Manzi no matter how much he resummoned the Bone Babel. As if ignoring Lambert's cautiousness, Bone Babel dimmed and then vanished from where it stood, leaving a hole in the ceiling. That vanishing figure played in slow motion in Lambert's eyes. Lambert noticed that the reason for Bone Babel's disappearance was not because it was unsummoned and sent back to the spirit world with magic. It was simply because Manzi clumsily cut the supply of mana that maintained its form. And then, as if to confirm that Manzi had used Bone Babel, the vital point of Giraf tactic, just to escape from a mere predicament. Lambert then looked down from the hole in the wall. The lined-up buildings in Barra City looked so small when he overlooked them from the 3rd floor of Earl Mondo's mansion. And then, his eyes finally caught Manzi's blood-stained figure straddling the back of a strange-looking horse. Its normal-shaped head aside, there was a human face sticking out from the front torso of the horse. The third eye on its head made that horse even more creepy for anyone who wasn't used to it. It was the third of Giraf's 13 spirit horses with 2 heads. "Troy, don't think you can escape from me." Lambert was about to jump down from the 3rd floor of the mansion, but he turned around when he heard the dancing sword adventurer's scream. Behind him, The dancing sword adventurers and Robin Hood were still fighting against the enhanced undead. The battlefield, the office of Earl Mondo's, had already been heavily damaged due to Bone Babel, and Manzi's fire spell had already set the mansion on fire. It was only a matter of time until the fire burnt down the mansion. Enhanced undead could fight in their top condition no matter how many wounds their bodies sustained or how much time had passed. They were proven to be too much of an enemy for first-class adventurers. A prolonged fight would only give advantage to the enhanced undead, who had unlimited stamina. At this rate, they won't hold out too long. But there's no way I can miss this chance to destroy Giraf's Grimoire once and for all. Maybe Manzi is still holding back. Postponing going after him will only give him the chance to summon a higher-ranked spirit. If he summoned the 13th one, I won't have a chance to defeat him since I have no reliable subordinates like back then. Even veteran of hundreds of battles like Lambert couldn't help but shudder when he recalled his battle against Giraf. The 13th of Giraf's 13 spirits was a true monster, the embodiment of hell itself. Even their contractor, Giraf, couldn't control them. Even with the cooperation of his subordinates from back then, Lambert couldn't beat the 13th from the front. That was why he couldn't give Manzi the chance to summon that worst spirit. But if he chose to pursue Manzi, everyone in the office would surely get killed by the enhanced undead. One of the adventurers looked at Lambert from over his shoulder upon seeing the latter's hesitation. "Go chase after that creepy old man. Leave this place to me." The one who spoke to him was a slender man with graceful, green-colored noble attire. Robin Hood. The undead Unos rushed toward Robin Hood, who dared to look away from his opponent in the middle of combat. "Ah ha 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 ha. Robin Hood, you're going to die too. You'll reunite with your beloved subordinates in hell, you know." Ah ha 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 ha. Arrows pierced Unos' cheek, chest, and thigh as he moved through the air. Unos landed on the floor to kill the momentum of the arrows. He stretched his arms to increase the range of his attack as he rushed toward Robin Hood. Robin Hood dodged the attack by turning to the back, even though doing so would disturb his stance. "What's the matter? Can you aim properly?" "Ah ha 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 ha." The returning slash brushed against Robin Hood's forehead. A small bloody line formed on Robin Hood's well-ordered face. "Ah ha 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 ha. Aha!" One arrow pierced Unos' forehead from out of nowhere. Unos' head broke from the impact of the arrow fired from point-blank range, blowing him back. Unos' body crumpled on the ground. "Leave these guys to me." Robin Hood spoke to Lambert while adjusting his ragged breathing. Unos' body rose one more time, still with an arrow pierced through his forehead. "You hurt me, Robin Hood." Lambert jumped down in silence from the hole in the wall. The combination of Lambert's tall frame and the weight of the organ itself accelerated his fall from the 3rd floor of Earl Mondo's mansion. Along with a thunderous noise, the ground where Lambert landed caved in due to the impact of his fall, forming a pair of footprints. He quickly pulled his feet out of the ground and wasted no time to go after Manzi. Chapter 35. Manzi straddled the back of the Calamity horse, Troy, as he passed the ruined streets of Barra City. The 3 eyes on Troy's head squirmed around, and the drool continued to drip down from its mouth. The human face on Troy's front chest screamed with an indescribable laughing voice. Though he normally didn't care about that laugh, Manzi was extremely irritated right now. "Gimme a break. I just went to the Earl's mansion to play around, and yet, why the hell have I never heard about that monster? And no one ever told me about that either." The reason why Manzi went in person to the Earl's mansion wasn't that they lacked manpower to overrun it. He only wanted to find a fairly powerful human to fight his enhanced undead. Moreover, what Manzi loved the most was seeing faces filled with despair upon witnessing his power. Thus, he went to the Earl's mansion, hoping to encounter that kind of situation. His eyes darted around as Troy ran along the street of Barra City. He had spread so many undead throughout Barra City prior to the operation, and yet, he couldn't even see a shadow of them right now. All of them had already turned back into motionless corpses. A woman ran on the sidewalk while calling the name of someone who was most likely her child. Others were pulling the corpses of their comrades with blank looks on their faces. When Earl Mondo's private army, who did their job to maintain security and helped civilians, saw Manzi with his suspicious appearance and horse, They were shouting toward him. Although those heartbreaking spectacles were what Manzi loved the most in normal situations, the woman who called their child's name and the people who pulled the corpses of their comrade were non-combatants. Since they were hiding in the buildings during the riot, they were safe to go out after the riot ended. In short, almost all undead in the area had already been dealt with. Does that mean all those undead that I created painstakingly have already turned back into nothing more than a pile of corpses? Even though I went so far as to lend death black crystals to my subordinates, all of those guys turned out to be trash. The death black crystals were round crystals made from Manzi's mana through sorcery invoked with Giraf's grimoire as the intermediary. These crystals had the power to control several undead at once. That was large-scale necromancy that became the core of Manzi's plan. He created 10 death black crystals and entrusted them to his subordinates, who were spread around different corners of the city. Yet, no matter how long Troy ran, Manzi saw nothing but piles of corpses after corpses. Glasgow led the private army of Erlmondo to successfully destroy one of the death black crystals. The other major guilds who were lucky enough to escape from the sad fate of becoming Manzi's undead joined hands with the other smaller guilds and managed to overwhelm the undead army with their skill and numbers. In total, they destroyed another 3 death black crystals. As for Robin Hood, he destroyed 2 death black crystals all by himself. Then, as for Lambert, on top of single-handedly destroying 4 death black crystals, he also turned the tables and killed Adamaria, the right hand of one of 8 wise men, Manzi, in her own game. Lastly, he even forced Manzi to escape from the Earl's mansion. Why are there only corpses here? Those useless lackeys should have prepared the stage properly. There should be no problem in the plan since the loss of small fries can be replaced as much as we want. Though we somehow missed the information about that bastard who calls himself Lambert, I should have already accomplished my mission in Barrier City. Manzi revealed an ugly smile on his face. His bloodshot eyes were filled with insanity. The reason he came personally to the Earl's mansion was truly just to play around. Manzi's goal was to thoroughly destroy Barrier City, the capital of adventurers in Regio's kingdom, until it was beyond repair. That was why as long as he created several mountains of corpses in Barrier City, one could say that Manzi had completed his mission. And since that condition had already been fulfilled during preparations, all that was left was waiting for them to wreak havoc in the city. Manzi raised his face to look up at the sky. The night had just begun. The silver moon illuminated Barrier City with its gentle light. The time has come. Now, the moment when the full moon shines over the city, it's the moment when the boundary between reality and Hades is at its closest. I've gathered plenty of corpses. Time to end this farce and turn this Barrier City into hell on earth with this Giraf's grimoire. Well, the reason I took this mission was simply that I wanted to see that again. Now let's see that self-proclaimed Lambert's desperate figure when he tries to stop me. 6 adventurers were chasing after Manzi, who rode on a calamity horse. Each one of them was also riding a horse. Every single one of them was equipped with bows and arrows. That's him. That bastard must be one of those guys WHO controlled those undead. Kill. Avenge our guild master. Manzi sneered at them as he turned the page in Giraf's grimoire. Heed my call and come from the abyss, O guardian of the gate, Cerberus. The next moment, countless particles of light gathered together, forming an almost 300-meter long, savage-looking dog with 2 heads. It was one of Giraf's 13 spirits, Cerberus of the 5th. The drool dripping from its mouth melted the ground where it fell. Its 4 bloodshot eyes were locked on its prey. Cerberus was pelted with arrows, but they weren't strong enough to pierce its tough skin. Wow, what the hell is this monster? The man who led the adventurers shouted in shock. Seeing Cerberus crouching down as if it was about to pounce on them, they abandoned their bows and grabbed their swords. Cerberus stopped the sword strike with its teeth and swung its head to the side, dragging down the man from his horse. Without a moment of delay, they used their tough claws to slap the head of the man who just fell from his horse. The poor man's head was crushed like a tomato. It was an instant death. Moreover, Cerberus's other head ate the man's crushed remains. Cerberus slurped the grey matter, leaving a stain around its mouth, and then, its eyes locked on the other 5 remaining adventurers. The fighting spirit of the other 5 adventurers diminished after they witnessed such a gruesome scene. Cerberus sprung forward, landing behind one of the adventurers who tried to escape. Pieces of flesh scattered along with a spray of fresh blood as the man fell from his horse. The horse who also got involved in that attack was sliced from its thigh till the area around its abdomen, spilling its guts as it convulsed and neared death. Hi-ho-ho. I can't play with you weaklings any longer since I'm in a hurry. Manzi had only spared a glance toward them, though he looked happy despite what he said. His face stiffened when he saw the figure who was running behind the 5 adventurers. Unlike the adventurers who tried to escape from Cerberus to save their dear lives, the figure of the man riding on the back of a giant warhorse was heading towards Cerberus. Who's not going to lose their fighting spirit after seeing that? Is he a big shot, or simply just an idiot? Manzi rubbed his eyes. His eyesight wasn't that good due to his age. In addition, the distance between him and that mysterious man was still quite far. For that reason, Manzi missed the fact that the part from the neck above on the horse was missing. He only saw a man riding a giant warhorse as he hoisted his great sword. The rider was trying to increase the running speed of his horse while at the same time increasing the momentum for his next attack. The giant warhorse passed through as if they didn't see Cerberus, who blocked the path in front of them. Thus, Manzi had no idea what was happening there. By the next moment, he saw that Cerberus had already been bisected right in half from the base of their 2 necks all the way till their tail. Jai-Yuan. The 2 heads that fell on both sides raised an agonizing wail before they vanished. Bluish-black blood spilled from the cross-section that had yet to vanish. And then, it finally died. Cerberus was sent back to Hades after it lost the power that fixed its existence in this world. He trampled Cerberus underfoot as if it was just a mere weak puppy. Could it be that he's actually... Manzi groaned. He chewed on his lips as his gaze moved onto the figure that just slayed Cerberus. It was none other than the figure of a tall man wrapped in peculiar armor. The very same man who cornered Manzi just a while ago, the self-proclaimed Lambert. In addition, the neck part and above on the horse's head was non-existent. Wow, what the hell is that? Manzi screamed at the top of his lungs. Riding on the back of a headless horse, the man wrapped in full plate armor came at Manzi like a reaper. Though there were still some adventurers, the private army of Ulmondos, and citizens nearby, the man in full plate armor didn't seem to care about them as he boldly straddled on the back of the headless, giant warhorse. As a result, the citizens screamed at the top of their lungs upon seeing a giant headless horse running along the streets of Barra City. Chapter 36. You can't run from me. Now hand over Giraffe Grimoire. Straddling on the back of headless horse Nightmare, Lambert traversed the deserted streets of Barra City, swinging his great sword. The citizens who saw his bizarre appearance atop the back of the headless horse ended up scattering around while raising terrified screams. The one being pursued by Lambert was one of the 8 wise men, Manzi, who was straddling on the back of an eerie horse with 2 faces, the Calamity horse Troy. Although both of them were riding equally eerie horses, Manzi was clearly falling behind in terms of riding skill compared to Lambert. Manzi himself was aware that he would die if Lambert caught up to him. Nightmare was an extremely swift war horse, but as expected, Lambert's full plate armor made from pure organ was an extreme handicap for them. But even with that handicap, they could steadily close the distance between them and Manzi. At this rate, it was only a matter of time until they caught up with Manzi. As I thought, you're not human, huh? Why are you trying to hinder me? Why are you going after me? Manzi glared at Lambert while shouting at the lump of irrationality called Lambert. His hand was busily turning over the pages of Giraffe's grimoire. Forget about Cerberus of the 5th. Even Dullahan of the 6th was no match against him. Like hell I can fight him head-on. I can't let him disturb my spirit until I perform the ceremony. After being utterly defeated during their first clash in the Earl's mansion, Manzi had come to realize the true terrifying might of the one who proclaimed himself as Lambert. He did not intend to fight head-on with Lambert from now on. He'd my call and come from the abyss up tier of black, Lilith. After he finished his chant, a black overcoat floated above the tail of the Calamity horse. The face of a girl with abnormally white skin came out from the top part of the overcoat. The girl of the spirit world, lacking the neck part and below, floated behind Manzi as if she was fixed to that place. The girl then stretched her finger while giggling to Lambert. The fourth of Giraf's 13 spirits, puppeteer of Black, Lilith. Although she was weaker in terms of combat capabilities, she could freely manipulate corpses in her field of vision as if they were part of her own limbs. All Lilith could do was move the corpses. She couldn't reproduce their movements when they were alive. Whether it was the corpse of an expert or the corpse of a toddler, they were the same. Although her forte was creating a large-scale undead army as long as there were corpses nearby, that army was nothing more than a gathering of small fries. For that reason, she was only occasionally useful. But in the land where a large-scale battle had just happened, like the current Barra, she could make full use of her forte. Lilith's eyes, which were hidden under the hood of the overcoat, gazed at Lambert's figure. Her lips were smiling lightly. "This time it's Lilith, huh?" Lilith stretched her arms. Her 10 fingers were shining lightly. The corpses that were lying along the way rose up again as if gaining a new life, and then they blocked Lambert's path. There were around 20 of them. It was a mix of women, children, adventurers, and old men. Although they looked like a mix-matched army, they were immortal soldiers who would keep charging at their enemy even if they lost their limbs. All that mattered was that they remained under Lilith's control. The one those undead were aiming for wasn't Lambert. It was Lambert's mount, the headless warhorse Nightmare. Even if they couldn't hurt Lambert with their measly power, the damage of falling from his horse should be really big. The undead was crouching down, ready to attack at Nightmare's leg at any moment. "Go, crush him, fucking crush him!" Manzi yelled like a madman, but such an attempt was meaningless in front of Lambert. One swing from Lambert's greatsword culled the undead who tried to cling on to Nightmare, and then, they were trampled down by the headless horse, forcibly opening a path. But one could say that this distraction managed to open the distance between Lambert and Manzi again, albeit only slightly. Wow, what the hell is that guy? Although Lilith tried to do the same thing again, lining up undead to block Lambert's path, this time, he simply just made Nightmare jump over them. Resistance is futile. Stop your act of sacrilege at once. At that moment, Lambert felt a strange phenomenon. The number of headless corpses amongst the dead in his vicinity had increased. Their number increased rapidly as he pursued Manzi, and it wasn't a mere coincidence. He knew that Manzi did that with some sort of intention. The problem was, what was his goal by doing this? And Lambert, who defeated the worst alchemist Giraffe after a grueling battle, knew the meaning of this sign. This is Feast of Revenant Dragon. Even someone as strong as Lambert was flustered upon witnessing this phenomenon. Ahead of Lambert, Manzi turned around a bit as he revealed an ugly smile on his pale face. "How did you know that?" "Well, not that I care about it anyway. This is the end. You cannot escape anymore." Although my Lilith wasn't strong enough to defeat you, she was plenty enough to buy time for me. 2 suspicious figures clad in black robes stood in Manzi's path. A huge magic circle around 10 meters in diameter was carved on the ground beneath their feet. There was a mountain of skulls piled up within that magic circle. There was a saying that the spirits, the inhabitant of the spirit world, had their own favorite time, place, situation, and even mana spot. In particular for high-ranking spirits, they were even more selfish due to their superior rank and strength, and the act to summon a spirit by artificially creating an environment which matched the preference of the spirit with sorcery was called a ritual. The Feast of Revenant Dragon was one such ritual. Although one could summon superior spirits with Giraf's Grimoire, a ritual to summon them was simply indispensable. "This is the end for you, armored man." "No, undead knight. Although you're just a lowly undead, you did a good job in cornering me this far." But from the very beginning, my goal was this Feast of Revenant Dragon. Large-scale preparations and mountains of corpses are needed to call forth the curse of the dragon. And now, everything is already in place. Hi-ho ho 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 ho. The Calamity Horse Troy then stopped running. The 2 men who were waiting in a circle then shifted their attention to Manzi, who was riding on the back of Troy. "Since you've already summoned Lilith, that means that you're ready for the ritual, right, Manzi-sama?" but the ones behind you are." The faces of the two suspicious men clad in robes stiffened upon looking at the figure of Lambert running in their direction. Manzi ignored the two men and looked up at the face of the girl floating on the rear of Troy. "Puppeteer of Black, Lilith, Lilith, summon Revenant Dragon." Lilith showed a smile befitting her young face as she pointed her hand toward the mountain of skulls inside the magic circle. The skulls, which were also part of the corpse, floated systematically due to Lilith's power. At the same time, the eyes that were already closed were opened wide, exposing the murky eyes that already lost their light behind the skull's eyelids. The skulls were then placed at regular intervals in the air on top of the magic circle. The chins of the skulls started to move, cackling as if they were laughing. It was a scene that would cause any normal person to see a never-ending nightmare. The moon that just started to ascend illuminated that spectacle. The heads that danced around in the air left drops of blood in their wake, which fell inside the magic circle. Manzi screamed as he turned over the pages of Gearf's grimoire. "Heed my call and come from the abyss, O Revenant Dragon, Rawnpoop." The light of mana swelled and then started to take form inside the magic circle. And then, a giant skull close to 2 in height rose up from the center of the magic circle. There was an eerie laugh as the skulls flew in the air. The eyes inside the giant skull were stale. The color of its skin was also different. There was no hair on its head, and the huge, wide-open eyes gave the impression of an oversized baby doll. And though the skin of its body has normal color, its structure was obviously different from the human body. This fact became quite obvious because the body appeared to be much longer than it seemed, with many pairs of arms attached to it. At regular intervals, that grotesque body crawled on the ground. Its total length was more than 20 hine. The spirit of Hades, Revenant Dragon Rawnpoop, opened its mouth and raised an eerie cry. It ate one of the skulls floating in the air because of Lilith's power. Its hand crushed the skull so easily. Lambert, who was approaching as fast as he could, was also forced to decelerate since he realized that he failed to stop the ritual. The grotesque monster, who could drive any normal person insane with just a glance, bent its body as if to change its direction. More Manzi-sama. Stop. The two subordinates ran toward Manzi while escaping from the recently revived Rawnpoop, but Manzi didn't even spare a glance at them. The eyes of that insane old man were completely focused on the grotesque monster in front of him. He let out a sigh of admiration whenever he saw the grotesque monster's movements, its grotesque head, and its eerie body. "Oh, beautiful. How beautiful." Rawnpoop is as beautiful and magnificent as ever. He was completely immersed in his own world, completely neglecting his desperate subordinates. One of them was pinned down under Rawnpoop's limbs, squashed, and died a tragic death while vomiting his own innards from his mouth. The second one was even more unlucky than the first one, as he was caught by Rawnpoop's countless hands. He was torn from limb to limb till there was nothing left of his corpse. When it turned around, Rawnpoop raised its head, looking down at Lambert and Nightmare. Chapter 37. "Yeah, it's still as distasteful as before." Lambert muttered this while looking at the towering figure of Rawnpoop in front of him. Its eerily big head looked down at him while its mouth moved uncontrollably. Its eyes that had already lost focus swiveled round and round in their sockets. "Hi-ho ho 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 ho. This is the end. I've no idea why an undead like you went out of your way to save this city, but now that I've summoned Rawnpoop, this city is done for." "Hi-ho ho 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 ho." Riding on Troy, Manzi stood behind Rawnpoop and sneered at Lambert. From the very beginning, for Manzi, mass-producing an army of undead and committing an atrocious act in Barra City was nothing more than preparation for large-scale destruction and gathering the necessary skulls to summon Rawnpoop. And sure enough, the scale of the ritual needed to summon Rawnpoop had already surpassed what a small-scale ritual could do. Although Rawnpoop would be automatically desummoned as long as Manzi, its summoner, was killed. The very person was currently riding on the back of the swift horse Troy. In addition, Lilith had yet to be desummoned. And that very same Lilith had already rallied an army of undead toward their place to surround Lambert. The matter of avoiding Rawnpoop along with countless undead, while at the same time trying to kill Manzi, was an extremely difficult task. The first reason was that Rawnpoop would protect Manzi no matter what. Rawnpoop raised an eerie war cry as it brought its head closer toward Lambert. Although Nightmare easily dodged such a reckless attack, the ground behind them was scooped out. Upon turning around, Lambert saw the jaws of Rawnpoop's smaller faces were cackling as if laughing at Lambert. "I never wanted to see you again." Rawnpoop chased after Nightmare and Lambert. It creeped on the ground by moving its countless giant human arms at once. And in front of Lambert and company was an army of undead. It was the army which was prepared by Lilith. And then, Lambert saw the figure of a skinny man with murky eyes. It was Giraf's presence. An alchemist who single-handedly took over a kingdom and massacred more than 10 million humans. Although he shouldn't be in this kind of place, Lambert, who was besieged by 3 of Giraf's spirits, couldn't help but think that he was fighting against Giraf. Lambert recalled the moment when he saw Giraf's face for the first time, right before the former killed the latter. That man had vacant, lifeless eyes devoid of any kind of will despite being the worst war criminal. That was why, despite only seeing him for the first time, Lambert recognized him as Giraf right away. Distorting even his own expression, that man let out a devilish smile. At that moment, Lambert knew that this was the real Giraf, not a shadow warrior. This was the man who had created literal hell on earth. At that moment, Giraf's phantom vanished. Instead, it was replaced with the figure of Manzi, who was laughing from a separate place. "I've turned the tables, Undead Knight. With Giraf's armor's blessing, power, and will, I am invincible. With this power, I'm gonna turn this world into a hell on earth and rule this Western Wormia continent in his place." Manzi held absolute confidence in Giraf's book and his own magical power. Despite being one of the 8 wise men of Devil's Piper, he had not even a speck of loyalty toward them. In the first place, Manzi, who grew up with his atrocious appearance, never felt any semblance of love toward others. The exception for that was his one-sided devotion toward Giraf as a fellow necromancer and his attachment for mutilated corpses. He never doubted the fact that he stood at the summit of the 8 wise men as long as he had Giraf's book. He thought that it was only a matter of time before he took over the organization. "I see, so you're the inheritor of Giraf's will, correct?" Lambert readied his great sword. At that moment, Nightmare charged into the horde of undead. As many as 10 undead lost their upper halves as soon as Lambert swung his sword. Their lower halves were then kicked away by Nightmare. Rawnpoop, who was chasing after them, squashed any undead who dared to block its path. "As if a pretentious brat like you, who can only commit murder by using the curse of the book, has any right to claim yourself as Giraf's successor." Although enraged by Lambert's provocation, Manzi was left dumbfounded with a half-opened mouth. The reason was simply that the thick, overwhelming miasma released from Lambert's entire being put a heavy pressure upon Manzi. Manzi's rage evaporated right away as soon as he caught a glimpse of the overwhelming majestic presence from the mysterious undead knight who masqueraded as Lambert. His lips were shut tight. His body shivered uncontrollably in front of Lambert's overwhelming presence. "You're not manipulating magic and spirits. You're being manipulated by them. You're just the run-of-the-mill, small-minded greenhorn who mistook another's power for their own." He wanted to refute, but he was simply at a loss for words. Lilith's childish laugh beside him sounded like she was agreeing with Lambert and sneering at Manzi's stupidity. After a moment of silence, Manzi was finally freed from his stupor. He desperately told himself that the dread he felt was only his imagination. He looked at the huge, grotesque eyes of Rawnpoop in order to get a grip on himself. "Squash him to death, Rawnpoop." As if to respond to Manzi's order, Rawnpoop raised its ugly head again. Its murky, unfocused eyes that turned round and round finally stopped to glare at Lambert. Its huge body trembled as its mouth clattered, and then, it swooped down toward Lambert. Its huge head caught Lambert. Lambert, whose entire body was wrapped in super-heavy organ, was thrown easily. Even the headless horse, Nightmare, was thrown along with Lambert into the air, landing on its side. Hi-ho-ho-ho-ho. As expected of Rawnpoop. "Now, kill high." Rawnpoop let out a cry as it raised its face to the sky. That repulsive cry was so loud that it drowned out Manzi's order and left him dumbfounded. And then, Manzi noticed there was a long wound that looked like it was made with a dull blade across Rawnpoop's left eye. Manzi's eyes opened wide in disbelief. Rawnpoop, impossible. How can the highest rank spirit be wounded like this? How can a single man wound it like this? Lambert rose to his feet. As I thought, I really can't fight like before against an opponent like Rawnpoop without the assistance of my subordinates. Moreover, Nightmare will most likely be unable to run after taking that much damage. Waiting for it to slip and use that moment to close in and finish it off doesn't seem to be possible either. There was not even a scratch on Lambert's organ armor even after receiving Rawnpoop's attack that threw him and Nightmare to the ground. Just watch how I slaughter this one, Greenhorn. Your turn will come next. And again, Manzi was at a loss for words, unable to retort. Lambert's current appearance and statement contained no falsities. He really was going to take down Rawnpoop in a frontal assault. Although the wound on Rawnpoop's left eye wasn't shallow, it had come from a single slash. Even so, it was far from enough to subjugate Rawnpoop. It wasn't like Manzi was doubting Rawnpoop's power, but Manzi simply couldn't believe that there was someone out there whose power could rival Rawnpoop, who was powerful enough to annihilate an entire army by itself. And yet, Manzi's absolute faith in Rawnpoop was crushed by the single slash that left a long wound on the dragon's left eye a while ago. Chapter 38. Rawnpoop looked down at Lambert from above with an enraged look on its face. Bluish-black body fluid spurted out from his left eye, the one with a vertical line through both the eyelid and eyeball. Lambert readied his great sword too, glaring back at Rawnpoop's ugly head. Lilith's undead army blocked Lambert, who couldn't move, as he focused his attention on Rawnpoop from behind. Lambert swung his great sword the moment Rawnpoop and the undead army made their move. Rawnpoop's airy upper body made a loud cracking sound as its head moved toward Lambert, trying to squash the latter with its weight. Lambert dodged that rush by a paper-thin margin, countering right away by slashing at the dragon's cheek. But his attack failed to scratch Rawnpoop this time. Rawnpoop's body was really solid. Even someone as strong as Lambert couldn't injure it unless he put more strength into each of his attacks. In addition, in contrast to its stupid yet eerie appearance, Rawnpoop was smart and agile. It knew that it mustn't give Lambert a chance to use a powerful move. Its eerie heads rose as it rushed forward. Without giving any moment for Lambert to prepare his next move, Rawnpoop slammed against Lambert with the same speed as before. For any normal person, it was a series of nightmarish, consecutive attacks. Lambert dodged this attack as well by a hair's breadth. Instead, the falling head smashed a poor undead who just happened to be there, turning said undead into mincemeat. The remaining power from that attack destroyed dozens of undead at once. In total, its attack was 2 swift strikes from such a gigantic body. Seeing Lambert move desperately to dodge even those 2 attacks, Manzi regained his confidence in Rawnpoop's immense strength. His face, which was previously drenched in cold sweat due to fear, regained an eerie smile. The dragon turned out to be able to attack twice at such an unbelievable speed. As expected, my Rawnpoop is invincible. Although he managed to wound Rawnpoop before, it was just a lucky strike after all. It's only a matter of time until Rawnpoop corners him. Go go go. At that moment, a phenomenon beyond Manzi's wildest dream unfolded before his very eyes. Rawnpoop raised its head quickly, attacking Lambert for the 3rd time with the same speed as before. Hi-oh! That attack gouged the ground, sending a spray of soil dancing in the air. That phenomenon blocked Manzi's line of sight, preventing him from seeing the situation. Rawnpoop's attack didn't stop after the 3rd strike. Within the cloud of dust, the dragon followed up with a 4th and then 5th strike, each as swift as the strike prior. Hi-oh ho 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 ho. Rawnpoop was swift despite its weight. That alone was enough of a threat. The attacks that combined both its mass and swiftness changed the terrain around the battlefield. The vibrations from Rawnpoop's attacks pulsed outward, reverberating to where Manzi stood. In particular, Manzi knew that Rawnpoop's 5th strike, despite being blocked by a cloud of dust, was more powerful than the previous strikes. Not even that undead knight should be able to dodge those attacks. And then, the 5th attack was followed by the 6th, 7th, and 8th strikes in quick succession. In the cloud of dust, Pieces of undead flesh were scattered about. These remnants seemed to be coming from the undead who got involved in the battle. Manzi couldn't hide his excitement upon seeing Rawnpoop's 8 consecutive strikes. He was elated to the point that his body leaned forward. Hi-ho ho 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 ho, you're so amazing, Rawnpoop. I never knew that you had that kind of ability. Not even that undead knight can survive. Then, the cloud of dust settled down a bit. Manzi saw the figure of Lambert, who stood on top of a mountain of flesh and blood, swiftly dodging Rawnpoop's fierce strikes. Manzi's face stiffened. The muscles in his face cramped, and he shouted again with an enraged voice. WHY. Aren't you despairing upon seeing Rawnpoop's overwhelming might? WHY. Have you not been eaten by Rawnpoop, the highest ranking spirit? As expected, I could barely hang in there. I mean, I can't just lose a horse that I finally managed to find after so much hardship. Guess I have no choice but to crush that huge body with brute force. In contrast to Manzi, who was screaming like a madman, Lambert spoke with a rather carefree voice, regardless of the content of what he said. You think you can win against Rawnpoop? That way of speaking, as if Manzi almost snapped upon hearing Lambert's carefree remark. He broke his posture, about to fall from the calamity horse. Troy. His breath was disordered due to fear and shock. His heart beat so loud, almost as if it was going to explode. Those aren't the movements of someone fighting a hopeless battle. Does he by chance think that he can still win? Manzi regarded Rawnpoop as his trump card to annihilate Barra City, and that trump card was stopped by a mere undead swordsman. He couldn't believe the spectacle that unfolded right before him. After all, he knew that Rawnpoop wasn't the kind of spirit that could be stopped by a single man. Rawnpoop was a strategic class weapon that could destroy a city on its own. Impossible. This is impossible. It's the highest-ranked spirit that made a pact with Giraf Sama after he massacred 10 million humans. And yet, it can't even kill a single human? Rawnpoop stiffened after its 8th strike. Naturally, Lambert wouldn't let go of such an opening. He raised his greatsword as he jumped high in the air. The tip of his sword locked onto Rawnpoop's forehead. The tip of his sword stabbed right into Rawnpoop's forehead, resulting in a crack spreading on its face from the huge stab wound. The enraged Rawnpoop butted its head at Lambert. But at that moment, Lambert's figure had already vanished from in front of Rawnpoop. Over here. The moment he stabbed his sword into Rawnpoop's forehead, Lambert climbed on top of the latter's head. And then, he stabbed his greatsword into Rawnpoop's Calvaria, skullcap. Rawnpoop twisted its long, eerie body while raising an equally eerie scream, apparently trying to shake off Lambert from its head. Lambert ran freely on Rawnpoop's body, moving around to prevent Rawnpoop from catching him, and jumped on top of Rawnpoop's head again when it tried to slam Lambert on the ground. The countless arms growing along Rawnpoop's body tried to catch Lambert, but those arms were cut off by the next moment. They were blown really far away due to the residual force from Lambert's powerful slash. Lambert ran around while inflicting one random wound after another onto Rawnpoop's body, clearly intending to destroy Rawnpoop's body. Rawnpoop's head rose high in the air, and Lambert used that as a stepping stone to jump even higher. Lunar wings. The figure of Lambert rose high in the air as he raised his great sword overhead with the full moon shining over him. It looked like it came straight out of the most famous painting. The swarms of undead stretched their arms toward Lambert, who jumped high in the sky. His great sword was swung down at once, stopping right when the tip was pointed directly downward. At that moment, the combination of the entire weight of his great sword, organ armor, and gravity was concentrated at the tip of his great sword. The combined might of those factors in that single strike was aimed toward the center of Rawnpoop's elongated body. The shockwave created from that strike sent the swarm of undead around Rawnpoop's body flying. That terrifying strike divided Rawnpoop's centipede-like body into two. Rawnpoop's strange cries resounded on the battlefield. Even though the rear half of its body had already lost its head, it continued to crawl on the ground as if it had its own mind. Chapter 39. Rawnpoop was cut in half? What sort of physical strength must that undead have to bisect Girafsama's spirit? Manzi was simply speechless. He couldn't believe the spectacle that unfolded in front of him. Lambert stood with his great sword ready between the two halves of Rawnpoop, facing another wave of undead. He stepped on the wreckage of undead that were destroyed by the shockwave of the attack that he used to bisect Rawnpoop. But Lambert ignored the lowly undead created by Lilith since they couldn't do anything to him. He was completely focused on the two bisected parts of Rawnpoop. You think this kind of injury was enough to kill Rawnpoop? How dare you proclaim yourself as Giraf's successor, Greenhorn? Lambert spoke to Manzi with a bored voice the moment he heard the latter's lament. And as if to prove that, Rawnpoop, who was stirring in pain a moment ago, returned to a crawling position. It wasn't just the head that began to crawl, so did the tail. As if to surround him, the two divided parts of Rawnpoop crawled around Lambert while smashing the undead army controlled by Lilith. That was one of Rawnpoop's traits. Even if it was cut in two, the parts which lost their head could still move around on their own for a while. Manzi might have had no idea about this fact, but from his experience against Giraf, Lambert knew Rawnpoop's special trait was its overwhelming vitality, and the only way to deal with Rawnpoop was to reduce its size bit by bit. But when Rawnpoop was divided into two big parts like this, it only meant that Lambert increased the number of opponents. A slight miscalculation could result in the other party cornering him. Both of Rawnpoop's halves rushed toward Lambert at once. He lost count of how many times he parried and struck Rawnpoop's body. Making use of a gap in the other's defenses, Lambert dodged each attack that came his way. He used the flat side of his great sword to change the orbit of Rawnpoop's movement. Rawnpoop's attack gouged the ground and changed the terrain, and despite their missing limbs, Lilith's undead army kept rushing toward Lambert. But none of them could reach Lambert since they were destroyed by Rawnpoop's indiscriminate violence. They were pummeled into the ground until they were lumps of meat, and yet, they kept trying to reach Lambert. Although Manzi was dumbfounded for a while, he soon snapped back to his senses. What's happening here? Is this really Barra City? After summoning Rawnpoop and Lilith, Manzi couldn't understand the hellish scenery unfolding before him. Summoning Rawnpoop due to his distorted sense of beauty, Manzi often said that it was normal for a necromancer to transform the world into a world filled with undead. However, the hell before him had actually brought fear in him. And then, he remembered that Lambert's evaluation about him was just a greenhorn who was being manipulated by a book. I inherited Giraf's will. I should be standing above all wise men of Devil's Piper. At this moment, with his confidence crushed to bits by Lambert's overwhelming prowess, Manzi glared at the battle between Lambert and Rawnpoop. Maybe because it was getting irritated by Lambert, who was moving fluidly to dodge its attacks, Rawnpoop changed its movement pattern. Suddenly, the head part drew away from the battlefield. The remaining tail part started moving even more wildly than before, slamming on the ground beneath them. The tail slammed against Lambert, who failed to pick up on the change in situation in time. The giant tail struck Lambert right on his back, sending him flying in midair. Finally, they did it. Girafsama's Rawnpoop is invincible. But that attack was far from enough to finish Lambert. The full plate organ armor, which boasted an overwhelming defensive power, protected Lambert from almost all of Rawnpoop's large-scale attacks. Even when his body was knocked up in the air, Lambert didn't let go of his great sword as he was aiming for a counter. At that moment, Rawnpoop's tail landed one after another attack on Lambert. Lambert's body was flicked to the side along with a loud, thunderous sound. Where that attack threw Lambert, the head part was waiting. Its huge, bulging head knocked the defenseless Lambert again. Lambert was sent flying for the second time, and this time, he was sent flying toward the tail part again. It was a strike that would continue until he died. Lambert had no skill which would allow him to escape from that situation. Thus, the difference between Rawnpoop, who had the most overwhelming life force amongst the superior spirits, and Lambert, a mere human-type undead, became clear. That was why no matter how many small wounds he inflicted on Rawnpoop, it was far from enough to kill it. And what was waiting for him once he was caught by Rawnpoop was a never-ending trampling till he died. At last, The hand in the head part of Rawnpoop caught Lambert right on his helmet, smashing him down to the ground. The heavy, full-plate organ sprayed numerous sparks as Rawnpoop dragged Lambert's body along the ground. Rawnpoop's speed became even faster when it dragged Lambert in a circle while raising an even creepier war cry. Rawnpoop is invincible. Manzi paused upon seeing Rawnpoop's extremely vicious attack. Finally, Lambert's organ helmet came off, exposing his skull. This released Lambert from Rawnpoop's relentless attack. For the first time since he was revived as undead, his white skull was exposed to sunlight. Finally, he finally kicked the bucket. What a terrifying undead knight. He also knew about Giraf Sama's grimoire. Just who the hell is he? Rawnpoop hissed as its hand raised Lambert's helmet. Although they looked like it was laughing, there was no way to know what Rawnpoop really felt. Rawnpoop is too strong and repulsive. Did I really summon this guy? Manzi pondered for a while as he looked up at Rawnpoop. But then, Lambert's voice resounded as if to snap him out of his daze. That's something bestowed by my lord as a symbol of one of the 4 demon generals. Give it back to me. Lambert leapt up and cut the hand that clasped onto his helmet. It was an attack filled with Lambert's rage. Manzi aside, Rawnpoop couldn't react to Lambert's attack since it was too engrossed, thinking that they managed to beat Lambert. Rawnpoop's sliced arm fluttered in the air as it fell down. And then, Lambert's hand caught the helmet that was thrown out from the sliced arm. Lambert's empty eye socket became even brighter and more sinister as he glared at Manzi. Manzi was at a loss for words when he finally had a clear look at Lambert's skull. He couldn't take a breath. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him from above. His leg refused to move due to fear. It was a naked, undisguised sense of oppression that couldn't compare to what he felt before. After receiving all those attacks, why can he still move? Is he really that Lambert, one of the 4 demon generals who led the Regio's kingdom to dominate the western half of the continent? Chapter 40. Lambert put on his helmet again, readying his greatsword for another round against Rawnpoop. The reason for your greatest failure just now was the fact that you failed to kill me when you had the chance to do so. That was your first and last chance to beat me, and now, you've missed it. Rawnpoop's head and tail circled Lambert, preventing him from moving as he wished. Even Rawnpoop had never expected that its fierce attacks would fail to kill Lambert. Rawnpoop kept circling around Lambert, watching every single one of his movements while looking for another gap. Even for someone as powerful as Lambert, having to fight Rawnpoop's giant body which was split into 2 parts and Lilith's undead army by himself would be an extremely dire situation. But unlike before, Lambert didn't show any opening. He remained in one place, exterminating the approaching undead with minimal effort and returning to his stance. No matter how long they waited, his stance didn't show any sign of crumbling. The undead mass produced by Lilith was far too weak to defeat Lambert. Finally, Rawnpoop was the one who ran out of patience. The head and tail parts opened some distance from Lambert. While circling around him, they were going to use the same pattern as before to kill Lambert for sure this time. Against that, Lambert just stood emotionlessly in place. Even when Lilith's undead army had surrounded him, he was completely still. Rawnpoop rushed at him from back and front, allowing no resistance. Did he finally run out of strength? No, that shouldn't be the case, right? Manzi could only watch with a bewildered look. Despite being pushed around by numerous undead who surrounded him, Lambert was still like a mountain. If he was already running out of strength, he should have felt the moment those undead clung to him, trying to peel his armor. But since that wasn't the case, Manzi became even more intrigued as to the reason why he stayed still despite the undead's harassment. The head and tail of Rawnpoop then rushed toward Lambert, who was already buried under lots of undead. At that moment, the blade of a greatsword silently stuck out from the mountain of undead as if to welcome the incoming Rawnpoop's tail. I've been waiting for that. Rawnpoop's tail changed its track. It was circling around the mountain of undead as if to avoid Lambert's strange move and going straight to the head part. Manzi couldn't do anything but watch the situation. Even though he couldn't grasp what Rawnpoop felt right now by looking at its face, It was clear as day that Rawnpoop had no idea about this too. The tail struck right into Rawnpoop's own face. The combination of the speed and its own tail's overwhelming weight had crushed Rawnpoop's ugly and swollen baby-like face. Rumbly. A crack ran down their grotesque, baby-like face and body as the overwhelming mass of both parts of Rawnpoop crashed into each other at a terrifying speed. One of its eyeballs fell on the ground where the pieces collided. Great heaven shift! That's the special move of my master, Quixote. In reality, it was an extremely dangerous counter skill that invited the opponent to make an attack and then reversed the power of their attack to the foe. Failure meant death. It was a skill that used the joints of the other party, manipulating it to redirect their own attack to themselves. But the reason Lambert could use it to throw Rawnpoop was none other than the numerous joints in their body. As expected, it was impossible even for the current Lambert to redirect the charging attack of Rawnpoop's tail to them. However, he made a slight adjustment and changed the movement orbit of Rawnpoop's tail and made it crash into its main body. Even Lambert realized that he simply lacked the pure, brute force to kill Rawnpoop for good. For that reason, he made a risky gamble by bisecting Rawnpoop's body into two parts to use their overwhelming life force, mass, and speed against them. He even made full use of Lilith's undead army to act as cover to hide his sword until the very last moment to use the Great Heaven Shift to destroy Rawnpoop's face for good. Manzi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets upon seeing the scene unfold before him. It was simply too overwhelming for the people of this peaceful era. Rawnpoop's giant body started to crumble behind Lambert, who stood with composure. Numerous small cracks ran down the surface of Rawnpoop's body as it vanished part by part. Maybe because the core of its body broke due to the previous collision, Rawnpoop's eyeless face was crooked as blue. Liquid like tears ran down from its empty eye sockets. Its pale blue tongue drooped from its mouth like a sad dog. Something like numerous small fibers ran down its grumbling innards. Giraffe-sama's spirit. Giraffe-sama's. Rawnpoop is, although its entire body convulsed as if it was experiencing rigor mortis, Rawnpoop rose up behind Lambert. Its remaining eyeball moved round and round, as if mustering the last bit of its strength to rush toward Lambert. It began to creep again. But then, Lambert's figure suddenly vanished. By the next moment, he was already standing on top of Rawnpoop's neck, ready to deliver a coup de grace. Give it up. You've already lost your eyes and can't even move properly. You've even lost your prized tough skin. The current you is nothing more than an oversized caterpillar. A straight, long line appeared on Rawnpoop's face. Blue liquid spurted from that line, and Rawnpoop was defeated for sure this time. The rush of liquid came to an absurd stop. Its countless arms dangled powerlessly, and its abdomen dug a long trench on the ground due to sudden deceleration. And then, it stopped moving immediately. Rawnpoop's body vanished along with particles of light. Giraffe-sama. Lost? That's. As he cried, Manzi looked at the vanishing body of Rawnpoop. In the next moment, Lambert's sword tip was already pointing toward Giraffe's grimoire in Manzi's hands. Black Lilith fluttered in the air, pointing her hands toward Lambert as if trying to stop him from swinging down his sword. The mountain of crushed corpses rose up at once, bundled together, hardened, and used to block Lambert. The wall that formed from a lump of corpses' meat could only be described with a single word: grotesque. Lilith's action was a clear indication that she wasn't acting on Manzi's order, who already lost his willpower to fight. For you, the citizens of the spirit world, that apparition called Giraffe's grimoire might be the best gate for you guys to appear in this world and spread death. But Lambert readied his great sword. In the next moment, Lambert's figure had already vanished from where he stood. Following that, a huge hole created in the wall of flesh blocked his way. By the next moment, Lambert had already arrived right in front of Manzi, who was riding on Calamity Horse. Troy. Lambert's sword was already raised up. From her right hip to her left shoulder, Lilith's body had already been cut in two. As long as my eyes are still black, I won't let you filthy citizens of the spirit world spread your filth in Regio's kingdom. Red blood spurted from the bisected part of Lilith. Following that, The wall of flesh and the undead army crumbled down. Lilith gasped in pain as her body vanished into particles of light. Lambert's next swing slayed the Calamity Horse Troy. The shockwave of the slash that killed Troy knocked Manzi off of Troy's back, making him literally kiss the ground. Troy fell beside him, then vanished into particles of light too. Come to think of it, I have no eyes anymore. Well, it was just a figure of speech anyway. Having no intention to back down, Lambert stepped forward to approach Manzi, who was already wounded all over his body. Impossible. Gear-of-Sama lost. I refuse to accept this result. You can only summon up to the 9th of the 13 spirits, Revenant Dragon Rawnpoop. You can't even summon the 10th one. You don't even know a single shit about Gearf. How the hell did you get that confidence to claim yourself as the inheritor of Gearf's will? Though you act like a big shot because you have that accursed book, you don't even realize that those spirits are treating you as nothing more than a gate. How do you know about that? Manzi couldn't accept the fact that Lambert had told him the truth. Even with his achievement in sorcery, Manzi couldn't summon the 10th through 13th spirits. The 9th spirit, Revenant Dragon Rawnpoop, was his limit. No matter how many corpses he prepared, he couldn't even catch a glimpse of their figure. Long live Gear-of-Sama. Manzi curled up while hugging Gearaf's grimoire as if trying to protect it. Lambert raised his great sword. Sorry, but I'm the one who killed that guy. Lambert de la Croix. Manzi glared at Lambert with bloodshot eyes. At this time, he was convinced the one before him was one of the 4 demon generals who slayed Gearaf. This was the shadow of Lambert, the greatest traitor of Regio's kingdom. The raised blade then swung down, destroying both Manzi and Gearaf's grimoire. Manzi's lower and upper halves fluttered in midair before landing in separate places. The ugly and atrocious old man, Manzi, fell face up, vomiting a large volume of blood from his mouth and cross-section. And died. Lambert's foot then trampled over the wreckage of Gearaf's grimoire, which fell on top of Manzi's head. That head died with an agonizing face, eyes wide open and tongue sticking out. I guess this is the end of this accursed book. After making sure that everything had ended, Lambert saw the figure of the headless horse Nightmare slipping in between the mountain of corpses toward him. Good job surviving from that messy battue. Lambert swung his sword right before he finished his sentence, breaking the arrow that was fired toward him. When he looked up at the small hill where that arrow came from, he saw the figure of a handsome young man clad in noble clothes which were dirtied by blood and brine. The figure was riding on the back of a horse with a blue mane. It was Robin Hood. Hey, after letting go of all my regrets, it's the right thing to challenge you. Now let's battle to the death. I was actually going to spare your life considering what you did during the riot, and yet, what's the meaning of this? Upon knowing a swordsman of your caliber, those little scoundrels fled, and what remained a small fries. Chapter 41. Let me ask you one last time, are you really not going to back down? Holding his great sword, Lambert asked this of Robin Hood, who was riding on the back of his horse. Robin Hood smiled lightly upon hearing that question. At this point, my hands have already been dyed black with too much blood from my victims. I have no intention of acting like a good man at this point. After his comrades were executed due to the riot that involved the Ogre King, Robin Hood escaped the city and used every single method at his disposal, no matter how sly or cruel, to find the mastermind who moved the group who wrecked his plan. His infamy was definitely not because of Unos's plan. He was originally a man who truly cared for his comrades. Thus, as retribution for their unjust deaths, he kept living on to avenge them. And yet, despite all the atrocities that he committed, the person himself was aware that he was a sinner and wouldn't mind even if he was executed as one after he fulfilled his goal. Now that he achieved his goal, he had no intention of escaping anymore. Moreover, my blood boiled over after I saw your swordcraft back in the forest. It won't calm down unless I fight you, armored man. Robin Hood spoke as a light smile formed on his lips. Upon hearing that, Lambert stared silently into Robin Hood's eyes for a while. And then, he pulled out his great sword from its sheath, readying it as he faced Robin Hood. Fine, I, the last traitor of the 8 countries unification war and also one of the 4 demon generals, Lambert de la Croix, accept your challenge." Robin Hood's expression softened a bit upon hearing such a self-depreciating remark from Lambert. And then, he shifted his attention to Nightmare, the headless horse who was standing a little bit away from Lambert. "I see you're an undead, huh, but still. For a big shot like you to come out well, after witnessing your skill, I guess I have no choice but to accept the fact that you're not lying. But a traitor, huh? As far as I can see, you're the furthest away from that word." Robin Hood knocked his arrow from the back of his horse, aiming at Lambert, ex-guild master of the former strongest guild in Barra City, above Blue Sky. The worst berserker, war god Robin Hood Nogford. "Let's enjoy the fight, Ghost Knight from the distant past." He sang a piece of prose for Lambert. The moment he finished speaking, Seraph, his beloved horse, sprinted toward Lambert. "My speciality is equestrian archery. You seem to be unable to use your horse, but no hard feelings, right?" Robin Hood fired his arrows one after another while riding on horseback. Seraph ran in a circle, keeping a constant distance from Lambert, who was right in the center of the circle. These movements. Is he from the Rabiel tribe? The arrows rained incessantly as he moved in a circle as if to keep Lambert in check. It was a technique that could only be used when a superhuman archer named Robin Hood worked in tandem with the finest horse named Seraph. It was called Circular Prison Arrow. Circular Prison Arrow was Rabiel's equestrian archery skill. The Rabiel tribe was a legendary hunting tribe even back in the Eight Countries Unification War. The Rabiel tribe was rare in that its people could travel calmly along the national borders of the Wormia continent in an era when each country was raising their vigilance to each other. They were considered an insane tribe back then. Since they often caused problems with various soldiers of many countries, they devised an equestrian archery skill which allowed them to win against an enemy with superior numbers. The hero of Rabiel was a fearsome man who killed 100 men by himself. In the end, their tribe should have been exterminated by a country right before the end of the war, effectively eliminating them to the last man. "I see, you have Rabiel's blood in you. Huh." Lambert swung his great sword. His swing destroyed all the incoming arrows. "So you know of that name?" "I met them once before on the battlefield." Befitting of their name, they were really powerful. "I've often heard them sing praises of Rabiel's hero for defeating 100 men." "It's an honor to hear you give such praise to my tribe." Although Robin Hood had no idea how much truth there was in Lambert's words, he couldn't help but be happy upon hearing his tribe being given such high praise. Robin Hood, who judged that none of his attacks would work if he kept firing his arrows from that distance, finally stopped knocking his arrows. He decided to close the distance bit by bit as Seraph ran in a circle around Lambert. When there was only 5 hind left between them, Robin Hood's hand started to move again. He moved the moment he fired his arrow. Each arrow was fired from a completely different angle. He kept firing arrows as Seraph kept moving non-stop. Heavy presence arrow. "Do you like it?" "It's as if you fought few people at once, right?" "Single-handedly killing 100 by himself is an impressive record, indeed. But I've killed 300 in a battle." Lambert raised his great sword, striking down every single arrow that was fired from 3 different directions. As soon as he saw Lambert's stance, Robin Hood continued his assault. He somehow attacked Lambert in a circle while maintaining a constant 5 hind distance between them as if he had guessed Lambert's range. "Impossible. That great sword is just around 2 hind, right?" "It's not like he is aiming for me by raising his sword." "Well, I think it's okay to get closer as long as I can react to his attacks. And now, I need to look for the most ideal range to take him down." But then, Robin Hood's partner, Seraph, stepped back. It leapt to the side, opening some distance between them and Lambert. "Hey, what happened, Seraph? Are you getting pressured by him?" In the next moment, a huge blade passed right beside Robin Hood, sending a spray of soil due to the wind pressure created by the swinging force. Raising his great sword overhead, Lambert had already closed the distance between them in one swift dash. Even Robin Hood, who literally saw everything in slow motion, couldn't believe what he saw when Lambert swung his great sword, and again, the blade that was swung at godlike speed chased after Seraph. who kept moving away from Lambert. Ha 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 ha. Just how much of an irregular monster are you? Seraph escaped from Lambert's attack range. Seraph let out a loud cry as if asking its master what to do next. Sure, right. Always running away is so uncool. Seraph nodded as if it understood what its master meant. Seraph then turned round, abandoning the safest option, and went straight toward Lambert. Here I come, Lambert. Lambert easily struck down the 3 arrows that were fired by Robin Hood from the front. Seraph sprinted until right before it entered Lambert's range, and then it stamped on the ground, leaping high in the air. Thus, a hail of arrows rained down on Lambert from the air. Behold, heavenly circular prison arrow. The arrows fell upon Lambert from slightly above his forehead, approaching the crown of his head and slightly slanting down on the back of his head. Hey! Lambert twisted his body to dodge the hail of arrows. Upon landing, Seraph turned around immediately and headed toward Lambert again. As expected, that kind of attack is far from enough to even leave a scratch on him. Robin Hood readied his bow again. He was simply astonished upon witnessing just how easily Lambert dodged the former's extremely complex attack. It wasn't a bad attack. It's such an honor to receive praise from the legendary Lambert himself. Thus, Seraph sprinted toward Lambert again with Robin Hood on its back, leaping high above Lambert just like before. Chapter 42. The same trick won't work against me. Taking a low stance, Lambert readied his sword and jumped vertically from where he stood. He slashed upward, aiming to cut down Robin Hood, who was riding on Seraph's back, but then, he realized that Robin Hood had already leapt off. A second later, he found out that Robin Hood's position was right above Seraph. It turned out Robin Hood was using Seraph's back to jump even higher. In his hand was a great bow with golden ornaments. Its bowstring was made of an extremely stiff dragon's whisker, tied at both ends of the bow. It was so stiff to the point that Robin Hood's 2 fingers got injured just by pulling the bowstring. It was the Dragon King bow that he almost used on Lambert back in the forest. As expected, trying to pull this with my bare hand is tough. He used a special-made mithril arrow which could withstand the power of the Dragon King bow, aiming at Lambert's chest. He was aiming at this moment precisely because they were in mid-air, preventing the agile Lambert from dodging his arrow. If Lambert was defeated, it was only because he charged in carelessly when Robin Hood was aiming his arrow toward him. Since our first battle, I couldn't get the image of hitting you out of my head. But this one is going to take you down. Thus, Robin Hood let loose the mithril arrow. The arrow fired from Dragon King bow came at practically point-blank range toward Lambert. It was as if that attack was sucked into his chest. Lambert, whose reflexes were beyond common people, managed to deflect the arrow with his great sword. The clash between sword and arrow smashed the latter to pieces. The arrow that was fired with enough power to pierce a castle gate was smashed apart by one swing from Lambert's sword. But Robin Hood didn't falter even after seeing such an impossible sight. He abandoned the Dragon King bow, a national-class treasure, and picked up an ordinary bow while still in mid-air. Since it took quite a long time to fire with a Dragon King bow, he judged in that split second that he wouldn't make it for the second shot. The moment his normal bow was in his hands, he fired 2 arrows almost simultaneously toward Lambert. The first arrow was deflected by Lambert's great sword, and the second arrow struck right on Lambert's shoulder. Lambert's posture crumbled when he received Robin Hood's arrow in mid-air without any scaffold. He fell down. Lambert raised a cloud of dust when he landed on the ground with a crumpled stance. A moment later, Robin Hood also landed on the ground and fell on one knee. He glared at the cloud of dust while gasping for breath, and then he smiled wryly upon seeing a huge figure walking out from inside the cloud of dust. In a normal situation, the bones in your body should be a mess after falling from such a height with that heavy armor. The Lambert who stood in front of Robin Hood was upright like a stalwart hero, holding his great sword with the arm of the shoulder which received Robin Hood's arrow. Even though it just hit my armor, to think that a human opponent of this era managed to land a hit on me is enough proof that I still have a ways to go. That doesn't sound like praise at all. Seriously, just what kind of a monster are you? Lambert's praise and Robin Hood's stance showed just how much of a monster each other was in their era. His single best attack, which was honed from years of practice and put his life on the line to pull off, was far from enough to wound Lambert. Both parties didn't move for 1 second. And then, Lambert opened his mouth first. "This is the end, huh?" The attack from midair with his beloved horse, Seraph, had failed. He even abandoned his trump card, Dragon King Bo. Robin Hood had no way to turn the tables anymore. After a moment of silence, Robin Hood raised his face. He showed an innocent smile instead of the grief of someone facing their own death. "You're kidding me. As if I'm going to let go of this precious and the most wonderful moment in my life. I can still fight." Robin Hood threw away the wand that he always used, pulled the knife with a long blade from his belt, and ran toward Lambert without even readying his stance. The name of the knife was Blade Princess Bo. It was a knife with a string tied on each end of its blade, which could also be used like a bow. Robin Hood jumped in the air the moment Lambert swung his great sword. He used Lambert's sword as scaffolding to jump in the air, aiming for Lambert from there. The moment he jumped, he swung his knife to the side and fired his arrow at the same time. The knife's blade and the arrow came at Lambert at the same time. Lambert slashing upward in order to smash the arrow while, at the same time, bisecting Robin Hood, who was still in midair. The bisected parts of the Blade Princess Bo fluttered in the air. Fresh blood gushed out from Robin Hood's body, who was still in midair. He then fell headfirst on the ground. His left arm hung by a thread. His right hand was chopped off from its wrist. "Well, I guess I really am hopeless." Within sword range, he raised his head a little, showing a strained smile as he realized that he received a slash from his left shoulder to his right waist. The slash also chopped off his right hand. Robin Hood fell weakly on the ground again. "Bra-ra-ra, bra-ra-ra." Seraph brought his head closer to Robin Hood while raising a bark as if mourning for their master. Robin Hood tried to lift his left arm to pat Seraph's head, and yet, it turned out that he didn't even have any strength to do that. "Thank you for following me this far, Seraph. Now go, run anywhere you want." Robin Hood then moved his line of sight to Lambert. "I'm really glad to have been able to fight against a swordsman of your caliber in the last moment of my life. With this, I can at least boast a bit when I reunite with them." Well, Shulna might scold me again for being too reckless. Well, I might have to go after them since they might have already left me behind for making them wait for so long. Robin Hood muttered those words as he shut his eyes with a peaceful look on his face, no regret whatsoever. At that moment, the war god of Barra City, Robin Hood, finally passed away in satisfaction after he avenged his comrades. Seraph brought its face closer to Robin Hood while raising lonely cries. In the end, he was only looking for a place to die. Lambert raised his great sword to give his salute to Robin Hood, and then he returned his sword into its sheath. Suddenly, Lambert's eyes met those of Seraph. The pale blue horse was neighing at Lambert as if asking something of the latter. "Your master told you that you're free to go wherever you want, right?" Seraph kept looking at Lambert without straying their gaze even for a moment. Lambert heaved a sigh and then unsheathed his great sword again as he walked closer towards Seraph. He stabbed his great sword quickly into Seraph's chest. After he pulled back his sword, Seraph's body swayed for a moment and then fell in a pool of blood right beside Robin Hood's corpse as if nestled against him. After looking for the last time at the face of the man and his beloved horse, Lambert returned his great sword into its sheath. He turned around and walked away from their corpses. The headless great horse, Nightmare, was walking beside him. Thus, Lambert left the place without even taking a last look at Barra City. Chapter 43. A tragedy caused by the attack of large numbers of necromancers in Barra City had finally closed its curtain. Nevertheless, this incident had caused massive damage to the city. Almost all the adventurer guilds disbanded due to a lack of members, or consolidated with the other guilds to make up for the lack of members, resulting in a sharp decrease in the number of guilds. Even excluding the adventurers, half of the number of citizens of Barra had died in this incident. Even the survivors, many of them traumatized by this incident, left the region. The day when the capital of adventurers, Barra City, regained its former glory was still far in the future. From the testimony of the adventurers from Dancing Sword who had guarded the Earl's mansion during the raid, it was revealed that the ringleader of this incident was none other than Manzi, one of the 8 wise men of Devil's Piper. In addition, the corpse of the old man Manzi was found by the soldiers of Earl Mondo inside. He had already died when they found it. Since the most unique peculiarity about his appearance, his strangely shaped head, was coincident with the testimony of the members of Dancing Sword, it was almost confirmed that the corpse was that of Manzi. This incident revealed the existence of Devil's Piper, which even the kingdom could barely trace the movements of. Even the Inquisition Squad, the kingdom's worst and strongest sorcerer association, started to further their investigation about Devil's Piper, which had met a dead end before thanks to this incident. The Adventurer Guild Dancing Sword, one of the candidates to become the most influential guild in Barra City, had played the biggest role in the defense of the Earl's mansion. But Unos, the guild master, had died during this incident after he fell into Robin Hood's scheme to infiltrate the Earl's mansion during the riot to settle his past grudge. The heavily wounded Robin Hood managed to leave the Earl's mansion, but his corpse was found in the outskirts of Barra City. It seemed he was killed by the undead who were running rampant in the city when he was about to leave it. After this incident, Dancing Sword joined with another guild and almost got absorbed by it. It was as if the members of Dancing Sword, the adventurers who had played the biggest role in this incident, had no desire for fame and wanted it to disappear in the annals of history instead. As if that wasn't strange enough, the former members of Dancing Sword never wanted to speak about Unos, their former guild master, anymore. Although there was a rumor going around that Unos had gone insane and was then reduced to a mere undead, there was no further confirmation about this matter. 1 week after Devil's Piper's raid, a woman was seen playing her harp while singing her song in a corner of a bar in Barra City, which had kept itself open during the reconstruction. The woman had slightly discolored eyes and wore a bulky mantle. Brown, almost red-colored, hair could be seen from under the scarf that was wrapped around her head. She was the blind minstrel, Alvana. The song she sang was the tale of an undead knight who protected the city from evil sorcerers, the heroic tale of Barra City. It told the story of how he came from the edge of the forest accompanied by his headless horse, drove away bands of thieves who attacked the adventurers, and left the city as soon as he put an end to the great evil who tried to turn the city into a land of the undead. The song was rearranged from the tales of the people who witnessed the appearance of the undead knight. Although it sounded like an absurd story, there were surprisingly many citizens of Barra City who saw the swordsman, clad in full plate armor and riding his headless horse down the main street of Barra City, even though he left after killing Manzi without even telling anyone his name. He was regarded by many as the mysterious hero who saved Barra City. "Is the woman named Alvana in this store?" a giant shouted angrily at the entrance of the bar. The visitors fell silent the moment they heard that angry shout. "Alvana, you seem to know that undead knight very well. Since that's the case, you better tell everything you know about him to this Glasgow-sama." The one shouting while flexing his bicep was Earl Mondo's soldier, Glasgow. "How rude. Please don't disturb me while I am singing my song." Alvana pushed her way through the other guests in the bar until she brought her face close to him, and then turned around while whistling as if teasing Glasgow. "It's Earl Mondo's order. We were ordered to go look for that swordsman who saved our city. We don't even care if it's just a story from a shady minstrel, since it's much better than letting him be lost to history. We have to know who he is and where he went." "Sorry, but I also don't know his whereabouts. I would have already left this city if I knew where he was going next." "Then what do you know about him? Tell us everything you know." "What makes you so desperate, Soldier Sama? As if you want to go after that Knight Sama in person." Shut up. Like hell we want to meet him." "How many times have I told you? It's Earl Mondo Sama's order." "Anyhow, tell me about him quickly." Glasgow replied, furiously stomping the ground where he stood. Even when facing such a high-handed attitude, Alvana acted like she didn't care, running her finger down her harp's strings at her own pace. "That's so. What I can tell you is mainly the rumor that has already spread. There's no hint of his whereabouts or his next destination. Are you sure? Are you really sure about that? Yes, I mean, I'm the one who named that headless horse nightmare, so there's no doubt about this. Glasgow's face was fearsomely warped, but it then turned flabbergasted. What followed was the sniffles from his surroundings. His face flushed red as soon as he thought that Alvana was only teasing him. Damn it! Don't tease me if you don't know about him at all. I'm telling you the truth. Alvana left the bar, raising her harp again after she heard the sound of the bar door close behind her. She opened her blind eyes as if she was looking at the sky. She wondered where the undead general would head next. She stopped wondering as a faint smile formed on her face, and she turned around to see the guests inside the bar. How far can I sing, I wonder? Should I try to sing the part where he's straddling the headless horse to go after the escaped necromancer? After making this remark, she continued singing the heroic tale of Barra City as she walked into the night.